Human civilization experienced an unprecedented shock when, in one moment, absolutely all accumulated knowledge, including books, digital data, and records, disappeared. At a critical moment, when society found itself on the brink of total destruction due to the loss of all knowledge, an unexpected hope for salvation appeared. An unknown system called Olympus suddenly appeared before humanity, initiating the process of downloading data and beginning the restoration of the lost world. The amazing Olympus system had the unique ability to transform virtual game items into real, existing things. The process of creating real objects took place in two stages. First, the system carefully checked the virtual object and then transformed it into a physical one. The Olympus system became the foundation of a new civilization, gradually merging the real world with virtual space into a single whole for all inhabitants of the planet. 200 years have passed since the ability to transform game items into real ones emerged, allowing humanity to create a developed and technologically advanced civilization. The new society, despite technological progress, retained the old problems. Rich people considered themselves the upper class and looked down on others. The class system arose naturally due to the emergence of rankings, division of influence, and unequal access to game items in the new world. Inequality between people only increased in the new society. The rich became even richer, while the poor continued to grow poorer every day. In this world, it was almost impossible for a person from the lower class to rise to the top, as if a simple piece of pottery was trying to become golden. The story follows Ju Hyuk, who was born into a poor family and was considered one of the many clay spoons in this unjust society. Despite his background, Ju Hyuk firmly believed that even people from the lower classes had the right to a decent life and success. As a child, an unusual old man kidnapped him and explained that the boy had incredible potential, which was much more important than the social status of his family. Ju Hyuk spent the next 20 years of his life undergoing grueling training in a special training zone, striving to develop his potential. The old man persistently prepared him to reach the highest level of development and become one of the absolutes, the elite of the new world. According to the old man's prophecy, Ju Hyuk was to join a special team that included the mysterious golden-haired saint. Another member of the future team was to be a dangerous warrior with a wild look, known for his incredible fighting abilities. The prophecy also mentioned a beautiful dark-haired girl who bore the title of Queen of the Dead and possessed mysterious powers. It was these predictions and the old man's faith that inspired Ju Hyuk to decide to go through the difficult path of becoming the absolute. After the Olympus Revolution, education moved into virtual reality, where students studied at a special academy and prepared for work in the Union. Fate took an unexpected turn when the same old man, who had been searching for a special child for a long time, finally found little Ju Hyuk. Convinced that he was right, the old man kidnapped the boy without hesitation, lifting him into the air thanks to his unusual abilities. The old man could not contain his joy at having found a child with such great potential, which he had always dreamed of. The kidnapper sincerely believed in the blessing of heaven and promised little Ju Hyuk to make him the most powerful man in the whole world. Thus began the boy's new life under the guidance of a mysterious old man, which changed his destiny forever. Ju Hyuk accepted his destiny as a student, as his new mentor possessed incredible power and knowledge that could change his life. Every day of his life turned into an endless training of endurance, strength, and spirit under the guidance of a demanding mentor. In addition to physical exercises, the teacher forced him to take strange potions, assuring him that they were necessary for the development of his abilities. The survival lessons were especially difficult when the student had to escape from wild animals using all his skills and instincts. Growing up, Ju Hyuk often asked his teacher about the modern world, surprised that the best player had only reached level 89. The mentor, who called his student Arthur, did not understand how someone who had not even reached the 99th level of strength could be considered the best. After 10 years of training, the young man disagreed with his teacher, firmly believing the official information about the strongest player in the world. The old man was upset by his student's lack of trust, because he had devoted so much time to training him and preparing him for a great future. The wise mentor taught Ju Hyuk to see beyond the obvious, explaining that there are many hidden truths and secret knowledge in the world. Despite the student's doubts, the old man continued to insist on his path of training, promising to make him the strongest man in the world. The young man doubted the possibility of reaching the pinnacle of power without a rich family and expensive items, considering his teacher's dreams unrealistic. The angry mentor explained to the student that in their world, only level and characteristics mattered, not origin or wealth. As punishment for his doubts, the teacher made Arthur hold the plank for 3 hours so that he could think carefully about his attitude towards training. Exhausted by the difficult trials, the young man held back tears and doubted the correctness of his path, but continued to follow the instructions of his mentor. 20 long years flew by in endless training, while the seasons changed one another, hardening the character and body of the young man. The mentor announced the end of his training, acknowledging that he had imparted all his knowledge to his student and could now peacefully depart from this world. Ju Hyuk, exhausted by years of hard training, secretly wished for the strict teacher to leave as soon as possible so that he could finally gain freedom. Those around him considered him a loser who could not find a normal job, while his peers were successfully building careers in large companies. The young man was tired of explaining to his family and friends that he was following a special path of development, which his mentor considered the only correct one. All these years, his life consisted of constant training and tests, which he went through under the guidance of a demanding teacher. At times, Ju Hyuk wondered why he didn't just end this torment by deleting his game character, but something kept him on this path. After all the trials, the young man felt proud that he had managed to endure such a long and difficult path to becoming a strong warrior. Over the years of training, the stern mentor became a second father to him, replacing his family and becoming his only guide to the world of power and knowledge. Despite years of training, Ju Hyuk was still afraid of being left alone in the cruel world without the support of his mentor and asked him not to leave him. The mentor watched with a knowing smile as his student, who had noticeably grown in strength during his training, although he still could not compare to the master in martial arts and life wisdom. The mentor's reflections on his student's strengths and weaknesses left the young hero deeply perplexed, as the master's contradictory assessments did nothing to help him understand the true level of his development. Focused on completing an important quest, the hero carefully followed his mentor's every word and action, as ancient legends held that dying teachers left behind the most valuable assignments. Filled with sincere respect and hope for continued training, the young warrior knelt before his mentor, his whole appearance showing his readiness to move on. Holding his breath and hiding his true desire to receive the quest, the hero continued to respectfully kneel before the old master, hoping for his last gift before leaving. Having listened carefully to his mentor's words about understanding Ju Hyuk's feelings, the young warrior felt the long-awaited moment of receiving an important task from his experienced teacher approaching. In a calm and measured voice, the mentor reminded the young student of his special position as the sole successor of an ancient martial art passed down from generation to generation. Bitter memories of 20 years of imprisonment in a cave due to his duties as the successor to an ancient martial art flooded the hero, causing his heart to clench from the trials he had endured. With trembling hands, the mentor handed his student an ancient map with a cross marking the place that would determine the young warrior's future fate in this vast world. The young hero sincerely thanked his mentor for the invaluable lessons of skill and life wisdom that forever changed his inner world and his understanding of true spiritual strength. The master's contented laughter filled the cave as he sent his student out into the big world to conquer new heights and achieve unprecedented heights in martial arts. After his mentor's last breath, the young warrior said his farewell and left the cave that had become the site of his long training and transformation from an inexperienced youth into a martial arts master. Quietly thinking about his mentor and wishing him a happy rebirth, the hero firmly resolved to never meet him again in future lives due to the severity of his past trials. Having left the place of his 20 years of imprisonment and training, the young warrior found himself in a special deportation zone, preparing to begin a new chapter of his unusual life in this vast world. Standing at the new starting line after completing hellish training, the hero decided to check his status window to assess the results of long years of hard training and improvement. Recalling the many failed escape attempts and cruel punishments, Ju Hyuk was eager to see the impressive results of his grueling training in the Master's Cave. The unexpected discovery of a negative luck value in the status window literally shocked the hero, causing him to doubt the accuracy of the system's indicators. The system declared the player's identification complete and the curse of compulsion lifted, freeing him from his duties as the successor to the ancient martial art and allowing him to move on. The long-awaited lifting of the barrier and permission to leave the special zone filled the hero's heart with joyful anticipation of new adventures in the unknown world beyond the cave. 20 long years of waiting for this moment finally ended for the hero, with the opportunity to say goodbye to the training zone forever and set off on new adventures. The system's sudden warnings about an unknown error caught the hero off guard during his first step toward a new life, causing him to freeze in complete bewilderment. The hero's unusual level increase caused serious disruptions to the system, which immediately began adjusting his stats according to established rules. The system identified the hero's leveling method as non-standard and began forcibly lowering his 99th level to levels consistent with his actual achievements. The hero's desperate cries and pleas failed to stop the relentless decline of his level to 0, leaving him feeling incredible rage and helplessness in the face of the system's decision. The constant stream of system errors caused by the hero's excessive stress levels threatened to completely eject him from the system and cause him to lose all the training results he had achieved. Lying on the cold ground and realizing that 20 years of hard training had been wasted, the hero experienced the deepest disappointment and a feeling of complete futility in all his past efforts. The last check of the status window finally confirmed the hero's worst fears, showing his current level as first instead of his well-deserved mastery level 99. The unexpected discovery of the remaining level 99 stats on the tablet restored the hero's hope and forced him to take a completely new look at the current situation. Remembering the specifics of how the system worked helped the hero understand that the error affected only the level indicator, leaving all other acquired characteristics untouched. The realization of the existence of a system of penalties when leveling down forced the hero to consider new restrictions and prohibitions on the use of certain skills and abilities. The system's strict minimum level requirements for using even basic skills significantly limited the hero's ability to use his combat techniques and special abilities. Having reached the first level with his characteristics intact, the hero began to understand the absurdity of the situation and simultaneously recognize new opportunities for rapid development. Recognizing the uniqueness of his position with strong base characteristics at level 1 opened up new prospects for the hero to quickly develop and achieve his goals. Having studied the map received from the mentor, the hero decided to go to the starting city for beginners to begin his new adventure in this amazing world. 26-year-old Ju Hyuk, 6 years behind other players, finally got the chance to start his own story in the long-awaited Rookie City. The streets and squares of the starting city, familiar from childhood, filled with merchants and travelers, brought back warm memories of the times before the training began. The unique atmosphere of the bustling city, filled with life and movement, brought the hero genuine joy at returning to the familiar world after long years of solitary training. Heading resolutely towards the western gates to explore the hunting grounds, the hero tried not to waste precious time on empty thoughts about the past and future. A meeting with a vigilant knight at the western gate required the hero to introduce himself and state his current level in order to gain permission to enter the dangerous zone. Having learned of the hero's first level, the knight strongly recommended that he go to the eastern gate, explaining the excessive danger of the western zone for inexperienced travelers. The knight's detailed explanations of the mortal danger of even a simple toothy rabbit for a first-level beginner did not make any impression on the hero and did not change his decision. Confident in his own strength, the hero merely nodded silently at the knight's warnings and continued on his way to the western gates, relying on his remaining combat skills. As the hero departed, the knight reflected on the folly of newcomers who relied on the respawn system instead of rationally assessing their capabilities and level of training. The unexpected appearance of a system notification about the activation of the quest Guardian's Alert drew the hero's attention to the unusual behavior of the vigilant knight at the western gate. The conditions of the activated quest required the hero to dispel the suspicions of the Guardian of the Western Gate regarding his true power, promising a reward of 30 gold coins. Understanding the genuine concern of the guard who had received the quest related to him, the hero decided to demonstrate his true abilities to calm the vigilant knight. The hero's welcoming wave coincided with the sudden appearance of a toothy rabbit, causing the alarmed guard to rush to the aid of the supposedly defenseless newcomer. The ease and speed with which the hero dealt with the attacking toothy rabbit earned him not only a gold coin and experience, but also the astonished look of the stunned guard. Continuing to methodically destroy the emerging rabbits, the hero increasingly surprised the shocked guard with the discrepancy between his declared first level and the combat skills he demonstrated. After the unexpected battle ended, the excited guard once again checked the unusual hero's level, not believing his eyes and the information he had previously received about his initial status. The man looked in amazement at the young first-level fighter's unusual fighting technique, trying to understand how the newcomer could have achieved such incredible strength at the very beginning of his journey. In response to the guard's surprised look, young Ju Hyuk decided not to reveal his training methods, modestly lowering his eyes and keeping the story of his development a secret. The guard froze in fear at the sight of a huge wild boar, nicknamed the Western Gate Thug, who suddenly appeared behind the hero and approached them both menacingly. The alarmed guard insistently advised Ju Hyuk to immediately leave the dangerous place, believing that an inexperienced first-level fighter would not be able to withstand such a formidable opponent. The hero's reaction to the enraged boar's attack astounded the guard. With one precise blow, Ju Hyuk slew the mighty beast, and the system immediately rewarded him with a level up for this feat. Watching the newcomer's sudden level increase, the bewildered guard rubbed his eyes in surprise, not believing that a first-level fighter possessed such incredible combat power. Victory over the dangerous beast not only completed the Guardian's alert quest, but also earned the hero a substantial reward of 30,000 gold coins, which greatly delighted Ju Hyuk. The value of in-game gold was tied to real-world currency, with each gold coin equal to 1 Korean won, making the reward quite substantial for a newcomer. After receiving the reward, the hero carefully examined his status, considering the possibility of investing the received gold coins in further developing his in-game characteristics. After reviewing his stats, Ju Hyuk realized the futility of investing in level 99 stats and decided to head to the high-level hunting grounds after bidding farewell to the Guardian. The young hero sincerely believed in a bright future, believing that 20 years of hard training had finally brought a well-deserved reward and opened the way to an easy life. Ju Hyuk's calm and confidence did not last long. Just a few days later, fate prepared serious trials for him, for which he was completely unprepared. An unexpected system notification warned the hero that he had been marked as a killer for participating in battles, which meant serious penalties and the possibility of being identified by other players. The last few days have brought the hero many unpleasant encounters. Non-player characters constantly mistook him for a wanted criminal and attacked without warning. The hero was filled with bewilderment. He could not understand the reason for his pursuit and how he could have been confused with some unknown criminal for no apparent reason. After much thought, Ju Hyuk came to the conclusion that the cause of all his troubles was his extremely low luck stat, which had reached a negative 99. The negative impact of low luck led to all NPCs considering the hero a dangerous criminal and constantly trying to eliminate him whenever they met. Despite his desire to avoid conflict, Ju Hyuk's body operated on automatic reflexes, forcing him to engage in combat with every attacker for the sake of his own survival. The hero realized his grave mistake in being unable to control his immense power, which led to the random deaths of NPCs during forced battles. The accumulated problems led to the system identifying Ju Hyuk as a serious threat and activating a complete chaos mode, significantly complicating his situation. The severe penalties significantly worsened the gameplay. Experience was reduced by 90%, access to city services was blocked, and merchants completely refused to work with him. The situation became increasingly complicated, as Ju Hyuk was now being hunted not only by NPCs, but also by living players who had a compelling reason to pursue him. One of the stalkers explained the situation. The system had registered Ju Hyuk as a serial killer, and now everyone had received an official request to capture or kill him. The opposite of chaos, the hero system offered a tempting reward. Any player could gain hero status for defeating a chaos site, making Ju Hyuk a desirable target. A group of pursuers cornered Ju Hyuk in a mountainous area and offered him the opportunity to surrender voluntarily, believing it to be the most reasonable solution in the current situation. The cornered hero made an unexpected decision. Luring his pursuers into a mountain trap, he dropped a rockfall on them, instantly destroying the entire group of hunters. The brutal decision became the only way to survive for Ju Hyuk, who saw no other way out of the situation except the complete destruction of all pursuers. After the massacre, Ju Hyuk decided to hide from prying eyes to avoid further clashes and possible persecution by other players. The only positive aspect of this difficult situation was the constant growth of the character's level, which continued despite all the difficulties and limitations. 2 weeks of continuous survival and stealth ended with the appearance of a new system notification, which brought further changes to the hero's fate. After studying the information, Ju Hyuk realized that the pursuit would continue for at least a year due to the state of complete chaos, and ordinary players would not stop their hunt. Having accepted the inevitability of his situation, Ju Hyuk decided to fully embrace the role of a villain, but at the same time ensure a comfortable existence for himself in the game. The hero finally abandoned the role of a positive character, deciding to use his outstanding level 99 stats to ensure a decent life. A strange situation puzzled the hero. After 20 years of the most difficult trials, instead of a well-deserved rest, the system forced him into a state of complete chaos. Reflecting on what was happening, Ju Hyuk suspected the presence of a special script or hidden plan within the system, which seemed to be deliberately swapping one test for another. The sudden answer to the questions came the next day, when a group of mysterious people in robes appeared before the shocked Ju Hyuk and fell on their knees before him. The group's gray-haired leader, addressing the hero with tears in his eyes, called him the successor of the Absolute and expressed his readiness to sacrifice his life to serve him. The assembled crowd began to solemnly proclaim Ju Hyuk as the Absolute Heavenly Devil, which became an unexpected turn in the fate of the confused hero. The new task required the hero to gain official recognition as an Absolute Heavenly Devil from the 12 Elders, making this his main goal. The rarity of the quest was astounding. The SSS class quest had only appeared in the game 3 times in its 200-year history, each time causing massive changes. The resulting quest belonged to the highest category of scenario tasks, which usually covered events of national or even global scale in the game universe. 20 years. 20 years of grueling training and subsequent status as complete chaos suddenly took on new meaning in light of the new circumstances. The appearance of mysterious followers, who seemed to be waiting for the hero's arrival, added a new dimension to understanding all the previous events in Ju Hyuk's life. The hero's awareness of his role in these grandiose events came along with the understanding that all his past trials had prepared him for participation in a great historical saga. The history of the world told of a 7,000-year era of chaos, ending with the division of the world into 3 great powers after the conclusion of an important peace treaty. The mighty state of Centenia was under the rule of the absolute ruler Garcia Mentres, who had 14 wives and ruled his lands with a firm hand. The complex lineage of rulers began with the son of Garcia's 7th wife, Aractus, and included many generations of descendants, among whom were rulers, magicians, and heroes. It took Ju Hyuk more than 10 minutes to study the long family tree, but the end of the family tree was still not visible due to the huge number of entries. Understanding the importance of the moment, the hero diligently studied every line of the ancient chronicle, not wanting to show disrespect for the sincerity of the elders who entrusted him with this information. Historical records told of the rise of the mighty Sholter, who inherited the blood of the devil and surpassed all existing rulers in his cruelty. Legends told of how the mighty Sholter inspired fear in all the world's heroes until he was defeated during a rebellion, after which he took refuge in a mountain cave to recuperate. An unexpected revelation came to the hero. His mysterious mentor, who had taught him martial arts for 20 years, was a direct descendant of the great Sholter. The system sent a new notification about the temporary recognition of Ju Hyuk as an absolute, but further actions were required to finally confirm this status. A complex political situation unfolded before the hero. 7 elders supported his return, 5 opposed it, and now he had to win full recognition. The gravity of the situation alarmed Ju Hyuk. Failure to gain recognition could result in the deletion of his character or even a complete ban from the game system. The new privileges brought the hero command over the secret forces of the 12 Elders of the Heavenly Devil, which seemed to him like another test from the ruthless system. The temporary nature of the privileges received and the transformation of the elders into members of the clan of followers convinced the hero of the need to achieve his goal by any available means. Ju Hyuk looked carefully at the assembled elders, trying to determine whether the legendary guardians of the Heavenly Devil's power truly stood before him. The elders immediately paid their respects to the hero, falling to the ground in a deep bow, sincerely glad that he was able to recognize their true nature. An awkward laugh escaped the hero, who did not dare admit to the elders that he had learned of the existence of the Heavenly Devil only a few minutes ago. Ju Hyuk told the elders about his mentor's mission to lead their organization and restore the former glory of the Heavenly Devil, which deeply touched their leader. Understanding the importance of the support of the 7 elders who sympathized with him, the hero suggested that they immediately set out on a journey to carry out an important mission. The elders reassured the hero with the news that all potential threats in the area had been eliminated, explaining the sudden silence in the area. The system notified Ju Hyuk that a process of checking his relationship with the elders had begun, which could influence further developments. By being recognized by the elders as members of the player's clan, Ju Hyuk received a portion of the experience from their actions in a certain region, which allowed him to reach level 9. Reflecting on the standard development system, where ordinary players reached level 20 by the age of 20, the hero realized the benefits of cooperating with the elders. After all the events, the hero turned to a man in white robes who introduced himself as Luxo, who occupied the honorary position of First Elder. Ju Hyuk decided to be honest with the elders about the restrictions that were placed on him in order to avoid any possible misunderstandings in the future. Despite his good memory of his mentor's techniques, the hero's physical capabilities did not yet allow him to use complex combat techniques to their full potential. Luxo was understanding of the hero's situation and listened to his request for trust, despite the temporary limitations in his abilities. Ju Hyuk solemnly promised the elders that, as their legitimate heir, he would lead them to a bright future where they would always bask in the rays of glory. The hero's sincere words brought tears of joy to the elders, and the system recorded a significant increase in their sympathy for the new leader. After the important meeting, the hero left the game system and went to the kitchen to quench his thirst and recuperate after the stressful events. In the kitchen, the hero met his sister Seiya, known by her game name Luna, who shared the good news about their guild receiving a lucrative quest. During the conversation, it became clear that a dangerous level 40 assassin, Getrak, was operating in the border region, armed with 2 pistols, and that a team of 7 people was required to capture him. Ju Hyuk was surprised by the unfairness of the situation. With a reward of 100 million gold for the criminal's head, the union offered the executors only 3 million in reward. The sister explained to her brother the typical situation in small unions, where the main work falls on the shoulders of ordinary members, not the leadership. Despite the modest reward, Luna remained optimistic and planned to use the money to buy meat for a shared dinner. The girl noted with concern that she and her brother had been eating poorly lately, which was reflected in his appearance with the appearance of dark circles under his eyes. The hero attributed his poor health to his extremely low luck and decided to immediately return to the game system to correct the situation. After connecting to Olympus, the hero received an urgent message from Luxo about an unknown observer who was watching them, but ordered the elders not to take any active action. Suspecting that the observer might be his sister, Ju Hyuk tried to contact her through the game's messaging system. The system reported that it was impossible to send a message due to the sister being on another continent, which excluded her from the list of possible observers. Suddenly, a smug voice came from behind the hero, belonging to a man who had finally discovered the mysterious killer who had been terrifying the locals. Turning around, Ju Hyuk saw the same wanted criminal, known for his mastery of 2 pistols. The criminal expressed obvious dissatisfaction with the fact that someone dared to impersonate him, and demanded that the matter be resolved in a fair one-on-one duel. At this moment, the hero especially appreciated the importance of the information about the criminal that his sister had previously shared with him. Despite Ju Hyuk's high stats, the 30-level difference between him and a level 40 opponent was a cause for serious concern. Reflecting on the impact of differences in levels, equipment, and items on the outcome of the battle, the hero understood that he had no right to lose during the most important quest. Not wanting to take any risks in a single combat, Ju Hyuk immediately summoned Luxo, whose sudden appearance caused obvious confusion in the overconfident opponent. The criminal could not hide his surprise at the unexpected appearance of the old man, whose presence he had not felt at all until that moment. At the hero's command, Luxo immediately drew his sword, preparing to destroy the dangerous enemy without further ado. The assassin underestimated his opponents, believing that a newcomer and an elderly man would not pose a serious threat to him in combat. The criminal's self-confident laughter was cut off along with his head, which Luxo severed with one lightning-fast movement of his sword. The speed and efficiency with which Luxo dealt with the dangerous enemy left the hero in a state of deep amazement. Ju Hyuk couldn't believe that he could defeat a level 40 opponent so easily. Questions swirled in the hero's head about whether the enemy was really that weak or whether Luxo possessed incredible strength that exceeded all expectations. While Ju Hyuk was pondering what had happened, Luxo ceremoniously presented him with the head of the defeated enemy, for which the system began to award the hero experience points. The system assessed the hero's participation in the battle against an enemy 30 levels higher than him, rewarding him with additional experience points and a valuable trophy worth 100 million gold. An incredible set of circumstances brought the hero unexpected luck. Having received the status of chaos and lost the opportunity to work normally, he unexpectedly acquired a valuable trophy. Ju Hyuk instructed the elder to continue his quiet hunt for the surrounding creatures, realizing that this would help him quickly regain his lost power and influence. Recognizing the importance of current events, the hero decided to fully immerse himself in the role of ruler and follow any scenario that the game system offered him. The next 2 weeks were spent in continuous wandering, during which the faithful Luxo tirelessly carried out his master's orders, destroying enemies and helping to level up. Ju Hyuk's amazing progress allowed him to reach level 13 in just 2 weeks, while other players needed years of development. The special mind technique available to the hero required reaching at least level 40, which was to become the true starting point of his power. The hero eagerly awaited the moment when he could use the full power of the Heavenly Devil's techniques, which opened up incredible possibilities for development. Dreams of the future filled Ju Hyuk's head. Having received a stable income, he planned to found his own company and develop a serious business. Returning to pressing problems, the hero thought about the need to properly dispose of the bandit's head, which was beginning to weigh him down. While browsing real-world forums, Ju Hyuk learned of a recommendation to sell valuable items within the Olympus game to avoid the risk of robbery in real life. The situation seemed hopeless. The chaos status blocked access to official in-game institutions, and selling in the real world threatened loss of money and possible problems. Lost in thought, the hero did not notice the appearance of his sister, who quietly knocked on his room, wanting to know how he was doing. Seiya's unexpected visit proved to be very opportune, although his sister mistakenly assumed that her brother simply needed pocket money for his current expenses. Ju Hyuk hesitantly asked his sister about the possible actions with Gatrak's head, which caused the girl to laugh sincerely and bewilderment. The sister cheerfully suggested that her brother take advantage of the possible reward and buy himself some hamburgers, promising to be happy if he treated her too. Showing concern for his sister, Ju Hyuk offered to split the future proceeds from the sale of the head equally between them, which surprised the girl. The unexpected seriousness of his brother and the strangeness of his conversations caused Seiya genuine concern and confusion about what was happening. The sister reminded her brother of Gatrak's high level and his inability to leave the training area, doubting the reality of his story. Ju Hyuk admitted that a few days ago he managed to escape from the training area and successfully deal with a dangerous opponent. The girl considered her brother's words an inappropriate joke until he told her about his true strength level, which reached 99 units. Trying to remind his sister of an old screenshot from 10 years ago showing his level didn't bring the desired understanding. The old message about his brother being level 99 only filled Seiya with disbelief, causing him to think about the strange changes in his behavior. The sister admitted that she mistook the old screenshot for a simple fake created using an image editor. Having forgiven his sister for her mistrust, Ju Hyuk suggested that she go to the Lyphrian Mountains of Sentinia, promising to provide the exact coordinates of the location. Seiya's concern about the difference in levels was understandable, as her level 25 seemed too low for such a dangerous journey. Her brother's frank admission of his status as a chaosite and his immersion into a state of complete chaos left the girl in a state of deep shock. Following her brother's instructions, Seiya reached the entrance to the Lyphrian Mountains and tried to convince the guards to let her into the dangerous territory. Concerned guards tried to dissuade the girl from the risky journey, warning her of the mortal danger of local monsters. Displaying surprising calm, the girl reminded the guards of the respawn system, which makes any death in the game a temporary inconvenience. Having stocked up on food and received final warnings from the guards, Seiya set out, mentally promising to take revenge on her brother if his words turned out to be a lie. The 3-hour journey through the unusually quiet terrain confirmed the brother's words about the destruction of all native creatures in the area. The oppressive emptiness of the surrounding space created the impression of a complete absence of life, as if death had touched every creature in these places. The sudden appearance of Ju Hyuk broke the oppressive silence of the deserted area, causing his sister to flinch in surprise. The girl's frightened scream was so powerful that it caused bleeding from the hero's ears, unprepared for such a sonic attack. An indignant Seiya reproached her brother for the lack of warning about his appearance, which had frightened her so much in this deserted place. The girl's anger quickly turned to amazement at the sight of the incredible energy of chaos that surrounded her brother like a dark halo. The realization of the gravity of the situation led Seiya to the realization that her brother had likely committed the irreparable act of destroying important NPCs. Instead of explaining, Ju Hyuk silently handed over to his sister the treasured item, the head of the infamous player Gatrak, causing her to look at him with incredulous amazement. The realization of the trophy's value filled Seiya with joy, and her brother urged her to hurry with the exchange of the valuable find. A thorough examination of the trophy confirmed its authenticity, proving that it was indeed the head of the wanted criminal. Successfully completing the quest earned the girl an impressive reward of 100 million gold coins, exceeding all her expectations. The joyful thought of being able to buy his favorite dishes even with half the amount he received filled Seiya's heart with genuine delight. The memory of her brother constantly suffering from nausea after returning from Olympus suddenly took on new meaning for the girl. The mother's concern about the strange food that was supposedly causing her son's illness now seemed naive in light of the revealed truth about his ordeal. Understanding the true reasons for his brother's suffering prompted Seiya to perform a noble act as a sign of gratitude for the suffering he had endured. At their next meeting, the girl handed her brother an impressive bag containing 99 million gold coins. Surprised, Ju Hyuk didn't understand his sister's decision, remembering their agreement to split the reward equally between them. Seiya explained her decision by her desire to support her brother after 20 years of trials, leaving herself only a modest million for current expenses. Despite her brother's persistent offers to take back the promised half, the girl ran off on business, promising to buy hamburgers for the family dinner. Left alone with the bag of money, Ju Hyuk calculated that after deducting the commission and taxes, he would have about 80 million won left at his disposal. The incredible size of the sum earned amazed the hero's imagination, confirming his conviction that he was truly participating in the most important quest of his life. The status of a chaos site and the fact that the SSS's highest-ranking quest hadn't even begun faded into the background in front of the impressive sum of 80 million, promising even more generous rewards in the future. Realizing the importance of development, Ju Hyuk was determined to make every effort to reach level 40, despite the time and difficulties that lay ahead. The hero understood that accelerated development was becoming not just a goal, but an important investment in his future, capable of generating additional profit. That evening, Ju Hyuk turned to his sister, known as Luna, for help, asking her to purchase the necessary items on his behalf. The girl, tired after work, agreed to help her brother only after he promised to give her 300,000 won a month for pocket money. The successful negotiations resulted in an increase in the monthly payment to 500,000 won, after which Seiya, feeling like she was working overtime, entered the game capsule. Several hours of painstaking work allowed Ju Hyuk to collect a complete set of the necessary artifacts to accelerate his development. The acquired collection included a variety of experience-boosting items: a small growth ring, a training necklace, a growth bracelet, and various magical earrings. Having spent 70 million gold coins on equipment, the hero felt a slight sadness from the sudden parting with his first independent income. Without going into details about the purchases, Seiya requested that a teleportation point be set up for future errands to make such tasks easier. Ju Hyuk readily agreed to help his sister, assuming that the cost of installing the teleportation point would be quite reasonable and affordable. The unexpectedly high price of 3 million gold for installation and an additional 300,000 for each use made the hero think seriously. The realization of his rapid spending of money came to the hero simultaneously with his departing sister's advice to hide his unsightly accessories in invisibility mode. After an awkward farewell to his sister, the hero activated the invisibility of objects, realizing the need to increase his income for comfortable development. Focusing on the tasks at hand, Ju Hyuk called upon the elders to continue his journey and further level up. The next day brought the hero to a new part of the forest, where he leisurely explored the area in search of his first prey. Hidden behind a tree, the knight kept a close eye on the suspicious stranger, using a scan to determine his status as a chaosite. The delighted knights decided to take advantage of the opportunity to increase their reputation, considering the poorly equipped Ju Hyuk an easy prey. The squad leader doubted the enemy's weakness, but the hero's limited field of vision convinced him that they were facing an inexperienced newcomer. Following the instincts of an experienced fighter, the commander ordered his squad to prepare weapons for the upcoming battle. The hero's peaceful walk was interrupted by a system warning about an attempt by external forces to seize control of his body. The misunderstanding of the situation was quickly cleared up when the enemy caster discovered the hero's unusual resistance to magical binding. The strange combination of high resistance and simple equipment led opponents to assume that the hero belonged to the priest class. The attackers explained the discrepancy in level and equipment by the possible recent death of the hero and the loss of valuable artifacts. The impatient archer decided to act on his own, hoping to get into the League of Heroes after destroying one chaos site. The commander called the squad into organized action, instructing Captain Yu to distract the enemy from teleporting while the main forces prepared the attack. Without turning to face the attackers, Ju Hyuk calmly warned them of the only chance to survive: to immediately leave the dangerous area. Ignoring the warning, the boss ordered an attack on the chaos site, but the unexpected resistance to his weapon made him doubt the enemy's level. A simultaneous attack by the entire detachment, including archers, did not bring the desired result, only increasing suspicions about the enemy's strength. The first to realize the danger of the situation was an experienced archer, who assumed that the chaos site had specially prepared for the battle and lured them into a trap. The commander stood frozen in disbelief, watching the unexpected developments and the enemy's impenetrable defense. Observing the confusion of his opponents, Ju Hyuk realized the need to enter the battle in order to quickly end the unpleasant situation. Deprived of the ability to use special skills, the hero decided to rely on basic combat stances and hand-to-hand combat. The wary archer guessed that his opponent was preparing a powerful magical move, seeing his unusual fighting stance. An attempt to retreat using an anti-magic shot proved too late in the face of the enemy's swift actions. Ju Hyuk's lightning strike ended the life of the enemy commander, demonstrating the hero's true strength. A system notification reported an increase in the dark aura and a deepening of sin, but these consequences hardly bothered the focused hero. The next melee knight turned out to be even weaker than the first, confirming the hero's guess about his role as a distracting tank. The support group, left without a commander, froze in confusion, trying to establish contact with the dead captain. The revived captain managed to transmit the order to retreat, realizing the impossibility of defeating the unexpectedly strong enemy. The archer immediately transmitted the order to retreat, admitting his mistake in assessing the enemy, whom he considered an ordinary magician. The unexpected proximity of Ju Hyuk caught the retreating archer by surprise, who did not have time to react to the enemy's rapid movement. The hero grinned, watching the sudden change in the behavior of his self-confident opponent, who went from aggression to panicked flight. Observing the enemy's leap technique, the archer recognized the style of the legendary hunter player Rufendal, a renowned fighter above level 60. The destruction of the entire squad, including the support group, brought the hero level 16 and the system's recognition of his stylish combat behavior. The successful battle strengthened the clan's loyalty and activated the previously disabled charisma stat, which the hero was genuinely pleased about. Luxo, who appeared after the battle, urgently asked the Lord to follow him to the lair of the Heavenly Devil for an important conversation. The 7-day trek to his destination proved so tiring that the hero's legs began to lose sensation from the constant walking. The hero was surprised by the inexplicable remoteness of the village, which made him think about the reasons for such a location. Following Luxo, at his sudden request, Ju Hyuk didn't expect the journey to take such a long time, wondering why he couldn't use the portal in the middle of the desert. The only consolation during the endless journey was the activation of the acceleration point, although for most of the week the hero still had to move on foot through the deserted area. A 7-day trek through a lifeless landscape devoid of animals or monsters tested even a level 99 hero's strength. Luxo's long-awaited announcement of his arrival in the village filled Ju Hyuk, exhausted by the long journey, with joyful hope for rest and a full meal. The first glimpse of the village shattered the hero's joyful expectations. The once majestic settlement presented a sad spectacle of complete decline and ruin. The locals, despite the village's dire state, greeted Ju Hyuk's arrival with genuine joy, seeing him as the long-awaited absolute and future restorer. The activation of the Restore the Destroyed Village quest coincided with the hero's thoughts about the need to first restore his own strength after a grueling journey. The solemn welcoming ceremony concluded with the appearance of the ancient prophet Carlos, who, despite his venerable age of 163 years, personally greeted the new ruler. In a private conversation, the prophet told the ruler an ancient story about the 12 elders who hid from the empire and traveled the world in search of the true descendants of the Absolute. The harsh reality of the area was the complete absence of wildlife and the impossibility of farming, making the territory virtually uninhabitable. The locals, forced to hide in these inhospitable lands, spent many years waiting for the arrival of Ju Hyuk, placing all their hopes on him. The hero's confusion over the lack of a simple solution to the supply problem was expressed in a direct question about the reasons for such a difficult situation. Prophet Carlos revealed the bitter truth about the magical confinement that prevented anyone, including the elders, from bringing anything from outside into the closed area. Realizing the critical situation of the residents, Ju Hyuk immediately called Luxo to discuss the immediate task of providing the population with food. Luxo's alarming response that the inhabitants could only hold out until the full moon forced the hero to act decisively and immediately. Climbing the cliff in front of the exhausted residents, the hero sincerely apologized for his long absence and promised to rectify the situation as soon as possible. Ju Hyuk's solemn vow to give his last for the well-being of the people was accompanied by a request to be patient until the full moon, when he could change their lives for the better. The hero's sincere speech brought the desired result. The system recorded a significant increase in the favor and loyalty of the residents of the Heavenly Devil Village. After the speech, Ju Hyuk ordered Luxo to follow him, leaving the rest of the elders to guard the village in their absence. Before setting off, the hero clearly outlined the tasks. Luxo had to destroy the monsters he encountered and collect all valuable items, including mana stones. The confidence that the quest could be successfully completed with due diligence gave the hero the determination with which he set about implementing his plan. An eventful week has passed since Ju Hyuk and Luxo set off on a dangerous journey to the Liefrian Mountains. Ju Hyuk's ability to complete all the necessary preparations in just 1 hour drew sincere admiration from the experienced Luxo. The hero's calm explanation of his carefully thought-out system for quickly packing and collecting essentials revealed his practical approach to problem-solving. The events of a few days ago began with an unexpected message from Ju Hyuk to his sister Seiya, who was traveling around the city asking for an important favor. The brother's unusual request was to deliver a magic bag and 800 jars of porridge to a familiar place in the Liefrian Mountains. The careful preparation of food with the help of her sister raised natural questions in the girl about the purpose of such a quantity of supplies and the magic bag. Instead of explaining, Ju Hyuk handed his sister a precious blue stone, which led her to suspect that her brother had an influential secret sponsor. The hero's cheerful laughter accompanied his explanation that the stone was his personal find and his request to sell it, keeping 10% of the proceeds for himself. Seiya's dissatisfaction with his brother's sudden luck did not stop him from asking to purchase a third teleporter for further travel. A stone found during a hunt allowed the hero to acquire a teleportation system with multiple travel points, significantly reducing travel time. The high cost of the third teleport was fully justified by the significant time savings, which were critical to completing the mission. At the same time, the 12th Elder Edar expressed obvious dissatisfaction with the Lord's decision to abandon the village of the Heavenly Devil, leaving the borders unprotected. The Elder believed that the one who declared himself a successor must live up to his high rank, and even Luxo's presence did not justify the absence of the new ruler. A group of dissenting elders were ready to eliminate the Heavenly Devil at the slightest sign of lies or harm, showing extreme wariness of the new leader. The loud cries of the inhabitants attracted Edar's attention, forcing him to leave the tent to find out the reason for the unusual bustle in the settlement. Ju Hyuk, who delivered a large amount of provisions, showed concern for the health of the starving residents, suggesting that they start with light food instead of fatty foods. The only question that troubled the wary Edar was the mysterious origin of such a quantity of food in a closed area. Grateful residents, without asking unnecessary questions, praised the merciful Absolute, which contributed to a further increase in the level of loyalty to the ruler. Showing his organizational skills, Ju Hyuk instructed one of the elders to help Luxo in the fair distribution of the porridge he had brought among the population. Secluded in his tent, the hero reflected on the need to improve not only his food, but also his living conditions and clothing, understanding the priority of the food issue. The unexpected visit of the 12th Elder Edar to the Lord's tent caused genuine surprise in Ju Hyuk, who was deep in thought. A stunning scene of repentance unfolded before the hero as the powerful elder fell to his knees, begging for forgiveness for his past disloyalty. Ju Hyuk's surprised look at the kneeling elder was accompanied by a system notification about receiving a confession from the 12th elder. Genuine tears of remorse streamed down Edar's face as he acknowledged his mistake in doubting the new leader's authenticity. The unexpected ease of gaining the loyalty of one of the most skeptical elders pleasantly surprised Ju Hyuk, who had expected a more difficult path. Displaying the wisdom of a ruler, the hero reassured the repentant elder, acknowledging his own shortcomings as a leader and showing understanding for his previous doubts. Ju Hyuk explained his limitations to the elder and expressed his understanding for his mistrust, asking for his support in the future and promising to repay his trust with dignity. The system confirmed the establishment of an ideal relationship between master and servant, guaranteeing its preservation provided mutual trust was maintained. A calm smile lit up the face of the hero, who had reached level 19 and successfully overcome another stage of the difficult path. Receiving level-up points inspired the hero to think about using his accumulated stats and heading to a place that would be important for his development. Luxo's warning about possible suspicions from the Empire led the hero to choose Edar, who possessed excellent stealth skills, as his companion. Teleportation to the Lyphrian Mountains led the travelers to an unexpected encounter with a huge bear, which blocked their path in the wildlands. Looking closely at the unusual enemy, Ju Hyuk noted that this was the first time he had encountered a bear of such gigantic size in these parts. Edar's readiness to immediately engage in combat with the dangerous creature was stopped by Ju Hyuk's determined intention to test his strength on his own. Having assessed the enemy, the hero identified him as a level 40 monster, which usually required a well-coordinated group of 5 or 6 experienced fighters to defeat. Memories of past battles gave Ju Hyuk confidence. A lone monster, even such an impressive one, did not pose a serious threat. The hero's lightning-fast attack resulted in instant victory over the bear, earning him a reward of experience and 20,000 gold coins. Surprised by the ease of his victory, Ju Hyuk pondered the reasons for this result, trying to understand. Either the monster was unexpectedly weak, or his own strength had increased significantly. Having confirmed that he had sufficient strength for the next stage, the hero suggested that Edar go to the Amantium dungeon, despite the days of travel ahead. Arriving at the entrance to the dungeon was accompanied by Edar's warning about the many footprints, which was natural for a popular beginner dungeon near the starting city. The location's popularity was due to the opportunity to earn level-up points, which attracted many academy students and instructors from major unions. After easily defeating the giant bear, Ju Hyuk became interested in comparing his abilities with those of experienced instructors from the Great Union. Focusing on the main goal, the hero suggested that Edar take advantage of the moment to quietly enter the dungeon. A group of students in the safe zone shared their worries before their next dungeon dive, despite having experience with similar forays. The students' ambitious plans to completely clear the dungeon were unexpectedly interrupted by the appearance of a strange stranger. An unsettling feeling made the students turn around and see Ju Hyuk, shrouded in dark energy, whom they mistook for a dangerous chaosite. The instructor immediately took a defensive stance in front of the students, amazed at the audacity of the chaosite who dared to appear in such a place. The previous days of travel allowed Ju Hyuk to make important observations. When killing monsters with his own hands, items almost never dropped. A status check confirmed a connection between the hero's extremely low luck and a reduced chance of receiving items after a victory. Thinking about ways to increase item drops led the hero to a difficult dilemma due to the inability to control his immense power. The disgruntled instructor approached the uninvited guest, intending to find out the true reasons for his appearance in the guarded dungeon. The sister's warning about the danger of level 40 instructors from large alliances did not prepare the hero for such an aggressive encounter on the threshold of the dungeon. The tense dialogue with the instructor was aggravated by the latter's obvious dissatisfaction with the disrespectful tone of the mysterious stranger. Demonstrating his superiority, the instructor warned of the consequences of disobedience, claiming that he had encountered many such violators. A quick scan of the stats showed the instructor that the enemy was level 19 without equipment, which strengthened his confidence in an easy victory. The lack of stealth skills and the status of a chaosite convinced the instructor that he was dealing with a student item hunter whose capture would earn him the title of hero. The arrogant behavior of the weak opponent caused the instructor to smile condescendingly and feel confident in his own superiority. Ju Hyuk tried to defuse the situation by explaining his peaceful intentions and desire to clear the dungeon, suggesting that everyone mind their own business. The instructor's categorical refusal to believe the words of the suspicious chaosite only worsened the tense situation in the dungeon. Addressing his charges, the instructor urged them to remain calm and stay behind him, preparing for a possible conflict. The unexpected behavior of the Holy Alliance representative forced Ju Hyuk to once again politely warn him about the consequences of rash actions. The instructor's distrust of the words of the supposed loser only increased with each attempt at a peaceful resolution of the situation. Ju Hyuk's last attempt to explain his true intentions in clearing the dungeon failed to prevent the impending conflict. The system alert about the deactivation of the dungeon's safe zone due to the appearance of enemies became a signal for an inevitable confrontation. The instructor's determination to protect the students from a perceived threat led to an open confrontation. Ju Hyuk's final warning about mutual non-aggression fell on deaf ears of the determined instructor. The instructor's confident attack ended with an unexpected result. The blade, which seemed to have reached its target, met with unexpected resistance. The use of a special technique allowed Ju Hyuk not only to block the blow, but also to demonstrate superiority over his overconfident opponent. The instructor's growing anxiety was heightened by the realization that his opponent was significantly different from the average inexperienced newcomer. A strange technique and an unexpected threat from a level 19 enemy forced the instructor to urgently request reinforcements through the system. Zhu Hyuk's patience was wearing thin after numerous attempts to resolve the conflict peacefully and ignoring his warnings. A powerful blow with bare hands not only overcame the knight's blade's defense, but also completely destroyed the experienced instructor's weapon. The system began an urgent request for support, which was interrupted by a powerful explosion that scattered all the students present throughout the dungeon. The realization that the instructor and several of his comrades had been killed by the shockwave forced the surviving students to reassess the danger of the chaos they had encountered. Zhu Hyuk's stern question about the others' readiness to join the fight was met with a unanimous, silent decision from the surviving students. The students' wise decision to refrain from continuing the conflict was met with approval from their powerful adversary. Zhu Hyuk's parting words included an unexpected encouragement to the students to work hard on the quest to achieve outstanding results. Heavy reflections on the conflict that had occurred left the hero with an unpleasant aftertaste, despite his status as a chaosite and his lack of intention to kill students. Having reached his intended goal, Zhu Hyuk found himself in front of an impressive defensive fortress in the center of the dungeon, guarded by an army of silent skeleton soldiers. Realizing the futility of hunting for items due to his stats, Zhu Hyuk decided not to waste time on individual skeletons and instead focus on quickly destroying the main base. The hero's approach to the ancient fortress activated a complex defense system, including not only an army of skeletons, but also powerful siege weapons on the walls. A calm inspection of the fortification allowed the hero to assess its strength and assume that it would take about 10 precise strikes to completely destroy the fortress. The incredible power of the first blow exceeded the hero's expectations. Before he could swing a second time, he watched as the ancient walls cracked and crumbled. The unexpectedly rapid destruction of the most powerful fortress from a single blow caused the hero to doubt its claimed strength, but confirmed the correctness of his actions. The instructors who arrived to help found only the ruins of the once impregnable fortress, not finding the culprit of the destruction at the scene. The discrepancy between the declared 19th level of chaos and the scale of destruction seemed inexplicable and impossible to experienced instructors. The mysterious ability of a single fighter to instantly destroy a fortress without touching a single skeleton led instructors to suspect the use of special artifacts. The system notification about the complete clearing of the dungeon, which seemed absurd to the arriving instructors, confirmed the incredible abilities of the mysterious chaosite. Not long before these events, the hero wandered through the dungeon, surprised by the unusually high concentration of skeleton soldiers in every accessible corridor. Having overcome all the obstacles that were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary level 19 player, Zhu Hyuk reached the final base, where he discovered a giant ruby crystal. The lack of a name for the final base alarmed the hero, forcing him to prepare more carefully for the upcoming test with the mysterious crystal. The unexpectedly easy destruction of the protective barrier with one blow made the hero think about the strange weakness of all the enemies he encountered in this world. Having completed the main task in the dungeon, Zhu Hyuk decided to immediately leave the dangerous territory before additional instructors arrived. The hero's swift movement towards the crystal through rows of ignored skeletal monsters demonstrated his determination to achieve his goal. Successful completion of a dungeon clear was marked by a system that awarded additional level-up points as a well-deserved reward. A modest reward for completing a low-level dungeon allowed the hero to reach level 20 and open the way to the mysterious Desert of Darkness. The hero's wariness of a possible ambush made him think about the tactics of the instructors, presumably waiting at the entrance to the dungeon. The system check was supposed to show the number of potential level 50 opponents gathered to capture the dangerous intruder. The exit from the dungeon presented the hero with an unpleasant surprise in the form of a significantly larger number of instructors waiting than originally expected. The girl's strange address to the invisible leader of the enemies made the hero look around in confusion, checking for the presence of disguised allies. Understanding the danger of a large-scale battle for nearby students, the female instructor sought a peaceful solution to the conflict. Demonstrating awareness of Zhu Hyuk's intentions, the woman expressed hope that unnecessary bloodshed could be avoided in this situation. The hero's growing irritation with constant persecution and interference was intensified by the realization that his simple desire to move forward was meeting with resistance. The hero's reluctance to become the cause of the deaths of helpless students forced him to seriously consider ways to resolve the current situation. The woman's demand to release the students was accompanied by the hero's counter-question about the instructor's willingness to comply with the previously expressed request for non-interference. Focusing on the main goal of reaching the Desert of Darkness helped the hero decide to postpone unnecessary conflicts until a more opportune time. The assistant's gratitude to Ms. Jergal for preventing casualties was accompanied by a bitter reminder of the instructor and students who had already died. The rapid clearing of the dungeon and the stranger's unusual abilities led the experienced female instructor to suspect the presence of powerful allies. The successful evacuation of the students was accompanied by reflections on the mysterious identity of the emerging Chaosite, whose true nature remained unknown. An analysis of the stranger's dark aura led the female instructor to suspect a possible connection with the notorious Chaosite Rufendal. The discrepancy between Rufendal's known 50th level and the stranger's readings was explained by the possible use of masking artifacts. Rufendal's sinister reputation was based on his ruthlessness towards any opponents and his lucrative trade in the trophies obtained from his slain victims. The real Rufendal's reflections on the appearance of the mysterious double were accompanied by an analysis of numerous rumors about his simultaneous presence in different places. The famous Chaosite was concerned about news of recent events in the dungeon, which threatened to draw additional attention to his person. The realization of potential problems with the Great Union prompted Rufendal to decide to personally track down and neutralize the imposter using his name. Zhu Hyuk's return to the Heavenly Devil Village was accompanied by an urgent gathering of all the elders to discuss the next course of action. The search for a specialist in large-scale magic among the elders was connected with the hero's plans to travel to places where powerful monsters congregate. Elder Zeta, a recognized master of the magical arts, readily offered her services to the ruler, confirming her superiority in the magical sciences. The hero's agreement to cooperate with Zeta was accompanied by her mysterious smile, which went unnoticed by Zhu Hyuk, who was immersed in thoughts about his sister's birthday. A system warning of the monster's imminent arrival sparked Zeta's terrifying vow to destroy enemies in the most brutal manner possible for the glory of his master. The elder's excessive determination and unquestioning loyalty caused the hero mixed feelings, bordering on mild anxiety. The calm conversation of those gathered at the dungeon was interrupted by the boastful statements of a strong team about plans to become famous for destroying all opponents. The team's ambitious plans included not only clearing out monsters and capturing the Bluestone, but also destroying the Chaosite to achieve heroic status. Zhu Hyuk used the last seconds before the monsters appeared to remind Zeta of the reasons for choosing her as his assistant. Zeta's willingness to demonstrate his magical abilities was accompanied by genuine pride in the opportunity to serve the great ruler. The elder's majestic gesture caused a spectacular display of purple lightning to appear in the sky, heralding a grand event. The magical performance reached its climax with the appearance of a powerful evil god summoned by Zeta, who received orders to destroy all of the ruler's enemies. Admiration for the incredible power of the summoned creature awakened in the hero a longing for his own honed skills, temporarily unavailable for use. The Zeta demon's mass destruction of humanity deepened Zhu Hyuk's sin and spread his fame as the rising Death Star across the continent. The appearance of the legendary title of Death Star became possible only after the player in Chaos Mode reached a certain level of notoriety among other inhabitants of the world. The Death Star title significantly weakened the wearer's combat capabilities, made them vulnerable to divine skills, and increased the resurrection time to 10 days. Despite the harsh penalties and the 100% chance of losing items upon death, Zhu Hyuk, as the leader of the Heavenly Devils, took his development in this direction. The constant stream of system notifications caused by Zeta's active actions went unnoticed by the hero, who was focused on solving current problems. The desperate calls for help from the dying soldiers did not bother Zhu Hyuk, who was confident that order would be restored and any obstacles to further action would be eliminated. The appearance of a huge herd of enraged bulls forced the hero to seek help from Zeta in order to effectively deal with the new threat. The elder's bloodthirsty promise to skin her opponents alive demonstrated her determination for the upcoming battle. The hero's hope that the bulls would resist his blows was expressed in a series of successive attacks aimed at testing their endurance. The instant defeat of the bull from the first blow and the reward of 18,000 gold pieces caused the hero a predictable disappointment with his excessive strength. Zeta's effective work with the remaining bulls and the opportunity to obtain artifacts somewhat consoled the hero, compensating for the failure of his personal involvement. The two observers, hiding in the thicket, were struck by the hunter's extraordinary cruelty, with the younger one mistaking their actions for automatic attacks. An experienced observer noted the particular importance of the melee mage, whose specialized attacks dealt impressive damage, unlike his sword-wielding partner. The mention of the enemy's magical abilities alarmed the young observer, who recalled the unsuccessful attempts of previous groups to resist them. The assumption of a minimum enemy level of 50 explained the incredible effectiveness of his actions and the inability of ordinary groups to offer resistance. Zeta's fighting spirit manifested itself in joyful cries of praise for the Overlord, accompanying her effective long-range magical attacks. The female elder's impressive abilities earned the sincere recognition of Ju Hyuk, who appreciated her professionalism in the magical arts. Successful leveling up was accompanied by the hero's request to Zeta to collect valuable blue stones dropped from the defeated bulls. The impressive number of stones collected pleased the hero, especially considering the incredible speed of completing the task, unattainable for ordinary players. The hero's intention to leave the territory changed after an unexpected system notification about the appearance of a boss that aroused his professional interest. The lurking onlookers anxiously awaited the appearance of the legendary Bull King, eager to see the mighty monster with their own eyes. The Black Bull King's majestic appearance was entirely befitting of his status as the main boss monster of this dangerous territory. Having encountered such an enemy for the first time, the hero instructed his assistant to destroy the small bulls and collect the dropped items. The hero's expectation of more serious resistance from the territory's boss was based on the desire to obtain a large pack of blue stones after its destruction. Zeta's alarming warning about the approach of a powerful force interrupted the hero's plans to confront the territory's boss. The hero's attempt to explain his intentions regarding the enemy was interrupted by his assistants pointing to a mysterious portal that had appeared nearby. The appearance of reinforcements through the portal did not surprise the hero, who understood the inevitability of such a development of events and the undesirability of a direct confrontation. The forced retreat due to temporary weakness was accompanied by the hero's firm confidence in the future revival of the glory of the heavenly devil. Zeta's admiration for the Overlord's success was based on the significant level increase and the extraction of 11 valuable blue stones. The lack of information about the new monster in the system announcements after exiting the game surprised the observant hero. Reflections on the influence of negative luck on the appearance of the previously unknown Black Bull King left the hero uncertain about the meaning of this event. Regret about the lost opportunity to get a pack of blue stones from a strong opponent did not leave the disappointed hero's thoughts. The system notification about the increased difficulty of the hunting grounds was accompanied by a story about a level 19 group's failed attempt to resist the black skeletons. The appearance of a black giant bear in the usual habitat of ordinary bears has sparked active discussion among players about critical changes. The hero's concerns about the possible connection between his actions and changes in the game world intensified after discovering discussions of a large-scale battle in the Desert of Darkness. The story of the mysterious Chaosite who destroyed a herd of bulls and retreated before the Black King ended with the victory of advanced players over the powerful boss. The news of 3 packs of blue stones falling from the defeated boss caused great irritation in the hero, who had missed out on valuable loot. Damned luck failed the hero again, depriving him of the opportunity to obtain 90 blue stones, worth almost 450 million gold. Financial analysis showed that the 50 million gold received was barely enough to provide food for the Heavenly Devil Village for 3 days. After accounting for exchange fees and tax deductions, the hero only had 15 million won in real money at his disposal. A limited budget significantly complicated the hero's plans to buy a gift for his sister, provide food, and purchase significant property. Multiple restrictions, including low levels, locked skills, and various penalties, made gameplay significantly more difficult for the hero. The only available path to development was leveling up, which significantly increased the difficulty of the gameplay for the hero. The appearance of the unusual Black Bull became the subject of an urgent report from a subordinate to his superior, who was concerned about the situation. An analysis of the unusual monster's characteristics showed that its actual strength significantly exceeded its statistical indicators. The confident order to continue carrying out missions while increasing the number of personnel required demonstrated the command's determination. Alliance Director Jung Wook-hyun's cynical attitude towards expendable players was based on the easy replaceability of regular members. The leader's additional assignment included a thorough investigation into the Chaosite's identity and the preparation of punishment for independent actions against the Great Union. 3 weeks of hard training allowed Ju Hyuk to make impressive progress, raising his level to 29. Luxo's unexpected appearance was accompanied by genuine concern for the Lord's health after a long period of intensive training. The hero's gratitude for the care shown was accompanied by assurances of excellent health and no cause for concern. Lord Ju Hyuk patiently explained to his assistant Luxo the important truth that, even with all the limitations of his body, he must remain strong for the sake of his friends and the future greatness of the heavenly devils. Ju Hyuk was determined not to waste time resting and to continue moving forward, so he asked Luxo to stop worrying and just support him in this important decision. Delighted by the words of his master, Luxo knelt before him and made a solemn oath to faithfully serve the Lord until his last breath in this wondrous world. The protagonist understood the correctness of his choice, because all his actions and decisions were aimed at achieving his cherished dream of his own apartment, an expensive car, and owning a beautiful building. An unexpected message from his sister interrupted the hero's thoughts. She was inquiring about receiving a new quest, which was now being actively distributed to all players in various corners of the game world. Before the hero could grasp the essence of his sister's message about the mysterious quest, the system sent him a notification about receiving a new task called Holy Thrones, which promised to be interesting. The main objective of the new quest is to combat evil on the continent by uniting all 7 sacred thrones, who must come together to confront the dark forces gaining power. After receiving a disturbing quest, the hero decided to return to the real world and check the gaming forums, where this hot news was already being actively discussed among many players. The gaming community has been hotly discussing the introduction of 7 hidden classes, with speculation that these special roles will be given not to ordinary players, but to those with significant financial resources. The protagonist was particularly concerned about the unknown characteristics of the new hidden classes, although he assumed they would be incredibly powerful due to their connection to the main story of the game world of Olympus. In response to his sister's question about participating in the quest, the hero calmly explained that he was unable to participate due to his affiliation with the Chaos faction, which blocked access to receiving quests from game characters. The hero's sister expressed her intention to participate in the quest despite being busy with alliance affairs, noting that strong players and those with plenty of free time would definitely accept the challenge. Reflecting on the situation, the hero realized the gravity of the situation, as the difficulty in the hunting zones had increased significantly, and the new quest seemed to involve himself and the heavenly devil as the main evil. Realizing the potential threat from the 7 hidden classes, the hero realized that his dreams of a peaceful life were being postponed, and now he urgently needed to become much stronger for protection. Returning to the game world of Olympus, the hero gathered his elders and informed them of an important decision, that he must undertake his next campaign completely alone. The worried elders tried to dissuade their master from the dangerous solo expedition, sincerely concerned for his safety in such turbulent times. Showing concern for his subordinates, the hero explained the true reason for his decision. An informant had reported a leak of data about the group's movements to the Empire, which posed a serious threat. The elders listened attentively to the overlord's explanation of the need to act covertly and agreed that moving alone would make him less visible to potential enemies. Deep gratitude filled the hearts of the elders when they realized that their lord was willing to risk his own safety to protect his loyal followers. As he said goodbye to the elders, the hero understood the wisdom of his decision to leave them to guard the village, as the new quest could lead to unnecessary conflict with the powerful empire. As he considered the future, the hero realized it was important to secure the support of the remaining 4 elders, as Edar had already joined him and Zeta had been on his side from the start. The hero understood the logic of improving living conditions after solving the food problem, but the high cost of food did not yet allow him to spend 300 million gold on building a house. After carefully considering the situation, the hero decided to focus on reaching level 40 to master the Mind That Conquers the Heavens technique and continue the quest on the Mentor's map. Realizing the importance of rapid development, the hero decided to train with maximum dedication and tirelessly improve his level to bring his desired future closer. The hero's search for powerful opponents led him to a pack of giant bears, which he successfully dealt with thanks to his fighting skills and accumulated battle experience. A successful hunt not only earned the hero the necessary experience points, but also helped relieve pent-up tension through active physical confrontation with powerful opponents. An unexpected bonus after the battle was the acquisition of a new skill, Unusually Powerful Fist, whose late appearance surprised the hero, but he immediately appreciated its potential usefulness. Studying the characteristics of the new skill, the hero learned that Extraordinary Fist absorbs the caster's strong will, determination, and burning desire for victory. A detailed description of the skill revealed its ability to inflict special damage on opponents when attacking with bare hands without the use of additional weapons. Having carefully studied the description, the hero was delighted by the perfect coincidence. Reducing the skill's attack power allowed him to obtain artifacts by finishing off his opponents with the final blow. Inspired by the new possibilities, the hero decided to acquire a pet to help him obtain the necessary items and was going to immediately head home to carry out his plan. A sudden, joyful cry from a stranger interrupted the hero's thoughts. Someone had been persistently seeking a meeting with Ju Hyuk and had finally achieved their goal. Rufendal's appearance and his confidence that he had found the right person made Ju Hyuk realize the seriousness of the unexpected meeting. Rufendal got straight to the point and told of his troubles with the Great Union due to constant confusion over the hero's identity. Ju Hyuk's displeased look betrayed his ignorance of his interlocutor's identity, although a closer analysis revealed the presence of a thick aura of a chaos player and the corresponding equipment. The frivolous ignorance of his identity shocked Rufendal so much that he took it as an inappropriate joke in a serious situation. Sincerely surprised by his interlocutor's self-confidence, Ju Hyuk honestly admitted that he had never heard of Rufendal and his supposed fame before. An angry Rufendal introduced himself and explained the problem. Because Ju Hyuk had impersonated him, serious trouble had arisen. Rufendal's intentions were simple: to catch the imposter and hand him over to the Alliance to solve all problems and restore his reputation. Rufendal demanded that Ju Hyuk kneel and beg for forgiveness, declaring the need to pay for the illegal use of someone else's name. Misinterpreting the enemy's silence as fear, Rufendal promised to spare Ju Hyuk's life on the condition that he voluntarily surrender and admit his guilt to the Alliance. Ju Hyuk's calm question about Rufendal's desire to arrange a duel sounded like a challenge, because the hero was not going to give up without serious resistance. Enraged by his opponent's audacity, Rufendal agreed to fight, confident in his superiority as an experienced chaosite who specialized in assassinations. After Rufendal's first strike, the hero looked calmly at his opponent, not understanding the mention of death, since the attack had only reduced his health by 3%. Having assessed the enemy's strength, Ju Hyuk doubted his high level and decided to test his skills in battle, activating a special fist with damage reduced by 90%. Observing the use of the special skill, Rufendal began to believe the rumors about the enemy's ability to kill the Alliance captain with one blow. Rufendal's confidence in victory was based on the assumption that there would be a long delay between the enemy's attacks when using such a powerful skill. Rufendal's astonishment reached its peak when his opponent closed the distance between them in a split second and prepared to strike. Ju Hyuk's first attack seemed to fail thanks to Rufendal's timely teleportation to a safe distance. Rufendal's special armor served its purpose. It shattered after the impact but successfully protected its owner's body from serious damage. After assessing his capabilities against the enemy, Ju Hyuk decided to change the damage reduction settings from 90 to 50% to increase his attack. Finding himself in such a situation for the first time, Rufendal suspected that his opponent was deliberately distracting him in order to recharge an important combat skill. Hoping to take advantage of the opportune moment to attack, the assassin rushed at Ju Hyuk, realizing the enemy's vulnerability while recharging his skills. Rufendal's confidence in a quick victory was replaced by amazement after a powerful blow unexpectedly landed right in the face. Multiple system notifications of the destruction of protective armor forced the experienced fighter to realize the cunning and treachery of his enemy. Ju Hyuk's tactical ploy was successful. After a fainting first strike, a full-force attack followed, catching the enemy off guard. The inability to use the Mind's Gaze skill, available only at level 55, forced the hero to constantly pursue the elusive enemy. An enraged Rufendal summoned a spirit helper, intending to demonstrate his true power before capturing his enemy for a showpiece presentation to the Grand Union. Observing the enemy's actions, the hero recalled the widespread rumors about a special signature method of killing for which Rufendal was famous. The enemy's characteristic movements confirmed the preparation of the legendary skill Heart Attack, known among experienced players. The just decision to use his own secret weapon resulted in the complete disabling of the power-blocking skill. Rufendal's ignorance of the enemy's constant use of the force suppression skill led to a misjudgment of the situation and a malicious laugh. Confidence in victory prompted Rufendal to launch a swift attack, bringing the confrontation to a decisive stage of close combat. The successful use of the heart attack skill did not save Rufendal from unexpected death, leaving him completely bewildered by what had happened. Zhu Hyuk's incredible resistance to the deadly skill led Rufendal to suspect that his opponent was a master of a special class of martial arts. Doubts about the reality of the enemy's death were reinforced by the incomprehension of how the previous attack could completely destroy all protective spells. The rash decision to attack without reliable protection left Zhu Hyuk perplexed about the intellectual abilities of the overconfident Rufendal. The minimal damage from the legendary skill Heart Attack made the hero think about possibly underestimating his own destructive power. The surprising lack of dropped items after the death of a Chaos player contradicted all known rules of game mechanics. The mysterious discrepancy between the Chaosite's status and the lack of dropped items left both participants in the strange confrontation perplexed. A careful examination of the battle site allowed the hero to discover the fragments of completely destroyed enemy objects scattered around. The loss of valuable equipment purchased with gold bars left Rufendal, who was shocked by what had happened, in a state of shock. The logical explanation for the lack of dropped items was that they had been completely destroyed during the final devastating attack. An easy victory over a level 50 opponent convinced Zhu Hyuk that he was ready to visit the high-ranking hunting grounds. Watching the victor leave, the enraged Rufendal vowed to find the mysterious adversary, no matter what the obstacles. The unexpected binding of a soul by a slavery skill instead of the usual reincarnation was the first such case that caused Rufendal serious concern. The appearance of the mysterious figure in the dark robe was accompanied by joyful thoughts about the rare luck of obtaining first-class experimental material. The sudden appearance of a sinister stranger with evil intentions caused natural fear in the helpless Rufendal. The stranger's calm admission of interest in his previous adversary was accompanied by satisfaction at the opportunity to use Rufendal himself. The return to life was accompanied by the imposition of a systemic spell, threatening eternal enslavement of the soul if not removed in a timely manner. The absurd order to do 10 push-ups caused a natural protest from Rufendal, who did not understand the reasons for obeying the strange demands. A systemic reminder of the consequences of disobeying a caster during soul enslavement warned of the inevitable suffering that would follow orders. The forced performance of push-ups was accompanied by mocking comments from a stranger about the benefits of obedient behavior in avoiding pain. Lack of previous experience with soul slavery led Rufendal to speculate about the existence of a new magic of a hidden class of necromancers. An analysis of the stranger's manner of speech revealed his young age, which gave rise to hope for the possibility of manipulation through flattery. Kneeling, Rufendal recalled his master's mention of his desire to obtain the body of the mysterious enemy for his own purposes. Having received confirmation of the stranger's intentions, Rufendal hid his sinister smile behind a promise of help in achieving his goal. After finishing his gaming session, Zhu Hyuk went with his sister to his favorite burger place to spend some time together. Her brother's generous offer to buy an unlimited supply of burgers brought genuine joy to Luna, who settled on 3 mouth-watering portions. The satisfaction of being able to provide for both the Heavenly Devil Village and the simple joys for his sister filled the hero's heart with peace. The unusual generosity of the brother, who had previously strictly limited his purchases to 1 burger, aroused the justifiable suspicions of his attentive sister. The assumption that the new task had influenced the brother's character change turned out to be wrong after the true reason for his unexpected generosity was revealed. The brother's serious tone and request for careful consideration of the upcoming conversation created a tense atmosphere between the relatives. The problem of critically low luck, preventing the acquisition of loot even after defeating the Chaosite, caused the hero growing concern. The declining effectiveness of his assistants and doubts about the usefulness of his pet led the hero to the idea of founding a joint farm with his sister. The unexpected proposal caused a shocked reaction from the girl, which was expressed in bewilderment regarding the relevance of opening new companies. Zhu Hyuk's calm clarification about the unusual nature of the planned undertaking somewhat softened his sister's initial surprise. Seiya's practical thoughts on market conditions included concerns about the dominance of the Grand Union and the influence of black monsters on the economy. The suggestion to carefully consider the decision was met with strong objections from the brother, who emphasized the length of preliminary planning. Seiya's curiosity about the details of the unusual venture was aroused, prompting his brother to begin a detailed explanation of his business plan. The Alliance Director was holding an important meeting in the conference room, discussing the recent loss of many Alliance members in a dangerous region called the Desert of Darkness. Particular attention at the meeting was given to an unusual chaosite who gained notoriety for his principle of not attacking first and not killing without good reason. The president spoke about the recommendations sent out everywhere to leave any encountered chaosite without items alone in order to avoid unnecessary conflicts and losses. A significant discovery was the recording of the battle between the real Rufendal and the mysterious chaosite obtained by Jung Wook-hyun, which refuted previous assumptions. The video obtained by Jung Wook-hyun made a strong impression on the president, who did not expect to receive such important evidence of the events taking place. A careful review of the battle footage helped those present understand the fatal error in Rufendal's tactics that led to his defeat. Analysis of the video footage revealed that the unknown chaosite possessed outstanding, high-level close combat skills and easily dealt with the enemy after the defense was destroyed. Despite the unknown fighter's young age, experts have suggested that he possesses a hidden class, although he has not yet learned to fully utilize his abilities. The information gathered included an interesting promotion quest from a noble player character, the contents of which particularly interested the Alliance president. The quest turned out to be about capturing a certain Ramtidian, whom the local nobles considered a dangerous representative of the Chaos faction. The presentation of a portrait of the wanted Ramtidian raised doubts in the president, who immediately noticed significant differences from the appearance of the well-known Chaos Monger. A background check conducted with the nobles led to an unexpected discovery. The game system identified the elusive Chaosite as Ramtidian. Alliance leadership decided to focus its efforts on capturing available targets for promotion points, rather than wasting resources on searching for an elusive enemy. Jung Wook-hyun's carefully thought-out plan involved forming 30 men and using the rank and file of the Alliance to wear down the enemy and make payments. One employee expressed concern about the amount of compensation, given the real pain sensitivity associated with injuries in the virtual world of Olympus. The director's confident words about the company's young employees' dedication and their willingness to work hard to earn growth points sounded like a final decision. The president's approval of a sum of 3 million won for the successful completion of the mission was the final touch in the discussion of the financial side of the operation. Jung Wook-hyun presented a detailed plan for distributing the 700 million gold reward among the president, directors, participants, and organizers of the operation. The president's approval of the plan was accompanied by an order to immediately begin the operation, despite possible casualties among rank-and-file union members. The long-awaited meeting between brother and sister took place in the mountains, where the girl brought an impressive collection of magical books for study. The sister expressed concerns about the effectiveness of the books brought, as they contained only basic spells for novice magicians. The girl's anxiety was intensified by the realization that she had no time to learn new spells, as her brother should have received an advanced game class long ago. Opening one of the books, the hero read ancient wisdom about how even a simple weed can turn into a powerful weapon in the hands of a true martial arts master. Explaining the meaning of what he read to his sister, Ju Hyuk explained the possibility of turning a normal attack into a special move if the character has outstanding characteristics. While learning various combat skills, the hero felt regret about not having developed his game characteristics enough to fully realize his potential. Careful observation of her brother's actions led the sister to a startling discovery. The owner of such incredible abilities still remained without a specific class. Realizing the true state of affairs forced the girl to reconsider her decision to quit, which she had made at the request of her brother, on whose support she had been counting heavily. Understanding the responsibility he had for his sister, who had trusted him, Ju Hyuk promised that together they would reach unprecedented heights and become true masters of their craft. Preparation for training began with the removal of all equipment that provided additional bonuses to the sister's character's strength and health stats. When he began his magical experiments, Ju Hyuk honestly admitted his lack of experience and chose a simple healing spell, despite warnings about its weakness. Confidence in his own abilities prompted the hero to test the effect of basic healing on his sister, hoping to enhance the spell with his own characteristics. The lack of noticeable changes after casting the spell made the girl reach for a recovery potion to improve her health. An amazing discovery awaited the sister when, at her brother's request, she checked his health indicators and discovered that all parameters had been completely restored. Encouraged by the success of the healing spell, Ju Hyuk decided to give his sister a boosting effect to test her abilities in real combat. The sister's confusion about a possible training opponent turned to wariness when her brother simply asked her to turn around. The girl was taken by surprise by the appearance of a huge giant bear, which growled menacingly, preparing to attack its opponents. Seiya couldn't believe her brother's intention to force her to fight such a huge enemy alone, as such missions were usually carried out in groups. Her brother's refusal to help in the battle forced the girl to gather all her strength and defeat the giant bear in 3 minutes of intense combat. After a grueling battle, Seiya fell to her knees, not believing in her ability to defeat such a powerful opponent without assistance. The joy of victory was heightened by the discovery of a blue stone that had fallen from the defeated bear, worth a whopping 5 million won. Demonstrating the benefits of working independently, Ju Hyuk explained to his sister that in alliances, most of the spoils would go to the organization, not the players themselves. The hero's development plan included reaching level 45 in the Desert of Darkness, and he invited his sister to join him on this dangerous but promising adventure. Upon arriving in the Desert of Darkness, the hero deliberately distracted the aggressive bulls, giving his sister the opportunity to demonstrate her acquired fighting skills. Seiya's swift reaction resulted in her casting a powerful lightning spell that instantly struck down all the attacking bulls, demonstrating her strength. The girl's sincere joy after successfully completing the hunt was expressed in joyful jumps, and her brother warmly congratulated her on her excellent result. The discovery of a whole collection of 18 blue stones delighted the girl, who already dreamed of opening her own cafe with the proceeds. A warning sign for Ju Hyuk was the unusual absence of other players in a once popular location, which could indicate serious changes. The appearance of dangerous black monsters explained the sparseness of the place, and the hero easily repelled the enemy's sudden attack with his signature move. The brother and sister's coordinated actions allowed them to quickly deal with the enemy. Seiya finished him off with lightning and collected the dropped items as instructed by her brother. As she followed her brother's instructions to collect loot from defeated enemies, the girl couldn't shake the unpleasant feeling that their actions resembled robbery. In the game world, everyone considered Ju Hyuk to be just a low-level chaosite, which gave him the advantage of taking items from those who dared to attack first, and he calmly explained this to his opponents. Suddenly turning around, Ju Hyuk saw an army of high-level knights approaching, no lower than level 50, which turned out to be so numerous that even his sister Seiya was frightened by such a number. Seiya couldn't understand how her brother had managed to attract the attention of an entire raid of players and suggested an immediate retreat, but Ju Hyuk remained unperturbed, realizing that the time for escape had already passed. The game system caused genuine fear in Seiya, with its announcement that no one would be able to leave the battle area until the PvP battle was completely over. Ju Hyuk activated a secure communication channel between the players and promised his sister that everything would end well, but asked her to move away so that she would not have problems due to communication with him. The approaching knights saw Ju Hyuk's sly smile, who asked how many warriors they would need to defeat him, and warned that he would not harm those who did not attack first. Director Jin of the Alliance, having identified their target, gave clear instructions to his warriors to keep a safe distance and follow the chosen strategy to successfully complete the mission. A group of mages cast a binding spell on Ju Hyuk, attempting to immobilize his body with external forces, but his own strength proved sufficient to automatically resist the magic. Ju Hyuk's confusion as to why people were ignoring his warnings to kill if attacked led him to immediately create a massive fireball towards his opponents. Director Jin deemed the attack weak and ordered the tanks to move forward to create a powerful defensive barrier called Magic Breakthrough that would easily deal with normal magic. According to Captain Jin's explanation, the hero's lack of a specific class meant that his basic magic was of no threat, so tanks had to quickly organize a combo skill to destroy him. Watching the barrier being destroyed, the hero reflected on the strangeness of his nicknames. Before, he had been called Rufendal, but now they had come up with a new name, and this situation was beginning to irritate him. After the smoke cleared from Ju Hyuk's powerful attack, Commander Jin realized with horror that all of his tankers had been destroyed by a single enemy strike. The commander couldn't believe what was happening, because the enemy was only using basic magic, and given Ju Hyuk's reputation as a master of hand-to-hand combat, what happened seemed completely illogical. Deeply shocked by what he saw, Director Jin ordered the remaining warriors to prepare for battle and tried to understand how simple basic magic could have such destructive power. The director pondered the contradiction between the enemy's high magical power and low resistance to slavery, who stood motionless under the effect of a binding spell, raising questions about his true nature. In an unexpected display of mercy, Ju Hyuk warned his opponents of their imminent death from his magic and advised them to leave the battlefield immediately for their own safety. An impressed Seiya shared her surprise with her brother at the incredible size of the fireball, And although Ju Hyuk himself had not expected such an effect, he diligently concealed his surprise. The worried girl questioned her brother about the effect of the enemy's magic, which supposedly restricted his movements, but after learning the truth about the spell's lack of effect, she could not understand the reason for his immobility. Ju Hyuk explained to his sister that his stillness was due to their conversation, and the fact that he was waiting for the recharge of the fireball, which he planned to use against his opponents several more times. Observing her brother's actions during the battle, Seiya understood that his behavior could hardly be called reasonable, but she recognized his right to act at his own discretion. The system informed Ju Hyuk of the 50-second cooldown for the fireball skill, which made him annoyed due to the long wait, but he couldn't change the limitation. Captain Jin ordered the ranged troops to prepare for a full-scale attack on his signal, trying to understand the situation with the enemy, who was displaying the abilities of a magician instead of the expected skills of a fighter. The Alliance president received an urgent message from Jin asking for support and the need to send a high-level tanker to create a magical barrier, as their enemy was not a close combat fighter. Jin informed the president of the 3 dead soldiers and the current lull in enemy reloading, emphasizing the need to quickly capture the target to minimize further losses. The president realized the error of the information he had received about the enemy and decided to increase the number of attackers, despite possible financial losses, in order to cope with the unexpectedly strong enemy. Jin led his warriors into the attack, explaining to them that now was the best moment for victory, since the enemy, although he possessed magic, was under the influence of a binding spell. During the massive attack by the enemies, Ju Hyuk exhibited strange behavior, smiling, and making no attempt to evade the impending danger. The archers and mages launched a continuous stream of varied attacks, striving to create the perfect combination of skills and not give the enemy a single opportunity to strike back. Watching the events unfold, Captain Jin became convinced of the effectiveness of his tactics, based on constantly tying up the enemy and properly organized attacks, regardless of their class. The captain hoped to inflict significant damage on the enemy before the president arrived, expecting to reduce his health by at least half during the current attack. Jin was in complete shock when he discovered that Ju Hyuk was methodically eliminating the knights one by one, realizing the ineffectiveness of the binding spell he had used. Ju Hyuk moved swiftly between his opponents, using fireballs to destroy them with incredible efficiency, demonstrating the superiority of his fighting skills. After destroying another group of fighters, Ju Hyuk, with a sly smile, reminded the captain of his warning that he would not have killed them if they had not attacked first. The remaining knights were filled with great fear, unable to understand the nature of their opponent's abilities, who was demonstrating outstanding combat skills despite their assumptions about his magical specialization. In the midst of Jin's panic and attempts to organize a target lockdown, the president appeared, thanked the captain for his work, and took command. The president announced an agreement with partners and the dispatch of additional forces by all alliances after promising to share the level-up quest for capturing Ju Hyuk. Despite the significant human resources at his disposal, the president expressed surprise at Ju Hyuk's ability to eliminate so many opponents in a short period of time. The alliance leadership was confident of the success of the operation thanks to 200 fighters, who formed a virtually invincible army, ready to confront a single enemy. The president was counting on a quick victory, believing that a lone enemy would be very tired after a long battle with superior forces. Checking his health indicators, Ju Hyuk noted that numerous opponents, superior in strength to Rufendal, were barely able to inflict any damage on him. Thanks to the colossal speed of his health recovery, Ju Hyuk remained confident in his abilities, realizing that even 200 opponents would not be able to cause him serious harm. Luna, who was watching the battle unfold from the sidelines, felt great concern for her brother's safety in this dangerous situation. The brother's unexpected request to Seiya to strike him caused the girl extreme surprise and confusion about the current situation. After Ju Hyuk's explanation, it became clear that his request for a hit was aimed at protecting his sister from possible suspicion from other players. Seiya's immobility during the massive battle could arouse suspicion among the other participants in the battle, so certain actions had to be taken. After receiving her brother's consent to use lightning, Seiya activated her magic spell, sending an electric discharge towards Ju Hyuk. The system instantly responded to Seiya's actions, creating a special professional quest with special conditions for her and the other participants in the battle. A new system notification reported that Ju Hyuk's sins had worsened, and his status as a full Hao had persisted, leading to his Death Star level rising. Despite Ju Hyuk's foresight into this development, the sudden change in his game status still caught him off guard in the midst of battle. Having received the new status of Heavenly Death Star, Ju Hyuk's curiosity was piqued, and he immediately decided to check the detailed information about this title in the special game window. The opening rank window revealed a rare assassin born under the Death Star type, which provided significant benefits: a 10% increase in level and defense in PvP, additional experience, and special bonuses when fighting heroes. As he delved deeper into the realm of absolute evil, Ju Hyuk noticed the growing loyalty of the Heavenly Devil, and was now confident in his ability to stand up to even the heroes thanks to the enhancements he had received. The knights fighting Ju Hyuk were confused by the conflicting information about his specialization, not knowing whether they were dealing with a mage or a skilled melee fighter. Observing the confusion of his opponents, Ju Hyuk explained the absurdity of their assumptions with a slight grin, emphasizing his complete lack of any game class. Frightened by the continuous killing of their comrades, the soldiers called their commanders in panic, fearing that Ju Hyuk would soon destroy their entire unit without the slightest difficulty. The president's disappointment grew with each passing minute, as he had initially been promised a simple quest to level up. But now the situation had gotten completely out of control. Upon hearing about the enemy's lack of class, the president suggested that Ju Hyuk had a hidden class that only revealed its true power under certain conditions. The president recalled an incident 40 years ago involving the general class, where even a low-level player was able to achieve victory by accidentally discovering an enemy's weak point. Convinced of Ju Hyuk's weakness, the president and Director J decided to personally engage in combat, intending to find the enemy's vulnerability and exploit it. Having dealt with another group of opponents, Ju Hyuk reacted calmly to the appearance of the president and director, confidently declaring that he had no weaknesses. While doing a quick warm-up between fights, Ju Hyuk thought about the need to quickly level up to master ranged combat skills, considering their lack to be his only drawback. An unexpected request from his sister interrupted Ju Hyuk's thoughts. She asked his brother to help her carry out several experimental actions as part of the assigned task. The sudden acquisition of a special professional quest by his sister caused genuine surprise in Ju Hyuk, who did not expect such a turn of events in the current situation. After teleporting to the entrance of the Romanian dungeon, his sister explained the need to attack his brother with full force, to which Ju Hyuk confidently agreed, confirming the activation of all defensive enhancements. The sister's first attack was so powerful that it reminded Ju Hyuk of Rufendal's deadly move, but the high speed of health recovery compensated for the damage received. Ju Hyuk showed a research interest in his body's capabilities, speculating on the ability to withstand such attacks for a long time without interruption. The combined attack of Li Fidi and Luximidiana rained down a powerful stream of various spells on the boy, forming a super effective combo against the Bearers of Sin. Having exhausted all her strength through continuous attacks, Seiya achieved a special achievement that granted her the ability to reduce the damage of the sinners by 30% and reveal their true nature. After revealing her brother's true identity as the Heavenly Death Star, a flustered Seiya expressed confusion as to why he had kept such a significant title from her. Surprised by his sister's knowledge of her title as a Heavenly Death Star, Ju Hyuk suspected that this discovery was connected to the quest she was on. Noticing the monster's appearance, Ju Hyuk was distracted by the battle, while the system informed Seiya of the Heavenly Death Star's successful actions in the current duel. Observing her brother's confident actions in battle, Seiya realized the need for him to be removed to complete the mission and asked him to retreat to the maximum distance. Having destroyed all the skeletons in the area, Ju Hyuk announced his intention to continue onward and suggested that his sister call him if any problems arose. Deleting the brother resulted in a system notification about successfully completing the class quest conditions related to escaping the Celestial Death Star. Successful completion of the quest caused a remarkable transformation in the girl's clothing, which began to emit a bright glow and change its appearance. An unexpected system notification informed Ju Hyuk that the main scenario had been updated due to one of the 7 sacred thrones being filled with a new owner. The shocking news that it was his sister who took the place on the Holy See came as a surprise not only to Ju Hyuk, but also to the girl herself. The action moved to the Alliance conference room, where the president expressed his sincere gratitude to everyone gathered for their presence at this important meeting. The president, with obvious regret, announced the need to hold an offline conference due to serious difficulties that had arisen in the Alliance's activities. The main cause of the problems was the failure of the quest to capture Full Hao, which occurred due to inaccurate information about the enemy. The negative consequences included a massive exodus of traders and serious economic damage to the alliance, leading to the need for significant staff reductions. The staff showed understanding of the difficult situation, recognizing the impact of chaos and black monsters on the economy, and sympathized with the difficulties their president faced. A subtle smile appeared on the president's face when he saw his subordinates' sympathetic reaction to the situation. After bowing his head in regret, the president announced the continuation of the quest and promised all participants would receive promotion points upon its successful completion. In a clever tactic to stave off discontent, the president expressed hope for a future meeting under better circumstances, knowing the desire of many to keep their jobs. Following the meeting, the president decided to enter the gaming capsule, recognizing the need to restore relationships with partners despite successfully reducing losses through staff reductions. The president and his directors understood that the alliance's survival depended on investing $1 billion to resolve the chaos, especially given the difficulty of restoring the lost reputation. Having connected to Olympus, the president went to the person with the authority to issue orders to eliminate game characters. A calm greeting greeted the president when his interlocutor inquired about the reason for his unexpected visit at such a late hour. The president explained his intention to place the assassination order through the Sarmak group, expressing confidence in their ability to handle the task. After carefully examining the details of the proposed case, the man inquired about the amount of financial reward the president was willing to allocate for the execution of the order. Providing a bag with 1 billion gold coins as an advance payment satisfied the man, after which he guaranteed the completion of the task within 3 days. The president's confidence in success was based on the involvement of two of the empire's finest assassination teams, the Sarmak and the Black Flowers, in the task. Zhu Hyuk's ignorance of the president's connection to the Sarmak group became his major mistake, which led to his rash decision to stand in the way of an influential person. Despite the significant cost of 1 billion gold, exceeding the elimination bonus by 300 million, the president considered it a good deal thanks to the additional promotion points. After leaving the safe zone, the president considered partially compensating for the losses by cutting personnel and wages as he moved forward into the open space. The sudden beheading and the systematic notification of the hunt became the last events in the life of the president, who did not even have time to comprehend what had happened. The president's lack of understanding of the moment of his death caused him great confusion, as everything happened so quickly that he did not notice the approaching danger. The last message for the president was a system notification that he would be kept in spirit form until he logged out of the game, leaving him with many unresolved questions. The appearance of the assassin, who threw a card with the Black Flowers sign on the president's corpse, was accompanied by an ominous warning from the man in red about the beginning of an indefinite death sentence. The man's arrival at the Sarmak group's base was accompanied by information about a new order requiring the immediate attention of the organization's leadership. The group's leader immediately recognized the unusual nature of the situation, realizing that with a standard order, the client would already be dead. But the current mission required his personal involvement. The young assistant expressed concern for the chief's safety, not understanding the reasons for his personal involvement in a task that could be carried out by subordinates. Touching the worried young man's shoulder with a reassuring gesture, the leader confirmed his intention to personally carry out the assigned task, emphasizing the importance of this information. The long-awaited moment has finally arrived, bringing genuine joy to the man, ready to begin his important mission. The 30-year history of the Sarmak group, created during the time of the Absolute, was filled with dangers and difficulties in anticipation of the emergence of a true absolute ruler. Second Elder Johann, despite the existing limitations and difficult circumstances, sought to personally verify the emergence of a natural-born absolute ruler. Being next to his sister, Zhu Hyuk experienced a real shock when he learned about her rapid development and overcoming the 30th level in a short time. The sister enthusiastically spoke about the rapid experience gained after changing classes, now possessing the status of 7th Holy Throne, pure white wizard, making it impossible to obtain normal promotion points. The sister's calm explanation about the uselessness of promotion points for her new status as the 7th Throne, belonging to a pure white mage, clarified the situation. The girl's joy at the many advantages she received was accompanied by sincere gratitude to her brother, thanks to whom her promotion became possible. After analyzing the situation, Zhu Hyuk realized the connection between the hunt for him and his sister's class change, realizing his role as absolute evil and the peculiarity of thrones not needing promotion points. The high rate of leveling posed a serious danger, considering the possibility of Seiya reaching level 99 despite the simple desire of people to live a peaceful life. Caution in communication. After the massive battle in the Desert of Darkness forced them to use whispers and disguises, especially considering his sister had reached the platinum level with a minimal amount of his blood. Having agreed to his sister's request for additional training, Ju Hyuk put forward only one condition. She should not accidentally kill him during a training fight. The sister's internal struggle manifested itself in her desire to kill her brother at least once in order to complete a special quest, despite the difficulty of making such a decision. The sisters' persistent entreaties to allow him to be killed for the sake of a high reward were met with a categorical refusal from the brother, despite the potential value of the reward. The smiling sister continued to insist, reminding them of the game-like nature of what was happening, and offering to divide the reward received according to their agreement. Ju Hyuk philosophically remarked that if he were ever to die, he would prefer to do so at the hands of his sister, but killing him now was definitely not the right thing to do. Ju Hyuk's curiosity about the possible reward for his murder was mixed with bewilderment at his sister's cheerful attitude towards the idea of his elimination. The positive changes in his sister's character and her accession to the throne made Ju Hyuk happy, making him look at the situation more optimistically. The siblings spent the next few days in various dungeons, where Seiya fought on her own, collected items, and leveled up. Checking his stats window revealed to Ju Hyuk that despite needing to level up, he still lacked a significant amount of experience. To reach the next level, Ju Hyuk needed to destroy additional monsters to gain the missing experience. The sister's unexpected decision to temporarily leave to replenish her stock of potions and items was accompanied by a promise of a quick return. A final agreement on collecting dropped items concluded their conversation, after which the brother and sister temporarily went their separate ways. Ju Hyuk's plan was to use the 10-minute window to solo kill the monsters needed to level up. A sudden ambush interrupted Ju Hyuk's plans when an unknown person addressed him using the title of Absolute Heavenly Devil. Second Elder Johan personally came to verify the authenticity of Ju Hyuk's identity, wanting to confirm the veracity of his claims to the high title. The threat of a permanent death sentence from the Sarmat group hangs over Ju Hyuk if his true identity is not confirmed. The system responded to the Second Elder's appearance by creating a difficult SSS-level quest called Second Elder Johan's Attack. Johan's fame among the 12 Elders of Heavenly Devil was based on his unrivaled skill in surprise attacks, requiring Ju Hyuk to be especially careful in order to gain recognition. The unexpected appearance of an SSS-level quest within the main quest, Return of the Absolute, made Ju Hyuk realize that he might find himself in the midst of large-scale events. Analyzing the consequences of the attack on his sister and her ascension to the throne, Ju Hyuk understood the possibility of his becoming an absolute and quickly growing as a saint without the need for promotion points. The prospect of a solo confrontation with the saints meant receiving balanced SSS-level quests that required maximum concentration of forces. The support of elders like Johan, who ordered Ju Hyuk to take up arms, could be the deciding factor in the coming battles. While deflecting his opponent's blade, Ju Hyuk calmly reminded Johan of his lack of a weapon and expressed his incomprehension of the need to immediately prove his skills. The hero's misunderstanding of the situation made Ju Hyuk wonder about the true intentions of Johan, who clearly did not intend to simply kill. Reflection led Ju Hyuk to understand that Johan was committed to the idea of reviving the Heavenly Devil, making him an important ally in the future. Ju Hyuk's explanation of the restrictions placed on him and his imminent release from them was aimed at establishing mutual understanding with Johan. The recognition of current weakness was accompanied by confidence in the temporary nature of this condition, emphasizing the prospects for future development. Ju Hyuk urged Johan and the other elders to be patient, promising the swift emergence of a true absolute ruler once the restrictions were lifted. The incomprehension of Johan and the other elders' desire to destroy the barely manifested power caused Ju Hyuk genuine bewilderment. The warning of possible future regret due to the elders' impatient nature emphasized the importance of a cautious approach to the developing situation. Careful study of Johan's reaction convinced Ju Hyuk that the necessary contact had been established, setting the stage for the decisive argument. Ju Hyuk's confident statement about quickly mastering the technique of the mind bequeathed by the teacher was accompanied by a specific time promise of 10 minutes. The boy's distrust of Ju Hyuk's ability to master a complex technique in such a short time reflected the general doubt about the possibility of such an achievement. Zhu Hyuk conditioned the successful mastery of the technique on the provision of additional time, promising to prove the truth of his words with real actions. Johan's dissatisfied remark about the imminent verification of the truth of Zhu Hyuk's words created a tense atmosphere of anticipation of the upcoming proof. Johan announced his intention to become Zhu Hyuk's shadow for the next 10 minutes, carefully observing the process of mastering the new skill and ready to act in case of failure. The system notification showed Zhu Hyuk the remaining 59 seconds of the time Johan had given him, giving him the satisfaction of a successful time-buying tactic. The need to gain the last experience point seemed doable thanks to Zhu Hyuk's negative luck, which attracted many monsters, allowing him to hopefully complete the task before the 10-minute deadline. As he exited the dungeon, Zhu Hyuk was confident that 1 minute would be enough to complete the task, based on his previous experience with monsters. The sudden absence of monsters after exiting the dungeon was an unpleasant surprise for Zhu Hyuk, upsetting all his preliminary calculations. The usual encounters with bears and skeletons at every turn were replaced by a strange emptiness, as if all the monsters had suddenly disappeared at the most crucial moment. The realization of the effect of Murphy's Law and the impact of his own failure forced Zhu Hyuk to rethink the situation and look for alternative solutions. The alarming system alert about 30 seconds remaining of the allotted 10 minutes increased the tension of the situation for Zhu Hyuk. Thoughts about the possibility of a fistfight with Johan quickly gave way to the understanding of the hopelessness of such a plan due to the inability to even sense the presence of the enemy. Elder Johan's stern nature ruled out any further negotiations for additional time, forcing Zhu Hyuk to look for other options to resolve the problem. An unexpected message from his sister about her unsuccessful search for her brother was interrupted by his stern warning to stay away due to the dangerous situation. The sister's confused report of being chased by numerous bears and the difficulty of escaping added further tension to the current situation. A sudden realization of fortunate coincidence dawned on Zhu Hyuk when he realized that his younger sister had unwittingly brought the necessary number of monsters with her. The sister's complete lack of understanding of the reasons for her brother's strange behavior and his warnings to keep her distance created additional uncertainty in the situation. The sister's amazement reached its peak when Zhu Hyuk rushed past her with lightning speed, destroying all the monsters pursuing her with incredible speed. Multiple system alerts about the completion of the giant bear hunt culminated in a long-awaited level boost after the destruction of the last enemy. The remaining 3 seconds forced Zhu Hyuk to hastily log in to activate the necessary skill, on which the outcome of the entire confrontation depended. The last second of the allotted time coincided with the feeling of Johan approaching from behind, causing Zhu Hyuk to become extremely worried about the outcome of the situation. The long-awaited system notification confirmed the conditions for using the heaven-spanning mind technique had been met, indicating the skill was permanently active. The sudden glow of Zhu Hyuk's body was accompanied by a significant increase in all characteristics and an increase in dominance over the heavenly devil. The relief of knowing he was close to failure was replaced by satisfaction from gaining an advantage over clan members and the ability to spread his aura to his subordinates. The confirmation of the Heavenly Death Star title and its changeability upon meeting certain conditions guaranteed Zhu Hyuk's superiority even over Johan. The system notification about the appearance of absolute evil was accompanied by the receipt of a special effect in the form of an additional point of absolute evil upon receiving the title. The reality of becoming the Absolute was a strange feeling for Zhu Hyuk, but Seiya's support in facing 6 opponents gave him hope for success. The description of the title of Absolute Evil revealed the purpose of the Destroyer of Peace and Order, requiring the courage to stand against all and follow the bloody path of destruction. Activating the sky-spanning mind technique brought multiple 20% boosts to all stats, including health, attack speed, and recovery. The incredible improvements from the single activated mind technique gave Zhu Hyuk confidence in the existence of additional abilities of absolute evil. The Lord's confession was accompanied by Johan's kneeling and sincere apologies for any doubts that had arisen, demonstrating a complete acceptance of his guilt before the Lord. Showing understanding, Zhu Hyuk acknowledged the naturalness of Johan's doubts, noting that he himself might have doubts in a similar situation. The satisfaction of Johan's recognition of his authority was enhanced by the knowledge that he had gained control over the Sarmic organization, opening up new possibilities. Successful completion of the quest. Second Elder Johan's assault resulted in Johan pledging his allegiance, leaving the need to gain the support of only one elder. An unexpected, excited message from his sister interrupted Ju Hyuk's thoughts about his achievements and future plans. The news of the emergence of absolute evil caused panic in the player communities, creating chaos and fear among all participants of the virtual world. The sister suggested they hunt absolute evil together, hoping to help her brother remove his restrictions by completing important quests. The awkwardness of the situation lay in the need to hide from his sister his true nature of absolute evil, limiting himself to simple words of gratitude. The explanation for the 19-point stat boost shocked his sister, causing Ju Hyuk to come up with an excuse about fistfight training. The sister's shock at her brother's achievement of reaching the 100th milestone in his stats was so strong that she decided to immediately leave the game space. The realization of the unusual nature of her brother's development forced the sister to put off thinking about it because of urgent matters requiring her immediate attention. The intense shock his sister felt caused Ju Hyuk to delay admitting his true nature as absolute evil, fearing her reaction to such a revelation. Interest in the rewards for completing SSS-level quests prompted Ju Hyuk to ask Johan to continue discussing important matters. The hope of gaining control of the Sarmak organization as a reward was based on the desire to simplify interaction with the Saints and resolve financial issues. The beginning of Johan's report on the power and status of Sarmak was interrupted by his sudden tension from the feeling of approaching uninvited guests. Ju Hyuk was irritated by the appearance of another group of knights at such an important moment during his discussion of strategic issues with Johan. The knights' enthusiastic announcement to his warriors of the discovery of the sought-after chaos was accompanied by the promise of an incredible reward for his head. Ju Hyuk was dissatisfied with the opponent's constant habit of using different names every time they met, which he found tiresome and pointless. The battle began with the commander's order to use energy charges to exhaust the enemy's forces, demonstrating the standard knightly tactics. Activating the mind technique allowed Ju Hyuk to sense the NPC's abilities, giving him the confidence to let the enemies launch an attack. Ju Hyuk's first experience fighting knights was disappointing due to their low level, which did not pose a serious challenge. The commander's confidence in the exhaustion of the enemy's forces after the destruction of the detachment prompted him to attempt the personal elimination of Ju Hyuk. Ju Hyuk was surprised by the knight's ability to block his attack thanks to his high-quality equipment, which added an unexpected element to the battle. Watching his opponent closely, the knight assessed his incredible strength, while simultaneously hoping that his opponent would be tired after previous battles. Ju Hyuk's smile accompanied his explanation of holding back his strength in previous attacks, after which he demonstrated his true power with a knockout punch that killed the last opponent. A system alert announced the assassination of Viscount Dabjorn, noting an increase in absolute evil points for the destruction of a high-ranking noble NPC. The joy of acquiring a mind technique that allowed him to fight effectively without fatigue prompted Ju Hyuk to call Johan to discuss the well-deserved reward. Johan's lack of response and the feeling of an unknown creature approaching irritated Ju Hyuk, causing him to demand an immediate introduction from the potential hunter. The stranger denied being a bounty hunter, revealing his true intentions to kill Ju Hyuk and turn him into an obedient slave. The appearance of the bound Rufendal next to the mysterious man in the robe added a new element of tension to the developing situation. Rufendal's confident greeting, considering Ju Hyuk crazy, only elicited a mocking reaction from his former opponent. The robed man, observing the situation, offered Ju Hyuk voluntary servitude, promising favorable treatment and planning to use the surrounding corpses as an added bonus. The demonstration of necromantic powers began with the reanimation of fallen knights and soldiers, who obediently lined up at the command of their new master. The realization of the necromantic nature of the enemy caused Ju Hyuk some anxiety, forcing him to reassess the difficulty of the upcoming confrontation. An analysis of the situation led Ju Hyuk to the conclusion that the enemy had a hidden class that allowed them to bring back the dead while preserving their memories and personality. Ju Hyuk's concern was heightened by the realization that even the mind technique could not accurately measure the abilities of the resurrected undead, who potentially possessed considerable power. The noble Viscount's oath of allegiance to his new master, demonstrating complete submission to the necromancer, presented a shocking spectacle. The commander's address to Ju Hyuk was accompanied by a confident oath about the enemy's inevitable death, demonstrating complete submission to the will of the necromancer. The sudden, intense pain that gripped the approaching man left Ju Hyuk completely confused about the events happening in the world. A system alert confirmed the activation of the title effect, Absolute Evil, which grants control over the products of black magic and resistance to necromancers through the aura of mind technology. The effectiveness of mind energy against black magic caused serious concern to the necromancer, who was witnessing the loss of control over his puppets. The realization of the possibility of usurping power over dead bodies prompted Ju Hyuk to test the subordination of the creatures occupied by the necromancer to his will. The instant formation of all resurrected creatures in a line at Ju Hyuk's command ended with the order to return to the state of death. Rufendal's concern about the possibility of his own death from Ju Hyuk's order was attempted to be calmed by the necromancer, who retained control over his slave. Rufendal's experimental command to perform 10 leaps with his arms outstretched was based on Ju Hyuk's assumption that his power would extend to all forms of undead. Rufendal's attempt to resist the order ended with a powerful lightning strike, forcing him to immediately begin carrying out the humiliating task. Ju Hyuk's calm approach to the necromancer was accompanied by a question about his age, which remained unanswered due to the enemy's desire to immediately leave the scene of the confrontation. Following his principle of killing only those who attacked first, Ju Hyuk allowed the necromancer to escape, as he did not have time to make a direct attack. The necromancer's hasty departure after a deep bow left Rufendal alone with Ju Hyuk for a decisive conversation. The uncertainty of his future fate caused Rufendal serious anxiety as he awaited the hero's decision. Rufendal's attempt to establish friendly relations was accompanied by an explanation of his forced submission to the necromancer and the possibility of liberation, thanks to the intervention of Ju Hyuk. The offer of loyal service in exchange for saving his life delighted Ju Hyuk, who saw the opportunity to get a free assistant to help him collect items. The necromancer's disconnection from Olympus was accompanied by the realization of the enormous difference in power between him and the chaosite he had encountered. Gratitude for sparing his life was mixed with bewilderment regarding the superiority of the enemy's necromantic techniques over his own abilities. The memory of the mentor's prophecy about the coming of the only ruler made the necromancer think about a possible connection between the prophecy and the enemy he had encountered. The bitter realization of the missed opportunity to capture an important figure instead of fleeing was intensified by the understanding of the special abilities of the man he had met. The sudden discovery that it was Friday and the missed meeting forced the necromancer girl to hastily leave the virtual space. Resuming the interrupted conversation with Johann allowed the elder to begin his report anew, providing important information. The gentleman's frequent requests to speed up the report were explained by the fear of the appearance of new, uninvited guests eager to meet with him. Detailed information about the Sarmak group included data on the number of assassins of various classes, capable of eliminating even high-ranking knights of the Empire. Sarmak's popularity was confirmed by the constant flow of people wishing to join the organization, many of whom died during the qualifying competitions. Sarmak's influence extended to the highest circles of the Empire through financial connections with high-ranking nobles, bypassing representatives of lower ranks. The organization's 30 years of activity have allowed it to accumulate an impressive capital of 6 billion gold coins, distributed between operational and personal funds. The transfer of all his accumulated funds to the absolute ruler Ju Hyuk brought him genuine joy at the opening up of opportunities. The system notification about the quest reward, which included gaining control of Sarmak and a compensation of 6 billion gold, significantly improved Ju Hyuk's mood. The formal acceptance of Johann's allegiance was accompanied by important instructions regarding the future management of the organization. The retention of the operating fund and Johann's leadership role was justified by his unrivaled qualifications in managing the affairs of Sarmak. The distribution of the 4 billion received was intended to finance not only Sarmak, but also the development of the Heavenly Devil Village for the general revival. Johann's gratitude was accompanied by a solemn oath to follow the highly esteemed ruler wherever he went. Ju Hyuk's joy at gaining control of Sarmak was based on the prospect of improving his life quests. Johann's sudden mention of the third elder Rexor was accompanied by a serious warning about his exceptional danger. The special distinction of Rexor among all the elders, including Johann himself, emphasized the need for increased caution. Rexor's reputation was built on his ability to carry out sudden, deadly attacks without prior warning. Ju Hyuk's curious question about Rexor's status as an assassin was confirmed by Johann, who revealed his position as the head of the Black Flowers organization. A sudden system notification confirming 2 throne holders at once interrupted an important conversation, requiring immediate attention. The possibility of an attack by the new holders of the throne required that the potential threat be taken seriously, regardless of their identities. The hero's confidence was based on the support of his younger sister, who occupied the seventh throne, and control over the Sarmak organization. The sister's unexpected appeal contained information not only about the appearance of the first and second thrones, but also about more important events requiring the brother's attention. A meeting between his sister and a close friend revealed information that could be of particular importance to Ju Hyuk in the current situation. A surprising coincidence revealed the identity of Seiya's friend as the very same necromancer girl who recently attacked Ju Hyuk. The appearance of a persistent waiter in a cafe who declared a stranger his ideal and asked for her phone number created an awkward situation. The girl's categorical refusal was accompanied by bewilderment regarding the possibility of calling a stranger ideal and asking for contact information at the first meeting. The girl was genuinely disgusted by people who try to build relationships solely on the basis of external attractiveness. Charm, I guess. Seiya's explanation of her friend's outstanding beauty was accompanied by the suggestion that Se-song still had a fear of men. Se-song's embarrassed denial about having problems with men was accompanied by a clarification about her lack of such experience. The memory of the nickname Ice Princess from the Academy made Seiya smile at the thought of how her acquaintances might react to her friend's current behavior. Se-song's awkward reaction to her friend's supposed anger turned into genuine laughter and a question about current affairs. Se-song's candid account of her recent problems demonstrated the level of trust between the friends and the importance of their communication. The long conversation brought the girl significant relief from the opportunity to share her accumulated experiences. Mutual thanks for the confidential conversation ended with good wishes for a safe journey before the friends parted. The unexpectedness of the information received made Seiya think about the necessary actions, starting with establishing contact with his brother. Ju Hyuk's immediate disconnection from Olympus followed the realization of the importance of the information, prompting his sister to immediately send a message. Fear of possible eavesdropping forced the girl to return home for a calm conversation in a safe environment. Seiya's revelation about the unique information he received concerned Se-song's unexpected encounter with absolute evil, which came as a complete surprise. The existing information about the solitary struggle of absolute evil against the saints was supplemented by the knowledge of the existence of support classes among players. Jo Hyuk's realization that his sister's longtime friend possesses a hidden ultimate necromancer class designed to support ultimate evil. The value of the information received made Ju Hyuk doubt the ethics of his sister disclosing her friend's secret, which she had entrusted to her. Seiya's explanation was based on a spiritual kinship with her friend and the need to inform her brother as an absolute evil about important events. Ju Hyuk's attempt to feign ignorance was met with his sister's explanation of her knowledge and the expectation that her brother would confess on his own. An analysis of the brother's unusual history included 20 years of training in a strange place, a sudden appearance, a connection with black monsters, and incredible strength. Additional signs included the full Cheo status and a sharp increase in characteristics after the appearance of a notification about absolute evil. The chain of logic ended with Seiya gaining the seventh throne after attacking his brother, which allowed him to draw obvious conclusions. Understanding the complexity of the situation did not lessen Seiya's frustration at the lack of a confidential conversation with his brother, leaving him without the possibility of justification. Praise for her sister's insight was accompanied by an acknowledgement of her expectation of the secret being revealed, but Seiya rejected her brother's attempts to find excuses. Seiya was careful not to reveal to her friend the identity of the ultimate evil and her own status as a saint. The awareness of the need to maintain secrecy to protect personal data was confirmed by the seriousness of the situation in confrontation with the entire world and the sister's status as an accomplice. The need to meet with Mariana was based on the possibility of avoiding a single confrontation with the Seven Saints, revealing the scale of Zeus's plans. Ju Hyuk's arrival in the Leprian Mountains was accompanied by memories of information from his sister. Mariana's 19th birthday, leaving the Academy for Necromancy, level 14. The recommendation to use a mask to impair recognition was based on the need to hide from the Empire and the Unions as an absolute evil. The acquisition of the mask was accompanied by thoughts about the need for greater caution and surprise at the possibility of meeting a young necromancer. Doubts about the capabilities of a level 14 necromancer were based on the ability to capture a level 50 Rufendal, even with a hidden class. Arriving at the meeting place, Ju Hyuk saw his sister standing next to her friend, also protected by a mask. Mutual recognition among the meeting participants occurred despite the presence of masks, revealing the true identities of those gathered. The shocking revelation of Saesong's feminine essence contradicted her previous manner of speech, surprising both participants of the previous meeting. The rationale for using a low voice was based on the desire to match the image of a necromancer, which differed from his usual behavior in real life. Seiya was surprised by the mutual recognition of his friends and the realization of his own ignorance of their previous meeting. Ju Hyuk's calm explanation of the previous meeting was accompanied by an admission of awareness of the enemy's true identity. Song's reflections on the strangeness of fate included analysis of information from Seiya and her own suspicions about the identity of the ultimate evil. Mutual confessions revealed the true identities of the participants: the absolute evil, the younger sister, and the seventh light one. The unexpected revelation of the information caused Song to experience strong emotions that she had barely contained when talking to her friend. Song's emotional reaction was expressed in physical violence against her friend and a demand for an explanation for concealing important information. Seiya's explanation for the reasons for withholding information included respect for his brother's privacy and an apology for keeping silent about his own status as a saint. Song's state of shock was intensified by the realization that she was inappropriately dressed for a meeting with her friend's brother, causing severe nervous tension. Song's awkward excuses to Ju Hyuk included references to the usual attention to appearance, a different manner of speech, and the inappropriateness of the phrase about enslavement. Ju Hyuk's internal contradiction between his sister's description of his friend's beauty and his own perception of her as a child was accompanied by bewilderment regarding the image of the Ice Princess. The transition to the main topic of conversation was accompanied by a direct question about the status of an absolute necromancer and receiving the corresponding quest. The handover of the bundle to Ju Hyuk was accompanied by an explanation of the inheritance from the teacher, drawing attention to the important artifact. The initial perception of the document as a map was replaced by a shocking realization of identity with the map received from one's own mentor. A detailed comparison of the drawings and marked destinations confirmed a complete match with the map received from the teacher. The analysis of the obvious connection with absolute evil led Ju Hyuk to pay special attention to the drawing in the corner, which was related to the technique of the mind. The black flame sign, which reflected the essence of Ju Hyuk's technique, indicated his destiny as a conqueror of the world. The confidence that the sign's appearance was not accidental strengthened the understanding of the importance of the events taking place. Confirming the teacher's words about the existence of players with hidden classes to support absolute evil expanded the understanding of the situation. Ju Hyuk's relief was based on the possibility of avoiding a single confrontation with the Saints thanks to the support of his allies. The logical justification for weakness before absolute evil and the status of minions found a positive response in Song's perception. The return of the scroll was accompanied by confirmation of the absolute necromancer's power and a proposal to begin active action. The explanation for the need to raise Song's level 14 was based on preliminary information from her sister. The joint battle with the giant bears began a few days later with Seiya easily defeating his first opponent. Having received the level-up system multiple times left Rufendal confused about the number of upgrades required. Completing Ju Hyuk's quest to collect rewards resulted in successfully defeating the giant bear and reaching level 58. The quick completion of the task of finding the reward and delivering the blue stone to the owner earned Ju Hyuk's praise and gratitude. The transformation of the legendary killer Rufendal into a simple collector of artifacts under the guidance of a new master was surprising. The appeal of serving under Ju Hyuk was based on his superior healing skills, buffing abilities, and guaranteed rewards. The sudden realization of his contentment with his servile position made Rufendal want to rid himself of such inappropriate thoughts. A check of the group's levels revealed Mariana's impressive progress to level 19, typical of a hidden support class. Seiya admired the fact that Song had hunted alone before, demonstrating her independence and determination. Song's admission of a lack of skill control was coupled with Ju Hyuk's understanding of her outstanding necromancer abilities despite her outward clumsiness. The current limitations due to Song's low level included the weakness of summoned undead and summoning limits, without diminishing the potential of the absolute necromancer. The priority task of raising the girl's level was related to ensuring safety in the face of the Elder's activity and the attention of players. The strategic value of the undead in waging a quantitative war made Song an ideal ally in the current situation. Song's quest to research Unity techniques allowed her to start the game at level 20, as opposed to Ju Hyuk's level 40. The difficulty of the quest left by Ju Hyuk's mentor required a collaborative effort to avoid serious problems when playing solo. Jo Hyuk's joy at his sister and Si-song joining him was combined with the satisfaction of maintaining his luck in real life. Si-song's unexpected hug was accompanied by a joyful announcement of reaching level 20 and gratitude for the effective instructions. After breaking free from the hug, Jo Hyuk announced that the quest could be started once Si-song reached the required level. The plan of action involved transporting Se-song and Seiya via the Imperial Teleport to the Kargos Mountains on the Runia continent. The girl's first priority was to gather all available information in the designated area. The agreement on Jo Hyuk's subsequent joining with Rufendal via the Union Teleport completed the distribution of tasks. Rufendal's doubts about the possibility of using teleportation due to his full Hao status were shared by Jo Hyuk, who was ready to look for alternative ways. An analysis of transport options revealed the shortcomings of cheap but time-consuming sea and air travel, making teleportation the preferred choice. The limited number of teleports independent of the Empire was complicated by additional restrictions on chaos sites imposed by the Federation. The teleport of the Large Union of Helen was an example of the monopolization of the management of large unions in the existing system. The vigilance of the teleport guard led to the detection of suspicious activity and a call to the captain to check the situation. The captain's forced attention to the situation was caused by a report of 2 chaos sites approaching the protected area. The captain's decision to allow entry was accompanied by the intention to personally control the situation to ensure safety. The operators of the Great Union Teleport acknowledged the validity of the security measures taken in the current situation. Rufendal's premonition of trouble was met by Jo Hyuk's confident assurances of safety in the conflict-free zone if his instructions were followed. The teleport representative explained the route north of the Kargos Mountains on the continent of Runia and inquired about the availability of the necessary payment. The recognition of the famous blue-haired Rufendal led to the assumption that he had brought an assistant to perform auxiliary tasks. Following Jo Hyuk's plan, Rufendal presented his companion as the collector of the dropped items, maintaining the appearance of superiority. Rufendal's concerns about potential problems persisted despite following Jo Hyuk's plan to take over the leadership role. The guard was perplexed by the strange choice of assistant to collect the items, which seemed to be a suboptimal solution. Doubts about the usefulness of Rufendal's companion were reinforced by the apparent low level of development of the supposed assistant. Despite his obvious agitation, Rufendal tried to explain to the guard that his assistant's level should have no bearing on the accomplishment of their common task. The young guard laughed and stated his payment demands directly, setting a special price for the Chaos Travelers at 30 million gold coins each. Rufendal was frankly shocked by the amount named, which seemed to him completely unreasonable and excessively high for the usual fee for passing through the portal. The guard calmly reminded the travelers of their special status as Chaosites, which meant they could not use the regular Imperial portals to travel. The guard's carefully thought-out plan worked flawlessly, as the travelers, despite Rufendal's outrage at the high prices, were forced to accept his terms. The guard saw an opportunity to gain additional benefit from the current situation and approached Rufendal's companion with an unexpected proposal to change his situation. Admitting ignorance of Jo Hyuk's full story, the guard offered to help him in exchange for unconditional compliance with all subsequent instructions and orders. Careful observation of what was happening allowed Jo Hyuk to fully reveal the true nature of the leader of a large alliance, who surprisingly easily succumbed to a simple trick. Jo Hyuk's current plan was to create a convincing appearance of his sincere desire to free himself from his subordinate position right in front of everyone present. The group of girls' journey to the Kargos Mountains ended surprisingly quickly and successfully, thanks to a flawlessly functioning instant teleportation system. Mariana expressed concern about Jo Hyuk's fate, but Seiya confidently assured her friend of her brother's invincibility, capable of overcoming any difficulties. The girl was deep in thought about the appropriateness of addressing the young man as uncle, given his relatively young age and friendly attitude toward others. The age difference between them was only 7 years, so the girl was worried that the guy might be displeased with her overly respectful treatment of him. Seiya, knowing her brother's character very well, confidently told her friend about Jo Hyuk's complete indifference to formalities in address and the choice of appropriate address. Suddenly, Se-song stopped talking and focused on a serious problem: her complete inability to understand maps and determine the correct direction of travel. The narrative shifts to Commander Eva, who occupied a lowly position with a development level of 40, insufficient to confront the leader of the Union, Helen. Eves' appointment as head of the teleport control group was made possible solely by the influence of his aunt, who held a high position in Helen. Eves' life path was incredibly successful thanks to his connections in Helen, which ensured his rapid advancement in service, regardless of his actual abilities. Eves sincerely considered having influential relatives to be his main talent and advantage, treating all other people as losers without much prospects. Ju Hyuk planned to teach Yiwoo a harsh lesson by using his overconfidence to achieve his own goals, and then leave him to vegetate in utter poverty. Ju Hyuk was confident in Eves' current overconfidence, considering his opponent an obvious loser with easily predictable actions and intentions. Unexpectedly for those around him, Ju Hyuk established contact with Rufendal and informed him of the attempted betrayal by Eves, who was trying to make a secret deal. The next stage of Ju Hyuk's plan involved feigning Rufendal's agreement to teleportation, followed by a delay and the payment of 60 million gold coins. After leaving the safe zone of the teleport, Ju Hyuk planned to use a special move without causing damage, reassuring Rufendal, who was worried about a possible attack, with a detailed explanation. Rufendal, despite not fully understanding the details of the plan, followed the instructions precisely and demanded that his protege immediately pay 60 million gold. Playing the role of an obedient pet, Ju Hyuk began to demonstratively search his pockets for the required amount, accompanied by loud, disgruntled cries from Rufendal, who was hurrying him along. The system notified travelers of their exit from the safe zone immediately after completing their teleportation to the northern part of the mountainous region through a special portal. Eves sent a message to Ju Hyuk, asking him to launch a demonstrative attack or show aggression, promising immediate intervention of his people in the conflict. Ju Hyuk quickly warned Rufendal of the beginning of their plan and demonstratively rushed into the attack, loudly declaring his refusal to play the role of an obedient dog. Rufendal, despite worrying about the lack of real damage, played his role well as the victim of a surprise attack by his faithful pet. After Ju Hyuk's harmless blow, Rufendal convincingly feigned anger and pounced on the rebellious subordinate, taking advantage of the opportunity to strike back. The observers decided to use anti-magic against Rufendal to prevent him from using his instant movement ability during the upcoming battle. Ju Hyuk remained calm as he saw 5 enemies attacking Rufendal, knowing that his allies' abilities had been significantly boosted before the fight. Eve was triumphant, believing he had discovered the valuable bearer of 60 million gold coins and decided to eliminate the potentially dangerous Chaosite immediately. The opponent intended to prolong the pleasure of the fight with Ju Hyuk, planning to deliver a series of blows before finally destroying the unexpectedly strong enemy. The overconfident enemy demanded that Ju Hyuk hold out longer for his own amusement, unaware of the unpleasant surprise that was being prepared in response. Anxiety gripped Iva at the sight of his enemy remaining almost unharmed after delivering what seemed like a crushing blow with all his available strength and abilities. Ju Hyuk's powerful counterattack sent a startled Yi flying across the makeshift arena, completely changing the balance of power in the battle. The incredible force of the blow, comparable to that of a seasoned martial artist, made Iva seriously concerned about the abilities of his underestimated opponent. The lack of system notification about the enemy's mastery status and the maintenance of the same level of stamina completely confused the thoughts of the confused Eves. After carefully analyzing the situation, Eves suspected an error in reading the enemy's stats, confusing agility stats with actual attack power. Ju Hyuk suddenly discovered the missing setting of his skill and quickly set the damage reduction coefficient to the maximum of 100%. An enraged Eves demanded an explanation from Ju Hyuk for the blow, receiving a calm response about legitimate self-defense after the initial attack. A shocked Eves watched the rapid flight of his assistants, who suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the incredibly strengthened Rufendal in an unequal battle. The last enemy fell to Rufendal's special skill, Heart Attack, finally proving the grave misjudgment of the traveler's strength. Rufendal, despite specializing in single combat, successfully won a very difficult fight against 5 opponents simultaneously. An ecstatic Rufendal expressed his endless gratitude to Ju Hyuk for the incredible enhancement of his abilities, promising a lifetime of loyal service to his benefactor. Ju Hyuk explained to the surprised Evu the reason for sparing his life was the simple fact that there were no valuable items left when the enemy was immediately eliminated. The realization of the truth astonished the enemy, who suddenly realized the absence of real conflict between the travelers, who had been secretly coordinating their actions in whispers. Fearing an internal investigation in the event of his death, Eves offered to return the 60 million gold coins, but received only a mocking refusal from Ju Hyuk. Ju Hyuk offered to demonstrate Rufendal's increased strength with a full power strike, giving him the opportunity to show his loyalty and demonstrate his chaos skills. During the bargaining, Eves hesitated at the mention of 100 million gold, but Ju Hyuk firmly stated the minimum acceptable amount was 130 million. Rufendal expressed his full agreement with the stated amount of compensation, considering it a fair assessment of the damage caused and the betrayal of trust. Outraged by Eves' betrayal, Rufendal insisted on the payment of 130 million gold pieces as compensation for the moral damage caused. Despite the enormous sum, Eves agreed to pay 130 million gold on the condition that he was first moved to a safe zone in the city. Rufendal rejected the offer of a safe zone and demanded immediate payment, ready to use his deadly heart attack skill at any delay. After paying the required sum, the defeated Eves hastily left, feeling deep shame for the defeat of his assistants and rejoicing at the preservation of his own life. Ju Hyuk, watching his enemy leave, suggested that Rufendal carry out just retribution on the man who was destroying the foundations of society with his actions. Rufendal immediately set out in pursuit of the enemy, intending to fulfill the role of the arbiter of justice in this difficult situation. Despite understanding the extreme cruelty of such a decision, Rufendal submitted to Ju Hyuk's insistent demand to eliminate the enemy after receiving a ransom. The shocked Eves' last words were an echo of his own mockery as Rufendal, using his special skill, repeated his request to hold out for at least one blow. Rufendal felt an extraordinary sense of satisfaction from the revenge he had achieved, and sincerely thanked Ju Hyuk for the opportunity to experience such a special feeling of triumph. While examining the fallen enemy, Rufendal discovered an unusual key among the fallen objects, which aroused his particular interest with its mysterious appearance. Rufendal was amazed by the offer of 1 billion gold coins for the return of the found key, realizing the exceptional value of the found item. Despite the incredibly generous offer for a simple item, Rufendal made a firm decision to keep the mysterious key for himself for further study. Rufendal hastened to report to Ju Hyuk about the completed task, showing off the bag he had obtained and mentioning the incredible ransom offer of 1 billion gold. Ignoring the mention of the proposed amount, Ju Hyuk focused on the contents of the mysterious bag, suggesting that the items inside be examined immediately. Examining the contents of the bag left the hero with mixed feelings, as the murdered captain, despite the value of the loot, evoked a persistent feeling of mistrust. Ju Hyuk felt a growing curiosity about the contents of the bag, expecting to find something truly valuable that would justify the offered ransom of 1 billion gold. The unique items found in the bag, even with a total value close to 500 million gold, did not explain the generous ransom offer. Suspecting a connection between the find and smuggling, the hero continued to thoroughly examine the contents of the bag in search of additional secret items. Ju Hyuk decided to divide the spoils, allocating 30 million gold to Rufendal, who expressed sincere gratitude for the unexpected generosity. As he said goodbye, Rufendal promised to re-establish contact with Ju Hyuk upon his return from the continent, expressing his deep gratitude for the trust shown in him. Rufendal sincerely wished his benefactor luck, planning to devote his time to leveling up and rejoicing in the reward he had received for his faithful service. Upon meeting his sister and Marianne, Ju Hyuk was relieved to learn that their journey had been successful and unmarred by any serious obstacles. Sesong happily talked about Seiya's help with navigation, causing Ju Hyuk to express interest in the possible interesting discoveries they might make during their journey. Sesong shared disturbing rumors about the appearance of an extremely dangerous monster that wiped out an entire level 50 team during a quest. Ju Hyuk noted the strange lack of information about this incident in the Olympus community, which raised further questions about the nature of the threat. The group decided to personally deal with the mysterious monster before determining the further route of their journey through dangerous territories. During their 3-day journey, Sesong and Seiya conducted numerous training battles with various monsters, perfecting their fighting skills. Sesong has confidently demonstrated her mastery of necromancy, effectively using her abilities during numerous battles with monsters. Seiya, having reached level 33, noted the advantage of a difficult location, where the absence of other players made their training much easier. Ju Hyuk praised the effectiveness of the equipment he provided to both girls, noting their exceptional success in mastering hunting skills. Ju Hyuk was particularly impressed by Sesong's ability to turn defeated monsters into obedient undead after each successful battle. When asked about the mana consumption during multiple summons, Song confidently stated that there was a sufficient supply of magical energy to support all the creatures. Song explained her strategy of constantly increasing the undead army as a desire to maximize the possibilities for summoning in future battles. Estimating the total number of undead warriors under Song's control to be around 200, Zhu Hyuk acknowledged the exceptional effectiveness of the class she had chosen. Having studied the map of the area, Song confidently reported that they were approaching the intended target, indicating the direction of the group's further movement. Having reached the foot of the majestic mountains, Zhu Hyuk expressed some doubts about the accuracy of his companion's navigation skills in the difficult terrain. Song confidently confirmed the correctness of the chosen route, making Zhu Hyuk think about the need to overcome the difficult mountain climb. The proposal to use a flight spell proved unfeasible due to the magical ban on air travel in the area. Song's sudden request to look up interrupted the group's thoughts on how to overcome the mountain obstacle in their path. The hero's gaze discovered the cruel Hazel, the famous ruler of the Carboniferous Mountains, hovering above their heads with a menacing look. The danger of the Korea lay in its ability to become stronger after absorbing the shiny stones that appeared when hunting other monsters. Korea's arrogant attitude towards humans manifested itself in her constant theft of their shiny objects, which she used to increase her own strength. Zhu Hyuk tried to protect the girls from the dangerous bird by searching through his belongings for a suitable item to distract the creature. The Korea's swift attack ended with the hero being captured and lifted high into the air, accompanied by the arrogant gaze of the giant bird. Outraged by the haughty behavior of the Korea, Zhu Hyuk responded with a threatening look, mentally calling the impudent bird a simple chicken. Zhu Hyuk offered Korea a deal of sorts, promising to spare her life if she could withstand his single blow. The Korea's attempt to throw off its rider ended in failure when Zhu Hyuk deftly held on and took up a position on the giant bird's back. The bird's extraordinary resistance to physical attacks proved to be a saving grace for both participants in the aerial battle, preventing them from falling from a great height. Zhu Hyuk offered the bird a mutually beneficial deal, promising to spare its life on the condition that it become his loyal and obedient pet. The bird's lack of enthusiasm prompted Zhu Hyuk to use his fighting skills to train on a creature capable of withstanding his powerful attacks. Reducing the power of his attacks by 80%, Zhu Hyuk promised the bird that the next blows would be significantly softer than the previous crushing onslaught. Thoughts. The intense training had significantly weakened the bird's resistance, giving Zhu Hyuk the perfect opportunity to use the tamer's magic ring. The fortunate acquisition of the tamer's ring during a recent act of justice has proven incredibly useful in the current situation with the unruly bird. A magical glow enveloped the bird when the ring was activated, initiating a partial taming process limited by the animal's high level of intelligence. After landing, Zhu Hyuk explained that the initial taming was a simple step, but for the perfect result, choosing the right nickname was necessary. The girls were genuinely amazed by the unexpected display of Zhu Hyuk's talent in taming animals, including his own sister Seiya. Zhu Hyuk calmly explained the origins of his taming skills, acknowledging the uniqueness of his technique compared to traditional golden spoon methods. While studying the new pet's stats in the information panel, Zhu Hyuk discovered the highest S rank and unusual food preferences in the form of blue stones and gold. Comparing his purchase to the famous Korean wyvern of Master Eugene, rank A, Zhu Hyuk noted the exorbitant price of such creatures on the market. The high cost of maintaining a new pet forced Zhu Hyuk to seriously consider the feasibility of raising this unusual bird himself. The demonstration of a bag of gold coins immediately brought the bird, which had been feigning unconsciousness, into a state of active attention and interest. Zhu Hyuk exploited the bird's obvious greed, offering it access to his riches in exchange for obedience and loyal service as a pet. The final stage of the domestication process was the selection of the name Coco for the bird, which had come to terms with its new role, and this finally cemented their bond. The entire group settled on Coco's back for a quick climb up the cliff and to reach the destination marked on the map. Seiya praised the advantages of the new companion for comfortable travel, causing the bird to noticeably enjoy herself with sincere praise of its abilities. A careful study of the map raised doubts among the travelers, since they could not find the entrance indicated on it in the indicated place. Song tried to help Zhu Hyuk determine the exact location, but he honestly admitted that he had no understanding of the map symbols. At the foot of the mysterious mountain, Song suggested that her companion destroy it entirely, but the young man admitted that despite his strength, He did not possess mining skills and could not disturb the natural landscape. Tired of fruitless attempts, Ju Hyuk asked the girls to hold tightly to the magical bird Coco, which, at his command, rose high into the sky, preparing to make a swift flight along the mountain wall. After many failed attempts, Ju Hyuk came to the conclusion that in order to open the secret entrance to the mountain, they had to fulfill certain requirements that they had not yet guessed about. After carefully considering the situation, Ju Hyuk decided to use his incredible physical strength to make his own way into the impregnable mountain stronghold. Having gathered all his internal energy, Ju Hyuk used the powerful technique Mind Conquering the Heavens, thanks to which they finally discovered the long-awaited secret entrance to the mountain's depths. The joy of discovery quickly turned to disappointment when the travelers learned of a new challenge. They had to find and sacrifice 200 mountain monsters in 5 short minutes. Reflecting on the situation, the hero realized that sacrificing 200 monsters within 5 minutes would destroy the rock and complete the difficult test. While searching for a solution to a difficult problem, Ju Hyuk remembered the mysterious hidden class Absolute Necromancer, which had a special connection with the forces of darkness. After carefully examining the space beneath the rock, Ju Hyuk noticed many dark creatures and thought about the possibility of using them to perform the necessary sacrificial ritual. Turning to his companion Se-song, Ju Hyuk inquired about the number of dark creatures below, hoping to find the required 200 heads to complete the ritual. Having carefully examined the space under the rock, the sister confidently reported that the number of dark creatures even exceeded the required number and reached 286. Upon learning of the need to sacrifice the undead, Se-song expressed a deep reluctance to part with the creatures that had become as dear to her as her own children. Puzzled by the girl's reaction, Ju Hyuk watched her in surprise, trying to figure out if she could really communicate with the undead and hear their reluctance to become victims. The situation became clear pretty quickly. It turned out that the girl couldn't talk to the creatures. She was simply very upset and began to cry quietly. Seeing Se-song's unusual behavior, Seiya expressed genuine surprise, as their companion had never shown such emotional sensitivity before. The important words of the mentor echoed in Se-song's memory. He spoke of her destiny to rise above the darkness and obey only one master. Understanding the importance of the moment, the hero explained that they were now taking the first step towards a great goal, and failure could mean the end of all their aspirations. Despite understanding the importance of the moment, Se-song felt deep anguish at the thought of using the undead as sacrificial creatures. After assessing the remaining time, Ju Hyuk explained that even with all his strength, he physically would not have time to find and collect 200 new monsters in the remaining 3 minutes. Deep mental anguish overwhelmed the girl at the thought of having to personally sacrifice the creatures with whom she felt a special connection. After closely observing Se-song's condition, Ju Hyuk guessed that her unusual connection with the undead was a special side effect of the hidden class. Seiya shared an observation about Se-song's unusual behavior, noting that the girl had not previously shown such affection for dark creatures. Showing firmness of character, Ju Hyuk directly told Marianne that he was ready to end the cooperation if she could not overcome her doubts and carry out the necessary actions. Once an important quest had been activated, none of the participants had the right to take things lightly or allow personal feelings to influence the completion of the task. Faced with a difficult choice, Se-song knew she had to either sacrifice the undead and stay on the team, or part ways with the rest of the travelers forever. Realizing her true calling to walk alongside the team, Se-song made the difficult decision to make a sacrifice, for which she received sincere gratitude from Ju Hyuk. Having accepted the role of the future Absolute Necromancer, Marianne made a difficult choice and sacrificed 200 undead creatures to perform the ritual. The moment of sacrifice proved particularly difficult. The undead began to slowly disappear, as if mourning their fate with invisible tears. Suddenly, the girl was overcome by intense pain, and her vital forces began to rapidly decrease, depleting her physical and spiritual state. Quickly assessing the situation, Ju Hyuk used basic healing on Se-song, who was suffering from the side effects of the hidden class, asking her to hold on with all her might. Successfully completing the challenging quest yielded a worthy reward. The cave acknowledged the Absolute Necromancer's power, significantly increasing his stats. All undead ratings increased, the usage limit reached 3,000, and mana costs were halved. Thanks to Ju Hyuk's timely healing intervention, the girl's mental state gradually improved, allowing her to regain her inner balance after the ordeal she had endured. The sacrifice of 200 undead creatures opened the way to the ancient Cliff of Ages, allowing a group of travelers to approach a mysterious cave that holds its own secrets. Carefully observing Marianne's condition after the ordeal, the caring Ju Hyuk offered to use his healing skills once again to ease her suffering. Having overcome her inner pain, the girl calmly assured her companions of her good health, finding solace in the significant increase in her magical abilities. Following Ju Hyuk's wise advice brought Se-song long-awaited relief, but she didn't even notice how angry Seiya was, ready to punish her brother for her friend's suffering. The ancient gates of the Cliff of Ages have been transformed into the mysterious Celt's legacy, allowing travelers to penetrate the depths of the majestic dark cliffs. Exercising caution in an unknown place, Ju Hyuk warned his companions of possible dangers, urging them to remain extremely vigilant. Seiya's first impression of the interior was deceptively simple. The room resembled an ordinary mountain cave with no visible signs of danger. The attentive Ju Hyuk checked the condition of each member of the group, while Seiya, examining the unusual place, began to doubt the correctness of the chosen path. Memories of the Celt's legacy left by his old mentor never left Ju Hyuk's mind, as he sensed the inevitability of another difficult test. The system has launched a legacy eligibility check, revealing the true purpose of the absolute evil, the destruction of the 7 holy thrones with the help of powerful allies. 3 selected assistants, including the magical bird Coco, were subjected to a thorough examination to confirm their readiness for the upcoming trials. The quest's strict rules left no room for compromise. Refusal by assistants to comply with the checks threatened permanent deletion of the protagonist's account. The boy's realization of the quest system's rigidity left him dissatisfied. The path was predetermined, with no way to turn or choose an alternative route. 20 years of training and meetings with the elders of the Heavenly Devil turned out to be part of a grand plan, one of the key scenarios of the majestic Olympus. Realizing there was no turning back, Ju Hyuk was determined to complete the game, warning his companions of the possible dangers ahead. Showing complete trust in her brother, Seiya accepted the offer to become his assistant without hesitation, having received official system notification of her new status. Committed to her choice, Se-song also received a system notification and immediately agreed to become Ju Hyuk's faithful assistant on his difficult journey. The wayward bird Coco showed obvious disobedience, hinting with her whole appearance to Ju Hyuk that special conditions were necessary to obtain her consent. Quickly deciphering the bird's hints, the resourceful Ju Hyuk scattered 8 million gold coins in front of her, instantly receiving the joyful consent of his greedy assistant. Obtaining consent from all 3 assistants gave Ju Hyuk long-awaited access to the mysterious Celt's legacy, bringing him closer to new challenges. The appearance of the mysterious portal marked the beginning of a new stage of trials, to which Ju Hyuk immediately rushed, ready to face the unknown. Despite not having a clear understanding of the upcoming clues, Ju Hyuk resolutely confirmed the entrance, eager to uncover the message left by his teacher. An urgent phone call brought relief to Yves. The situation with his murder was resolved, but the interlocutor insistently asked him to show less pity in the future. Being the leader of the Great Union's teleport control group didn't protect Iva from rage. He was filled with fury at the realization that someone had dared to deceive him. Yves was particularly outraged by the unexpected discovery that Rufendal had been spending time with a common scum of society, a certain Ramtadian. An unexpected turn of events played into Yves' hands, providing the perfect opportunity to teach Ramtadian a harsh lesson for his inappropriate actions. Over 700 people had already accepted the quest to capture Ramtadian, and even his outstanding fighting skills could not help him deal with such a number of pursuers. A sudden phone call caught Yves' surprised attention, interrupting his thoughts about the upcoming hunt for a daring adversary. The caller turned out to be Iva's brother, who, having noticed the posted quest to capture Ramtadian, decided to immediately contact him. The conversation revealed some interesting details. The brother who called turned out to be the director of the Great Union Divine Star and the first Lord of the Throne, ready to help catch Ramtadian. Upon entering the Celt's testing zone, the hero realized the importance of the journey ahead and mentally wished all his companions success in passing the difficult tests. The hero's first test was an encounter with a giant bird of incredible size, which he immediately recognized as part of a test prepared by his teacher. The battle with the mighty bird took only a few minutes, earning the hero a reward of 90,000 gold coins for successfully hunting the 3-legged raven. An encounter with a 3-legged raven, who turned out to be weaker than expected, awakened memories of the hero's past adventures in the special zone of Lime. The teacher's instructions about the need to become stronger in order to achieve the title of the strongest ruler in the world were deeply imprinted in the young hero's memory. 20 years of rigorous training under the guidance of a teacher were aimed at creating the perfect absolute, but the difficulty of the dungeon raised doubts about the success of other participants. In another part of the dungeon, Seiya successfully completed the hunt for a giant bat using her impressive lightning abilities. The powerful attack resulted in the creation of a new ultimate spell, Lightning Rain, and the pure white wizard class enhanced the girl's magical abilities. Alongside the others, Saesong waged her own battle, successfully completing the hunt for the knights with her necromantic abilities. An ambitious necromancer decided to turn the defeated knights into her loyal servants, using the magic of the absolute necromancer to create an army of undead warriors. The use of powerful magic transformed ordinary knights into majestic death knights, greatly strengthening the Dark Mistress's army. Pleased with the new rank of her warriors and the number of undead under her control, which had exceeded 900, Saesong promised herself to listen to Ju Hyuk's advice more often. The fearless bird Coco successfully completed her challenge, defeating a huge poisonous worm, after which she happily feasted on the blue stones she had obtained. Successful completion of all individual tests allowed the group to reunite in the common room, where Ju Hyuk joyfully greeted his comrades. Excited by their success, the girls shared the good news of increasing their level by 10 points, which was a significant achievement for both participants. A sudden system alert interrupted the group's joyful reunion, announcing the start of the main test, specially prepared by the mysterious Celt. Anticipating new challenges, Ju Hyuk urged his comrades to remain calm, while Seiya warned of the possibility of the group being split up again. An unexpected meeting with a teacher pleased with his students' progress confirmed Ju Hyuk's achievement of the status of Great Absolute Evil, which he had been striving for so long. The mysterious appearance of the holographic image aroused Saesong's curiosity, to which Ju Hyuk calmly explained that a projection of his former mentor had appeared before them. The smug teacher extolled his own merits for Ju Hyuk's achievements, claiming that it was his plan and ability to recognize his students' talents that led to such impressive results. While Seiya was looking with interest at the legendary teacher she had heard so much about, he calmly reported the elder's approval of the young man. Pleased with his choice, the teacher explained the importance of Ju Hyuk's ability to transport the necessary resources to the Heavenly Devil's Lair, without which the villagers would not be able to survive. The teacher expressed his firm belief that his students' efforts would help revive life in the Heavenly Devil's space, and would one day lead to the conquest of an entire continent. The Absolute Evil main quest update revealed a major plan to merge the SS class quest, the Absolute Evil title, and the main scenario into a single whole. The grandiose task was mind-boggling: to overthrow the ruling empire that held power on the continent and create a new heavenly world under their own leadership. The mentor warned of the need to wait for a special child with a pure soul, capable of receiving a unique gift, without specifying whether it would take a day or 50 years. The teacher emphasized the importance of meeting this pure being, whose contribution to the conquest of the world would prove invaluable despite all possible difficulties. After a farewell wish of good luck, the teacher's hologram dissolved, and a sign appeared informing them of the need to wait for the arrival of the special class, Absolute Necromancer. Seiya's worried question about the need for a long wait was met calmly by Ju Hyuk, who noted the presence of a suitable necromancer in their group. The system's timely confirmation of the Absolute Necromancer's presence marked the fulfillment of all the necessary conditions for completing the Celtic heritage. Reflecting on the fortunate coincidence, Ju Hyuk realized that without Marianne's help, he could have spent his entire life here, trying in vain to pass the test. Successfully completing the Celt's Legacy quest yielded a generous reward: 2 promotion points, 20 bonus attribute points, and a precious red gem. Assessing the rewards he had received, the hero was particularly pleased with the red stone worth 500 million won, which guaranteed financial stability for the near future. Carefully examining the rewards he received, the hero noted the special value of the 2 promotion points and 20 attribute points, already planning their effective use. Seiya's enthusiastic announcement of receiving the red stone was met with approval by Ju Hyuk, confirming her sole right to the valuable reward. Overwhelmed with joy, Seiya rushed to her friend, still not believing her luck, until Marianne's sincere congratulations brought her back to reality. Marianne talked about her special reward. Instead of a red stone, she received promotion points, unlimited mana, and a new useful skill. Impressed by her friend's abilities, Seiya suggested celebrating her success, planning to treat her with the proceeds from the sale of the precious red stone. Watching Sei Song's humble description of her new abilities, Ju Hyuk was amazed at her power to control a massive army of undead with virtually no mana consumption. A sudden, loud bird cry caught everyone's attention. Coco, surrounded by a bright glow, began the process of increasing her rank and developing her abilities. Watching the bird's transformation closely, Ju Hyuk noted its impressive progress, reaching level 73 and raising its rank from S to SS. Observing the bird's proud behavior in front of its companions, Ju Hyuk suddenly realized that all this time he had mistaken the male Coco for a female. Returning to practical matters, Ju Hyuk focused on distributing the 20 bonus points he had received to improve the mind-conquering the heavens technique. The limited options for allocating points to base stats forced Ju Hyuk to focus on the only available upgrade option. A carefully selected reward allowed the mind that conquers the heavens technique to be upgraded, resulting in the activation of the special truth effect in this powerful skill. The search for the hero continued, and Eves and his men discovered Ramtadian's broken trail in a snowy area where the tracks suddenly ended. Ramtadian's bounty hunters lost track of him in this location, much to the displeasure of Eves, who was eager to destroy his adversary. The First Holy See, known as the Crimson Gladiator, calmed the enraged Eves, assuring him that Ramtadian's capture was only a matter of time. The Crimson Gladiator's confidence was based on a carefully prepared trap, from which, in his opinion, even the strong Ramtadian would not be able to escape. The sudden appearance of a dark spot high on a cliff attracted everyone's attention when a huge, unusual-looking bird flew out of it. The surprise of those present increased at the sight of Ramtadian, seated on a bird and radiating a noticeably increased power since their last meeting. Activating the true technique. Conquering the heavens brought a massive 30% boost to all stats, including recovery speed, skill cooldowns, and basic stats. Viewing the updated status gave the guy satisfaction. All of his characteristics had once again reached a new, higher level of development. Seeing the joy on her brother's face, the curious Seiya inquired about the reason, receiving an explanation about the significant increase in his characteristics. Impressed, Sei Song noted the exceptional achievements of Ju Hyuk, whose stats exceeded 100 points, confirming his status as a true absolute evil. The completion of the clearing of the Celtic heritage field was accompanied by its transformation into a new phenomenon and the beginning of destruction, signaling the need for urgent care. An unexpected system message confirmed the hero's suspicions. The main goal of the entire test was indeed to strengthen the mind's technique, which had not yet been fully explored. The system's alarming warning about account deletion and a 42-second evacuation limit caused Ju Hyuk to express his displeasure at the teacher's treachery. Having successfully completed the Celtic Heritage quest, Ju Hyuk planned a short visit to the headquarters, but his plans were not destined to come true. Seiya's anxious voice drew Ju Hyuk's attention to the group of bounty hunters gathered below, clearly waiting for the right moment. The realization of the ongoing quest to capture Ramtadian helped Ju Hyuk understand the reason for the gathering of hunters who still considered him their target. Alarmed, Seiya suggested to her brother that they flee immediately as the best way out of the dangerous situation with their pursuers. Noticing the approach of one of the heroes, Ju Hyuk quickly ordered the girls to put on protective robes and move as stealthily as possible. Confident of his victory, the man announced that today would be the last day in the life of Ramtadian, whose long hiding had finally come to an end. The astonished spectators watched in awe as the Holy Sea Warrior soared through the skies, anticipating the imminent execution of the infamous Ramtadian. Understanding the importance of the moment and the cameras focused on him, the warrior anticipated how a quick victory over Ramtadian would earn him the favor of players and NPCs. Activating the attack sword of flame, the man declared his determination to defeat Ramtadian in front of the world's media, who were riveted to the scene. The warrior's ambitious plan included eliminating Ramtadian as the first step to defeating absolute evil and turning the Divine Star into the strongest world alliance. The enemy's first attack was aimed at the bird, trying to knock it out of flight, but the wounded Coco, overcoming pain and panic, continued to confidently stay on her intended course. Introducing himself to his opponent, the warrior identified himself as Kang Mu-seok, the director of the Divine Star Alliance and holder of the title of Crimson Gladiator of the First Holy See. Before he could finish his arrogant warning, Kang Mu-seok was grabbed by an enraged Coco, who used her claw dash skill to throw him into a nearby wall. The thugs watching from below froze in amazement, not believing their eyes. Ramtaudian's pet turned out to be strong enough to inflict damage on the Crimson Gladiator himself. Shocked by the bird's unexpected strength, which had reached level 70, the Crimson Gladiator admitted his carelessness, but still believed in his ability to deal with the enemy. Approaching the defeated Kang Mu-seok, Ju Hyuk calmly stated his main principle. He does not attack first unless the opponent shows aggression. Carefully assessing the situation, Ju Hyuk understood the inevitability of an attack from Kang Mu-seok, who could not show weakness in front of the many watching mercenaries. An urgent message from an enraged brother warned Eves of his intention to kill Ramtaudian instead of his planned arrest due to pent-up anger. Confident in his superiority, Kang Mu-seok was perplexed by Ju Hyuk's audacity, knowing that even the leaders of the Great Union could not handle him alone. Enraged by his opponent's arrogance, Kang Mu-seok decided to demonstrate the true power of the First Holy See, capable of destroying not only Ramtaudian, but also absolute evil. After the enemy activated the fire armor, a worried Seiya offered to help her brother in the battle, but Ju Hyuk urged the girls not to interfere. Understanding the difficulty of hiding one's true identity, Ju Hyuk was aware of the risk of having his companions' identities revealed through their behavior, especially for Luna of the Seventh Holy Throne. Reflecting on the recent events that changed his life as an unemployed man, Ju Hyuk marveled at the reckless courage of the big union director who attacked without a trace of fear. Watching Kang Mu-seok's fighting stance as he prepared to attack, Seiya was reminded of his opponent's well-known reputation as an extremely proud warrior. Seiya understood that killing Kang Mu-seok would mean war with the Divine Star, although the clash of absolute evil with the Crimson Gladiator was inevitable. Keeping a close eye on her brother as he gathered strength, Seiya warned of the enemy's wide attack radius, urging Ju Hyuk to exercise extra caution. Confident in his superiority, Ju Hyuk only smiled, realizing the significant difference in strength and the readiness of the absolute evil to meet any challenge. Swiftly closing in on the enemy, Ju Hyuk used the skill Unusually Powerful Fist, with the intention of halving the damage, demonstrating his superiority. The powerful attack activated all of Kang Mu-seok's defense mechanisms. The armor was destroyed, the protection of the spiritual necklace and the spiritual barrier were activated. The Crimson Gladiator's numerous magical artifacts were actively working to heal him, and the protective ring created an additional protective barrier. Surprised by his opponent's resilience after his attack, Ju Hyuk noted with interest Kang Mu-seok's impressive arsenal of magical items. Despite his obvious advantage in stats, Ju Hyuk decided to prolong the battle to study his opponent's possible hidden abilities. Recognizing the enemy's strength, Kang Mu-seok realized his previous carelessness and the need to exercise utmost caution in battle. With a mocking smile, Ju Hyuk expressed his disappointment at the weakness of the Divine Star Director, calling him a third-generation gold spoon mediocre. Enraged by his opponent's arrogance, Kang Mu-seok began to concentrate his power, preparing to demonstrate the true strength of the Crimson Gladiator. The activation of the skill Explosive Fire Flower created such a powerful heat that its intensity could be felt even at a considerable distance where Ju Hyuk was located. Watching his opponent closely, Ju Hyuk noticed a gradual decrease in his health, likely caused by using his techniques to the limit. Analyzing the situation, Ju Hyuk assumed that the enemy was using Berserk mode, understanding the time limitations of such a state. In preparation for the decisive battle, Ju Hyuk entrusted Coco with the protection of the girls, completely trusting his faithful companion with their safety. Jumping off the bird, Ju Hyuk rushed towards his opponent, intending to personally test the limits of the endurance of the holder of the First Holy Throne. A few hours later, a worried Kang Mu-seok urgently called his assistant, demanding that he immediately take control of the media to prevent information leaks. Understanding the difficulty of the task due to the rapid spread of information on the internet, the assistant nevertheless respectfully promised to carry out the assignment. Trying to reassure the manager, the assistant assured him that he would make every effort to ensure that footage of the director's death did not appear online. Annoyed by the suggestion of his death, Kang Mu-seok abruptly corrected his secretary, explaining his absence as simply leaving the game to rest. Kang Mu-seok's mounting rage erupted into a tirade about the inappropriateness of being treated as a dead man when he stood alive in front of his subordinate. Continuing to be indignant, Kang Mu-seok expressed his indignation at having to endure such treatment because of a loser like Ramtaudian. Having vented his pent-up anger on his secretary, Kang Moo-seok tried to calm down by giving orders to tidy up his office. Standing by the window, Kang Moo-seok reflected on the misconceptions of society, which overlooks the emergence of many incompetent people in important structures. Kang Moo-seok's thoughts were filled with the conviction that the guild's top users were of paramount importance to the functioning of the entire gaming world. Anticipating the coming changes, Kang Moo-seok saw the approach of a new era where the sudden rise of the weak would become impossible due to the reorganization of the world. The swift flight on the faithful Coco delighted Ju Hyuk, once again confirming the value of such a reliable friend, capable of instantly delivering him to the right place. Noticing Coco's improved mood, Ju Hyuk correctly guessed the reason. The bird had become much easier to carry one passenger instead of the usual 3. The cause of Coco's concern turned out to be an attack from an enemy that released an extremely powerful flame directed at his wings during the battle. The realization of the master's power, capable of destroying an opponent with a single basic attack, made a strong impression on Coco, forcing her to rethink her behavior. Impressed by his master's display of strength, Coco decided to be more obedient, fearing the fate of the defeated Crimson Knight. Having reached the lair of the Heavenly Devil, the hero went about his business, while a pleased Coco entertained the local children by displaying his gold coins. Studying the received report revealed to Ju Hyuk details of the settlement's survival strategy for the upcoming cold season. The elder described in detail the severity of the local winters, emphasizing the need to provide each home with warm clothing and heating equipment. According to preliminary calculations, 800 million gold coins were required to provide for the 800 inhabitants of the Heavenly Devil for the winter period. Responsibility for the accuracy of economic calculations was assigned to the 4th elder of the settlement, the wise Serdian. Studying the reports on the life of the settlement, the hero reflected on the previous methods of survival of these people during the winter period, doubting the need to waste resources on simple NPCs. While Serdian promised to prepare a detailed plan for the arrangement of the dwellings, Ju Hyuk realized that the required 800 million could easily be covered from Johan's 4 billion fund. Having approved Serdian's plan to revive the Heavenly Devil, Ju Hyuk generously allowed the use of the required amount, understanding the importance of this business project. Inspired by the Lord's support, Serdian dared to propose increasing the budget to 1.5 billion gold coins to purchase higher quality materials. By agreeing to increase the expenses, Ju Hyuk earned the sincere gratitude of Serdian, who promised to tell all the residents about the generosity of their ruler. A system notification about the increase in the residents' loyalty and the strengthening of his power over the village somewhat consoled the hero, upset by the large expenses. Johan's unexpected initiative to hold a meeting surprised Elder Rexor, who had not expected such a show of attention from his old acquaintance. Acknowledging the unusual nature of his behavior, Johan confirmed Rexor's guess that the reason for the meeting was a discussion of absolute evil. Sensing the power of the mind-conquering the heavens technique, Johan claimed that their chosen one had already reached the minimum requirements for the role of absolute ruler. Despite partially agreeing with Johan's arguments, Rexor firmly stated his unwillingness to serve a ruler whose power was significantly inferior to his own. Recalling the difficult path to the creation of Sarmak and the union of black flowers, Rexor emphasized the importance of strength and authority for a true leader. Rexor's deep conviction in the necessity of a ruler's superiority over his subordinates made him doubt the candidacy of the new leader. Such high demands on a leader were typical of Rexor, the 3rd elder and head of the notorious Black Flowers assassin group. Johan explained Rexor's temporary superiority by the presence of several limiting prohibitions that were hampering the true power of their future ruler. The head of the House of Black Flowers, aware of the situation, acknowledged the need to wait, although his patience was gradually running out. Rexor shared information about the growing impatience of other non-aligned elders, emphasizing the impossibility of waiting indefinitely. Contrasting his opinion with Rexor's, Johan noted that the elder had not seen any recent changes in the power of their potential lord. After returning from the expedition, Johan noticed a significant increase in the young leader's strength, sensing a multiple increase in his potential. Johan confidently stated their lord's ability to confront the elders even without special equipment, demonstrating a significant increase in his strength. The hero's unique ability to deliver items from the outside world to the village became an irrefutable argument that even Rexor did not argue with. And observing the initiative to provide residents with winter supplies, Rexor expressed concern about the use of the organization's funds. Johan emphasized the wise use of Sarmak's funds by their master, directing all resources solely towards the development of the Heavenly Devil. Urging Rexer to be patient, Johann hinted at the existence of a special plan by their overlord to obtain additional military forces. Observing the latest research into monster creation, Ju Hyuk realized that a revolution was approaching in the gaming industry. Seiya was amazed at the scale of the financial investment in research, noting the vast amount of red and black stones used. His brother's indifferent reaction to the news after his victory over the First Throne made Seiya suspect a hidden meaning behind the events. Showing concern for his sister, Ju Hyuk explained the defeated enemy's reluctance to acknowledge the growing notoriety of absolute evil. Urging his sister to be careful, Ju Hyuk warned her about the upcoming confrontation with the monster creators and the need to maintain incognito. While explaining to his sister the importance of self-improvement, Ju Hyuk encountered her unwavering belief in his superiority over everyone else. Analyzing the situation, Seiya proposed using monster generation technology to ensure the self-sufficiency of the Sky Devil. Ju Hyuk's next target was the river flowing through the sky, a territory rich in redstones that had recently been opened to independent players. His sister's warning about the presence of level 70 players only strengthened Ju Hyuk's resolve to explore the new territory. Connecting to Olympus, Ju Hyuk thought about the upcoming hunt in the exclusive territories of the continent of Sentinia, inhabited by unusual creatures. The popularity of hunting grounds among Alliance members was due to the possibility of a stable supply of valuable red stones. For the upcoming expedition, Ju Hyuk decided to take Zeta, the sixth elder, with him, who possessed impressive magical abilities. Having awakened the true technique of mind conquering the heavens, the hero decided not to advertise, but also not to hide his status as absolute evil. Upon reaching the vicinity of the teleporter, Ju Hyuk ordered Zeta to stay nearby using camouflage, then joined his team. Rufendal's unexpected appeal about the imminent end of his undead state was accompanied by a request for permission to continue their journey together. Surprised by Rufendal's desire to stay close despite his dreams of freedom, Ju Hyuk listened to his willingness to become undead again. Intrigued by Se-song's capabilities, Ju Hyuk watched as Seiya offered to help fulfill Rufendal's death wish. A sudden lightning attack from Seiya instantly ended Rufendal's life, leaving Ju Hyuk frozen in amazement. Rufendal's quick resurrection by Se-song's forces resulted in its owner changing from Marion to Arthur. The revived Rufendal felt an unprecedented surge of power, noting a significant increase in characteristics by more than 20 points. Grateful to his new master Arthur, Rufendal linked his strengthening precisely with these changes in the system of subordination. Ju Hyuk noted the development of the ultimate necromancer's abilities thanks to the Celtic Heritage reward, which applies to both NPCs and players. While organizing the group's gradual promotion, Ju Hyuk especially warned his sister to be careful due to her status as a saint. The appearance of Ju Hyuk, Rufendal, and the mighty eagle at the portal attracted the attention of those around, who recognized the familiar silhouette. The dark energy and the accompaniment of the giant eagle allowed observers to quickly identify the approaching man as Ramtadian himself. The panicked reaction of those present resulted in urgent preparations for battle and attempts to contact the head office. The unexpected order to let Ramtadian through caused all the knights to part, allowing him free access to the portal. Confused by the strange behavior of those around him, Ju Hyuk listened to Rufendal's suggestion that their sudden respect was connected to the video of his victory over Kang Mu Seok that had been circulated. Kang Mu Seok's status as the director of the Divine Star Grand Alliance ensured that the alliance members were aware of what had happened, facilitating the further advancement of his sister and Marianne. Reflecting on the portal system, Ju Hyuk recalled their original general availability and doubted the legitimacy of large alliances seizing control over the natural structures of Olympus. After passing through the portal, the hero learned of orders from senior management to maintain normal operations, leaving the solution to the problem to higher authorities. Finding himself in an unexpectedly deserted area after teleporting, Ju Hyuk decided not to take any risks and stay put while waiting for the rest of the team to arrive. The covert surveillance of the hero culminated in the director suddenly ordering a full-scale fire attack when it became clear that Ju Hyuk had not noticed the ambush. Calming the worried Rufendal, Ju Hyuk reminded him of the presence of a defensive spell and suggested that he block the enemy's attack while he provided a boost. Anticipating the possibility of such a development, Ju Hyuk was nevertheless surprised by the obviousness and straightforwardness of the opponent's actions in the current situation. The first attack was carefully prepared, with the addition of combination skills and a stunning effect to neutralize the enemy without any room for error. While successfully holding off enemy attacks, Rufendal noted the difficulty of single-handed blocking due to the excessively wide range of strikes being delivered across the entire area. Calmly assessing the situation, Ju Hyuk saw a simple solution to the problem in his personal participation in blocking the enemy's massive attack. Si Song's sudden appearance from the opened portal was accompanied by her anxious questions about the reasons for the surrounding fiery chaos and destruction. Realizing the danger of the situation for Se Song, Ju Hyuk tried to warn the girl about the need to immediately evade the enemy's approaching attack. Si Song's slow reaction time resulted in the enemy's powerful attack heading straight for her unprotected face, threatening serious consequences. After the attack had completely stopped, the wary mages maintained their battle positions, ready to resume the offensive at the slightest sign of enemy survival. Disappointed by the ease of the battle, the director of the Grand Union publicly expressed disdain for the force that defeated the Throne Warrior, warning of a similar fate for all enemies of the Alliance. The sudden appearance of a strange silhouette emerging from the smoke after a massive attack attracted the alarmed attention of all the fighters present. A growing sense of unease gripped the commander as he thought about the incredible possibility of the enemy surviving such a powerful and coordinated attack. While taking refuge with his comrades on Koko, Ju Hyuk received a message from a worried Seiya, ordering her to remain in place until further instructions. Showing concern for Marianne's well-being after the attack, Ju Hyuk asked the girl to remain under the protection of the mighty Koko until his return. Ju Hyuk's timely intervention allowed him to protect the girl from the approaching fire attack, managing to shield her from the deadly flames. Reassuring the girl, Ju Hyuk assured her of complete safety under his protection and asked her to rise with Koko to the clouds after the end of the active phase of the battle. Stopping Ju Hyuk before leaving, Se Song, grateful for his rescue, expressed her strong desire to stop hiding and join the fight by his side. The end of the quiet conversation between the heroes led to them jumping off the bird together, causing the red-haired guy to be surprised by the lack of visible damage to the opponents. The preparation for the second attack was accompanied by general amazement at the incredible defensive ability of the opponents, who remained unharmed after such a powerful blow. While acknowledging the opponent's exceptional defense, observers were skeptical of their attacking potential, comparing it to Rufendal's limited capabilities. Confident in the reliability of his fighter, the director entrusted him with the role of the main defender in the vanguard, counting on his exceptional fortitude in the upcoming battle. When asking Rufendal to prepare a recording device, Ju Hyuk noted the number and high level of the enemies, instructing him to collect all the dropped items. An approaching tank tried to warn Ju Hyuk about the unequal battle, but only received an order for Rufendal to begin recording the upcoming battle. Confident in his team's superior numbers and equipment, the woodcutter offered Ju Hyuk the chance to surrender voluntarily, avoiding certain defeat. Calling on Ju Hyuk to repent to director Kang Moo-seok, the woodcutter hinted at the possibility of a lighter punishment if he apologized in a timely manner. Confused about the seriousness of the charges, Ju Hyuk listened to the woodcutter's explanation of the crime against the Union's territory and the violation of order in the work area. The invasion of territory and the insult to the pride of the Divine Star were considered sufficient grounds for the most severe sentence to be passed on the offender. Reacting mockingly to the claims, Ju Hyuk inquired about the legitimacy of the Great Union's claims to a territory created without their participation or efforts. Outraged by the unfounded claims to control the teleporter and hunting grounds, Ju Hyuk openly questioned the right to charge fees to ordinary players. Explaining the reason for killing the first attacker, Kang Moo-seok, Ju Hyuk realized the futility of dialogue with opponents incapable of rational discussion. The woodcutter's growing anxiety was caused not so much by Ju Hyuk's words, but by the frightening energy of an unknown force emanating from him. Si Song's timely completion of the task resulted in the activation of necromantic abilities and the summoning of an army of undead soldiers onto the battlefield. Having surrounded the area with resurrected warriors, Ju Hyuk issued an ultimatum to immediately summon the head of the Union, threatening brutal reprisals in case of refusal. Expressing his categorical rejection of the monopolization of gaming resources, Ju Hyuk declared his readiness to completely destroy the existing unfair system. In preparing for the attack, the woodcutter counted on the advantage of his equipment and magic potions against an enemy who had almost no special equipment. Ju Hyuk's swift movement caught the woodcutter off guard, not even allowing him to realize the moment the enemy approached his position. Understanding his opponent's intention to rely on healing potions and spells, Ju Hyuk decided to demonstrate the futility of such tactics in the upcoming battle. Having destroyed the enemy with a simple basic strike, Ju Hyuk contemptuously noted the weakness of a warrior who fell to an unarmed opponent with a single blow. By ordering the knights to eliminate the remaining opponents, Ju Hyuk demonstrated his readiness for a full-scale battle with the enemies. The shocking death of director Drovosek, who was capable of facing monsters of the 80th level, from a simple blow from an unarmed man seemed unbelievable. Receiving alarming reports of a growing undead army, the director rejected the offer of retreat, equating it to dismissal, and ordered a continued offensive. Realizing the enemy's connection to the necromancer being discussed in society, the director could not understand the possibility of simultaneously controlling so many resurrected undead. Anticipating the depletion of the enemy necromancer's mana reserves, the director interpreted the mass appearance of the undead as a ploy by the enemy to quickly overwhelm them with numbers. In an effort to expose the enemy's supposed deception, the director ordered his troops to engage in a decisive battle to prove the true strength of his unit. In the midst of a tense standoff, Ju Hyuk made an important request to Se Song to temporarily recall all the Death Knights and stay out of the upcoming battle herself. The air around Ju Hyuk began to fill with dangerous dark energy, because having reached the 50th level of development, he received the ability to use his special destructive ability. By decisively activating the skill 100 Lightning Strikes, which transformed into the improved version True 100 Lightning Strikes, the warrior received a significant boost to all stats. Intending to demonstrate to his opponents the true extent of the difference in power, Ju Hyuk immediately directed his destructive energy at one of the opposing side's directors. Alarmed by the swift attack, the director immediately responded by calling for defensive fighters, who were immediately ordered to form a defensive line. The defenders vowed to provide the director with reliable protection, but their efforts were in vain, as a single blow from Ju Hyuk completely destroyed the enemy's body. The victorious conclusion of the duel earned Ju Hyuk numerous system congratulations for eliminating a heroic ranked opponent, and also added 5 additional points of absolute evil to his score. After successfully eliminating the most dangerous enemies, Ju Hyuk requested the return of the Death Knights to continue the offensive, but the system warned him about the possibility of removing the irrational limit. The leadership of the Divine Star organization gathered for an emergency meeting after receiving alarming reports of events occurring near the mysterious river flowing through the sky. The management was deeply shocked to realize that the culprit of yet another destructive incident was the elusive Ramtadian, who was undermining their monopoly. A senior management representative persistently convinced his colleagues that the problem would be resolved quickly and that all records of the battle would inevitably be deleted from the information space. After the bitter conflict ended, Se Song made a surprising decision to spare the defeated knights' lives, planning to turn them into her loyal followers. The remaining director expressed clear disagreement with what was happening, but was powerless against Se Song's magical influence, which forced his subordinates to destroy their surviving comrades. Mariana calmly explained to the warriors, who were suffering from an internal struggle, that ceasing their resistance to magical influence would significantly ease their condition and bring long-awaited release. Testing the limits of his newfound powers, Ju Hyuk launched another training attack, which resulted in the destruction of one of the remaining enemy soldiers. An unexpected result of the last battle was the appearance of several red stones, indicating a new ability to obtain items after independently eliminating opponents. The current situation is due to the use of absolute evil points, which, according to the system message, helped remove irrational elements of the gameplay. The amazing effect of the transformation was the complete normalization of the luck parameter, getting rid of negative values of this characteristic and opening up new possibilities for character development. While busy collecting valuable artifacts, Rufendal suddenly discovered the appearance of uninvited guests through the portal and considered it necessary to immediately inform his master. A thorough analysis of the situation allowed Rufendal to identify the arrivals as representatives of an elite unit of the Lesser Trinity of the Union, operating under the auspices of the Divine Star. The warriors, nicknamed the Three-Handed Warriors, immediately demanded that Ju Hyuk voluntarily submit to justice in order to mitigate the inevitable harsh sentence. Rufendal hastened to warn Ju Hyuk about the extreme determination of the arriving representatives of the Divine Star and the need to take the emerging threat seriously. Having listened carefully to Rufendal's detailed explanation, the protagonist received a comprehensive idea of the outstanding strength of the arriving group of opponents. The first opponent turned out to be the renowned master of close combat, Kirtel, who had reached incredible heights in the development of a rare hidden class of martial arts. The second member of the group was a mysterious warrior nicknamed the Assassin, who possessed the unique techniques of a hidden class of blade masters. The central position was occupied by the defensive magic specialist Liu Peng, whose exceptional skills allowed him to provide impenetrable protection for his allies. Analyzing the combat abilities of his opponents, Zhu Haiyuk noted the similarity between Liu Peng's defensive techniques and Rufendal's magic, suggesting the possible influence of the former on the development of the latter. The enemy group's leader, Liu Peng, issued a final warning about the possibility of avoiding severe punishment, while simultaneously giving the order to begin military operations. Carefully assessing the current situation, the protagonist noted the absence of healers and priests in the enemy group, which clearly indicated that the enemy underestimated his capabilities. The first representative of the enemy group began a rapid advance, loudly declaring his intention to fight at full strength, despite the enemy's lack of equipment. Despite the enemy's threatening statements about the inevitability of his imminent death, Zhu Hyuk managed to stop his rapid attack at the last possible moment. The enemy was deeply shocked by Zhu Haiyuk's incredible ability to stop his most powerful blow without using any weapons or special equipment. Instantly delivering a crushing counterblow, Zhu Hyuk calmly informed his defeated opponent of his disappointment in the level of his fighting skill. Liu Peng, who was watching the battle, was truly shocked by his opponent's ability to send Kirtel flying with a simple punch, realizing that the intelligence he had received was seriously inaccurate. Carefully observing his opponent's reaction to the blow he received, Zhu Haiyuk noted his extraordinary endurance and instructed Rufendal to capture the upcoming interesting duel. The trio of elite warriors, recognizing the impressive strength of the enemy, sent a proposal to Zhu Haiyuk to conduct constructive negotiations for a peaceful resolution of the conflict. Having received another decisive rejection of the proposal to begin negotiations, the opponents continued to insist that there would be no negative consequences from accepting their conditions. Representatives of the enemy side offered attractive terms of cooperation, including the right to hunt in controlled regions and the abolition of the life sentence. The opponents offered truly favorable terms for cooperation with the Divine Star, including free use of all portals and an impressive annual reward. Zhu Hyuk resolutely rejected the attractive offer of his opponents, openly declaring his intention to completely destroy the existing monopoly control system. The protagonist was well aware of the special value of the proposed conditions for the average player, including a high salary, access to hunting grounds, and use of the portal system. The current situation deeply angered Zhu Hyuk, who witnessed the humiliating struggle of low-level players for minimal access to gaming resources under the control of monopolists. The video footage of the event, broadcast by Rufendal, provoked a powerful response among observers, who were inspired by the protagonist's decisive stance against the system. Further irritating Zhu Hyuk were the continued secret messages from opponents asking him to allow them to carry out a show assassination to save their reputation. The final failure of the negotiation process led to the inevitable outbreak of a large-scale battle between the opposing sides in the mysterious location. Zhu Hyuk publicly promised to fight fairly, unlike his opponents, and then immediately unleashed the powerful True 100 Lightning Strikes combo. Realizing the inevitability of a quick defeat, the experienced assassin made a tactical decision to redirect his attacks to the more vulnerable allies of the main enemy. Having carefully assessed the combat situation, the assassin identified the necromancer accompanied by the undead as an important strategic ally of the enemy, requiring immediate elimination. Based on the general idea of the necromancer's weakness in direct combat, the assassin decided to take advantage of the opportune moment to launch a surprise attack on an unprotected opponent. The seasoned fighter planned to take the necromancer hostage to gain a tactical advantage, but he completely failed to anticipate the swift intervention of unaccounted forces. The assassin's sudden attack was stopped by a mysterious creature whose presence was so unnoticeable that even an experienced warrior could not detect its approach. The unexpected defender turned out to be the mighty Johann, who, after mockingly commenting on the attempted attack, used the devastating skill Wild Sword of Destruction. Shocked by the instant death of his ally, Liu Peng tried to determine the mysterious warrior's affiliation with known organizations, speculating about his possible connection with Sarmak or the Black Flowers. The mysterious Johann issued a threatening warning of inevitable punishment for all who dared to oppose the mighty Sarmak. The frightened warrior instantly recognized the legendary leader of Sarmak, perplexed by the reasons for his sudden appearance and mysterious connection with the powerful Chaosite. The battle's unexpected development continued with the entry of the powerful Zeta, who immediately activated a formidable spell to summon an evil spirit. The steadfast Zeta solemnly declared the inevitable death of all enemies of the Overlord, concluding her statement with a wish for eternal peace for the fallen enemies. A satisfied Ju Hyuk watched the elders' flawless actions, showing impressive initiative without the need for direct orders. The loyal Johan respectfully apologized to the Lord for his unauthorized interference in the battle, but Ju Hyuk expressed satisfaction with the results of the operation. Liu Peng's sudden message contained a sincere apology for underestimating Ju Hyuk's abilities and an urgent request to resume the negotiation process. The enemy, having realized his mistake, acknowledged the inappropriateness of the previous proposal and expressed his readiness to provide exceptional conditions for cooperation with the full support of the Great Union. Tired of useless talk, Ju Hyuk decisively moved to active combat operations against the arrogant enemy. Ju Hyuk used the moment before the crushing blow to briefly explain his refusal, after which Liu Peng met an unexpected death from a simple basic strike. After the intense battle was over, the diligent Rufendal began methodically collecting the numerous trophies left behind by his defeated opponents. A pleased Rufendal noted the exceptional generosity of the spoils obtained from the rich equipment of the defeated members of the Divine Star. The attentive Sei Song showed interest in the identities of the unexpected helpers after learning from Ju Hyuk about their affiliation with the Heavenly Devil Elders and their plans to hunt together. Having completed a thorough collection of resources, an inspired Rufendal joyfully reported his incredible success and invited Ju Hyuk to inspect the collected trophies. The elders who observed Rufendal's actions were deeply impressed by the sincere devotion and diligence of their unusual assistant. As Ju Hyuk calmly began to check the items Rufendal had collected, he suddenly discovered something so alarming that he immediately called for Kok. Assessing the situation with lightning speed, Ju Hyuk ordered Rufendal and Sei Song to climb onto the dragon's back, while simultaneously calling on Johan and Zeta to prepare for battle. Despite the general lack of understanding of what was happening, all participants felt the approach of an unusually powerful and threatening force. The foreboding was confirmed by the appearance of a new quest, Boss Monster Attack, which reported the sudden appearance of absolute evil. The interaction of the energy of absolute evil with the energy of the monster field led to the emergence of three powerful chimeras, the terrifying size of which impressed even the experienced Johan. Amazed by the incredible size of the monsters that appeared, Sei Song expressed confidence in Ju Hyuk's victory and asked that the defeated creatures be transferred under her control. The cautious Johan warned the Lord of the incredible power of the emerging monsters, acknowledging the difficulty of the battle even for himself and the mighty Zeta. Concerned about the current limitations of Ju Hyuk's abilities, Johan expressed doubts about the possibility of an immediate victory and suggested postponing the battle. Confident in his abilities, Ju Hyuk calmly explained to the excited elders his intention to immediately engage in battle, inviting them to witness his victory. After carefully examining the system notification, Ju Hyuk determined that the appearance of bosses was the result of a special interaction with the energy of absolute evil under certain conditions. Having correctly identified the monsters as part of a special game event, Ju Hyuk decided that an immediate battle with the enemies that appeared was inevitable. By decisively activating a powerful flow of true mind energy, Ju Hyuk filled the surrounding space with the overwhelming power of absolute evil. Observing the monsters' reactions, Ju Hyuk confirmed his guess about their special nature, noticing the creatures' complete paralysis under the influence of the energy of absolute evil. Ju Hyuk's confidence in defeating powerful monsters was based on their inability to resist his unique energy. Calling upon the elders to watch the upcoming battle closely, Ju Hyuk activated the True 100 Lightning Strikes against the paralyzed chimeras. The approach of an attack was accompanied by a system notification about the special compatibility of the energy of absolute evil with monsters transformed under certain conditions. The incredible power of the approaching attack caused uncontrollable fear in the boss monsters, confirming Ju Hyuk's absolute superiority over his opponents. An ecstatic Zeta continued to marvel at the Overlord's impressive display of strength in battle against the overconfident members of the Union. Amazed by the rapid growth of his ruler's power, Johan recognized the true greatness of the absolute ruler. The successful completion of the battle earned Ju Hyuk confirmation of the right to obtain hidden skills and the creation of special titles, Hidden, Intimidation, and Deadly. Pleased with the results of the battle, Ju Hyuk explained to the elders that the strength he had demonstrated was the true reason for his status as the absolute ruler. The Grand Union's leadership held an emergency meeting to thoroughly analyze the impressive abilities demonstrated by Full Hao in the river location. The director in charge of the Divine Star, Great Union, provided confirmed information about the enemy's cultivation level, reaching the 50th level. The alarming situation caused serious concern to the chief executive, who was aware of the catastrophic decline in the organization's reputation in the eyes of the public. An additional blow to the organization's reputation was the crushing defeat of the leaders of the small union, who were unable to put up a worthy resistance to Ju Hyuk. Recognizing that there was no excuse for their weakness, all three defeated leaders immediately rose to offer formal apologies. The calm leader explained that the reason for the discussion was not the need for an apology, but the unexpectedly high level of power of the opponent. An experienced leader expressed regret over the inability of his subordinates to correctly assess the enemy's capabilities and propose appropriate terms of cooperation. The short-sightedness of the leaders of the Little Union caused deep disappointment to the attentive observer of the events taking place. The unusual opponent Full Hao demonstrated exceptional abilities despite his relatively low 50th level of development, actively using the media space. Spreading rumors of attempts by major organizations to capture the mysterious adversary testified to its high strategic value. Grand Union President Kang Moo-hwan closely followed the situation regarding the official pronouncement of life sentence by the Divine Star organization. Carefully analyzing the situation, the leader understood that regardless of strategic value and negotiating opportunities, Full Hao remained an adversary of a society with influential allies. A careful study of the mysterious player's past actions strengthened Kang Moo-hwan's compelling hypothesis about the enemy's possible connection to the forces of absolute evil. The leader's grandson, Kang Moo-seok, expressed sincere admiration for his grandfather's insight, who explained the main goal of absolute evil, plunging society into a state of chaos. The seasoned leader emphasized the importance of eliminating such destructive elements to create an ideal world free from unnecessary casualties. Guided by his convictions, Kang Moo-hwan took drastic measures, declaring Ju Hyuk the embodiment of absolute evil and establishing complete control over society. Despite the decision, the Divine Star organization traditionally remained open to talented people, allowing for the possibility of secretly recruiting the enemy. The experienced strategist Kang Moo-hwan believed it was necessary to first force the enemy into a hopeless situation, despite his impressive individual strength. The leader's plans were based on incomplete information, as at that moment Ju Hyuk had already successfully defeated the first of the powerful monsters. The persistent desire to demonstrate the futility of a lone struggle against the majority was explained by the desire to create a world under the control of a select elite. A short time later, the mighty Ju Hyuk ended the difficult battle, achieving a decisive victory over the last Chimera monster. The successful completion of the Boss Monster Attack quest drew genuine admiration from spectators, who were particularly impressed by the ease with which the enormous enemies were defeated. A brilliant victory brought the hero an impressive reward, including 30 million gold, a stat boost, and additional points of absolute evil. An unexpected addition to the standard reward was the receipt of 3 extremely rare black stones, accompanied by a solemn system congratulations. A shocked Ju Hyuk experienced incredible emotions from receiving the legendary black stones, considered the highest treasure among all existing ones. The historical rarity of the objects obtained was confirmed by statistics. In the 200 years of Olympus's existence, black stones appeared only 3 times. The incredible rarity of black stones made it nearly impossible to accurately determine their true market value in the game economy. Reflecting on his achievement, Ju Hyuk recalled the path he had taken, the support of his loved ones, and the training of his teacher, realizing that all the trials he had endured had been worthwhile. The attentive elders noticed the Lord's extraordinary joy, which Zeta associated with the successful demonstration of his outstanding abilities. The insightful Johann, sensing other reasons for the ruler's joy, suddenly discovered the approach of new guests and decided to temporarily hide. The unexpected visitors turned out to be high-ranking representatives of large organizations, the director of the Great Union, Helen, and the president of the Union of Justice. The sudden appearance of the head of Sarmak behind the guests, holding a weapon to their necks, was an unpleasant surprise for the uninvited visitors. Faithful Johann respectfully turned to the Lord for instructions on how to proceed with the unexpected guests. Ju Hyuk's calm gaze caused the nervous visitors to quickly introduce themselves. The director of the Union, Elena Blueheart, and the captain of the Justice Union. Intrigued by the American origins of one of the guests, Ju Hyuk allowed them to stay, accompanied by a stern warning about the need to remain still. Showing a willingness to engage in dialogue, Ju Hyuk invited the unexpected visitors to explain the reasons for their appearance. Big Union representative Helen was the first to voice her organization's intention to attract the talented player to its ranks. The woman's offer included an impressive contract with a substantial initial deposit, a high annual salary, and additional privileges in the territories under her control. The determined captain immediately expressed his organization's similar intention to recruit the outstanding player into the ranks of the Justice Alliance. The American side's impressive offer included a substantial down payment, a hefty annual salary, and a valuable collection of rare items. An alarmed Korean representative tried to emphasize the importance of protecting the Greater Union for its survival and access to trade infrastructure. Unperturbed, Ju Hyuk calmly explained to his interlocutors that he had his own methods for obtaining and selling the necessary items. The proposed annual salary of 500 million won did not make the desired impression on the powerful player. Demonstrating his abilities, Ju Hyuk destroyed the approaching monsters with lightning speed, after which Rufendal immediately collected the dropped treasures. The impressive display of skill made those present realize the insignificance of the sum offered for such a powerful warrior. Confident in his abilities, Ju Hyuk calmly declared his ability to earn the proposed sum without much effort. The red stones on display, obtained from the defeated monsters, clearly confirmed the unsatisfactoriness of the proposed terms of cooperation. The attentive captain interrupted the attempts at persuasion from Elena's representative, noticing the misunderstanding that had arisen in the discussion. An important clarification from the captain concerned the currency of the proposal. It was 500 million US dollars, not Korean won. A surprised Ju Hyuk felt a slight embarrassment from his incorrect assumption about the reward currency, thinking about the payment system in the Union. The frank admission by Elena's representative about the offer in Korean caused the captain's sincere bewilderment regarding such a modest amount. The striking difference in the offers astonished Ju Hyuk. A modest 300 million won from the director versus an impressive $500 million from the president. The understanding captain acknowledged the difficulty of making an immediate decision on such an important proposal. The experienced negotiator expressed hope that their proposal would be given priority consideration in the future, acknowledging the inappropriateness of the initial amount from the competitors. A confident representative of the Union of Justice emphasized the organization's readiness to make the most of any possible second chance while maintaining respect for the player's choice. Impressed by the American side's approach, Ju Hyuk promised to give the Justice Union priority in the possible conclusion of a future contract. The surprised representative watched the satisfied captain leave, stunned by the unexpected revelation of the Justice Union's true financial capabilities. The determined Ju Hyuk attracted the attention of the remaining interlocutor, inquiring about the advisability of her continued presence in the absence of new proposals. The astute warrior suggested the possibility of improving the terms of the contract on the part of the representative, although it was obvious that there was no such possibility. Realizing that there was no alternative to the best offer for the talented player, Representative Elena decided to leave the negotiating venue. Outraged by the behavior of the yellow-haired guy, the woman left the meeting place in a state of extreme dissatisfaction. An unexpected message from Eves asking about the results of the meeting prompted the woman to detail Ju Hyuk's display of arrogance and the need to demonstrate to him the limitations of acting alone. Focused solely on returning the important bag, Eves persistently asked his interlocutor to make every effort to fulfill the previously discussed tasks. Perplexed by the enemy's actions, Eves tried to understand the reasons for Ju Hyuk's reckless behavior, deliberately turning powerful organizations into his implacable enemies. Despite not understanding the enemy's true motives, an attentive observer noted the favorable development of events for the realization of his own interests and plans. The return of the lost bag seemed to Eves a key factor, capable of radically changing the current development of events and influencing the further course of history. After leaving the virtual space of Olympus and taking a refreshing shower, Ju Hyuk pondered the optimal ways to use the Black Stone to spread profitable rumors. The unexpected call from an unfamiliar number turned out to be an attempt to contact Se Song, causing understandable surprise in the detail-oriented Ju Hyuk. While pondering the source of his interlocutor's number, Ju Hyuk clearly remembered that he had never given her his contact information directly. The subsequent explanation revealed the source of the information. The phone number had been obtained from Seiya during a recent meeting, after which Se-song had decided to inquire about his availability. An additional argument for the meeting was Se-song's current location in the company of Ju Hyuk's sister, which created an excellent opportunity for spending time together. Ju Hyuk's appearance in the cozy cafe was accompanied by joyful, welcoming gestures from Seiya, who persistently invited her brother to join their small group at the table. An inspired Seiya shared her thoughts on the benefits of meeting together, explaining the reason for sharing contact information, while also noticing her brother's obvious displeasure. An irritated Ju Hyuk asked the girls present about their true intentions, assuming they were willing to listen to serious comments about their actions. Reiterating his initial stance on personal meetings, Ju Hyuk emphasized the extreme frivolity of such actions in the current situation. Expressing clear dissatisfaction with his forced presence, Ju Hyuk explained the need for a serious conversation about the consequences of his interlocutor's rash actions. Ju Hyuk's detailed explanation focused on the importance of controlling every spoken word and gesture, which could be the key to revealing closely guarded secrets. Particular attention was paid to the principles of maximum caution in communication, including a clear distinction between the names used and the manner of speech in the virtual and real worlds. Se-song's personal recommendations included a categorical ban on mentioning her game name and character class in any real-life communication. After listening carefully to the serious warnings, the quiet Se-song, under the watchful gaze of Ju Hyuk, was forced to give a firm promise to follow all the rules voiced. Observing the reaction of her frightened friend, a puzzled Seiya tried to understand the reasons for her brother's strict attitude towards a seemingly harmless meeting of close people. Warning about the upcoming serious conversation at home, Ju Hyuk emphasized the inadmissibility of disseminating his personal information without prior consent. Seiya's attempts to justify his actions by citing partnerships were met with a stark reminder about the need to carefully manage his statements outside the gaming world. Concluding the unpleasant conversation, Ju Hyuk strongly advised the girls to exercise extreme caution and refrain from discussing the events of Olympus in public places. Ju Hyuk's hasty departure, explained by the presence of urgent domestic matters, left a frustrated Seiya to reflect on her older brother's unpleasant character traits. In an attempt to explain the situation to Se-song, Seiya shared an observation about her brother's unusual focus on precautions in everyday interactions. The attentive Se-song, based on her memories of their first meeting, noted the initially comfortable atmosphere of communication with her mysterious partner in virtual adventures. Gratitude for the care shown during critical moments was the main reason Se-song wanted to arrange a personal meeting with an attentive gaming companion. The outcome of the meeting was the opposite of the girls' expectations. Instead of the admiration for Se-song's appearance that Seiya had predicted, they received a serious reprimand for their reckless behavior. Ju Hyuk's return to the virtual space of Olympus was met by the diligent Rufendal, who prepared a detailed report on the valuable items he had recently acquired. The carefully crafted document included current market prices and detailed recommendations for the safe disposal of items without risking the owner's identity. Acknowledging the high quality of the work done, Ju Hyuk limited himself to a short gesture of approval, expressed in a light pat on the head of his diligent assistant. The insightful Ju Hyuk attributed Rufendal's extraordinary diligence to his knowledge of the rare black stones, preferring not to reveal his understanding of hidden motives. A careful examination of the contents of the received bag led to the unexpected discovery of Eve's recording stone, which had caused such great concern to its owner. A review of the stored records revealed a pattern of illegal activity by Eve's involving the monopolization of teleports and the trading of access rights to hunting grounds. The realization of the lost bag's true value came to Ju Hyuk, along with the memory of the generous ransom offer of 1 billion won. The formation of a new strategic plan began with the summoning of the skilled Johan, who remained undetected nearby thanks to his outstanding camouflage skills. The detailed description of the situation included information about the existence of a private teleport in the northern mountainous area, operated by the Helen Union. The assumption about the current activities of the head of the teleport control group, who was probably engaged in collecting illegal payments, formed the basis for the further plan of action. Ju Hyuk voiced a strict decision about the need to eliminate the operation leader immediately after he leaves the protected safe area. Johan's curiosity about the reasons for such a radical decision received a simple answer from Ju Hyuk, based solely on personal hostility towards the intended goal. An additional factor in the decision was the desire to use the obtained recordings as a tool of pressure on the influential Great Union. Having left the virtual capsule of Olympus and immersed himself in everyday affairs, a puzzled Yves tried to understand the reasons for the rapid change in public opinion. Eva's dismissive attitude towards Ju Hyuk was based on the conviction of the complete helplessness and insignificance of his unexpected opponent. Yves's contemptuous remarks about the typical behavior of members of the lower classes who suddenly gained power reflected his deep contempt for social upstarts. Analyzing the situation, Yves assessed the enemy's actions as a banal attempt to gain popularity among the general masses of the gaming community. The sudden appearance of news reports about the recognition of the chaosite Ju Hyuk as the embodiment of absolute evil forced Eva to reconsider his assessment of what was happening. The forced recognition of Ju Hyuk's exceptional abilities as an independent player was accompanied by the understanding that he belonged to an entirely different level of skill. The current development of events has led to the formation of a global confrontation between the single player and the entire virtual gaming community. Iva was perplexed by his opponent's inexplicable decision to confront the powerful Kangmu Seok in a situation of complete isolation due to the mark of absolute evil. The release of the official statement from the Great Hellen Union, expressing its full support for the Divine Star's position, confirmed the high probability of Ju Hyuk's connection to the forces of absolute evil. The hostile stance of the country's two largest unions was bound to provoke a similar reaction from other organizations, creating a large-scale confrontation. When considering the limits of destructive power, experienced players understood the critical importance of access to teleporters for successful travel between continents. Strategically blocking the teleportation system could be a fatal blow to the player's mobility, dooming them to inevitable defeat. Further restriction of the ability of large unions to sell in-game items threatened complete economic isolation and the cessation of gaming activities. The sensational announcement of the sale of the legendary Black Stone immediately attracted the attention of Yves, who was confident in the identity of the mysterious owner of the valuable artifact. Confirming that the Black Stone belonged to Ju Hyuk significantly increased the likelihood of his successful resistance to the organized pressure of his opponents. The sudden appearance of information about the Black Stone on the Korean server caused quite a stir among all categories of players and gaming organizations. The unique properties of the Black Stone, significantly superior to those of its blue and red counterparts, were determined by a virtually unlimited supply of internal energy. Serious American research has confirmed the exceptional properties of the Black Stone, including the potential ability to control natural disasters. The first appearance of the legendary Black Stone in 30 years has caused an unprecedented stir throughout the international gaming community. The information about the mysterious owner's categorical refusal to sell the Black Stone to the Divine Star organization caused Kang Moo-hwan great concern. An additional irritant was the confirmation of the seller's identity, Full Hao, who explained his refusal as a simple personal dislike of potential buyers. The categorical refusal to sell a precious artifact needed for important research drove the influential Kang Moo-hwan into a state of uncontrollable rage. The numerous negative news stories about her brother caused great indignation in Seiya, who was absolutely certain that the information being published was completely unreliable. Watching his sister's desperate attempts to express her anger, Ju Hyuk listened to her determined intention to initiate legal proceedings against the unscrupulous journalists. Concerned about his sister's behavior, Ju Hyuk recalled a recent conversation, emphasizing the inadmissibility of publicly displaying their family ties. Of particular concern was the sister's official position on the Holy See, which required the utmost caution in publicly displaying family ties. The girl's sincere indignation was caused by the incredible audacity of the authors of the articles, who dared to publish such unreliable materials. The observant Se-song, who was well aware of Ju Hyuk's true character, was deeply indignant at the unfair accusations and malicious publications. Despite the recent stern reprimand during their face-to-face meeting, Se-song remained confident in the exclusively positive qualities of her mysterious interlocutor. Explaining the naturalness of the current situation, Ju Hyuk noted the pattern of negative reactions after confrontation with powerful organizations. Focused on the upcoming auction of the Black Stone, Ju Hyuk preferred not to worry about the current information pressure. A firm position regarding potential buyers excluded the possibility of selling the artifact to the Divine Star and Helen organizations under any financial conditions. The grand opening of the long-awaited auction was scheduled for a picturesque abandoned coliseum located on the mysterious continent of Centene. Numerous viewers actively discussed the suspicious, simultaneous malfunction of all teleports controlled by the largest unions, which was preventing the removal of the artifact. The elders' wise advice to announce the exact location 30 minutes before the auction began helped prevent possible attempts at organized sabotage. Having acknowledged the rationality of the proposed strategy, Ju Hyuk gave orders to prepare for the unique auction event. Confidence in the unquestioning fulfillment of any demands of the organizers was based on the general desire to get a chance to acquire the legendary artifact. A fundamental safety requirement was the categorical prohibition of wearing any protective equipment within the auction area. A carefully thought-out security system included the placement of experienced elders and professional Sarmak assassins throughout the perimeter of the protected area. The organizers have established strict security rules, which include the immediate elimination of any participant caught attempting to use a weapon or commit murder. A preliminary analysis of the situation made it possible to confidently predict the appearance of undesirable individuals who were prohibited from participating in the event. The ceremonial opening of the unique auction was marked by a loud welcome address to the numerous participants gathered in the historic building. After thanking those gathered for complying with the established requirements, Ju Hyuk officially declared gold coins the only acceptable currency for participation in the auction. The general agreement with the proposed terms allowed the organizer to begin the auction, presenting the legendary Blackstone without setting a minimum starting price. The unexpectedly high first bid of 600 billion gold coins was met with a seemingly unperturbed reaction from the experienced auction organizer. Ju Hyuk's inner shock was caused by the realization that representatives of the highest gaming aristocracy and influential organizations were present at the auction. The rapid growth of offers from 800 billion to 2 trillion gold coins demonstrated the exceptional interest of wealthy participants. The unexpected appearance of a new bidder, who calmly offered 30 trillion gold coins, caused quite a shock among those present. The mysterious buyer turned out to be an influential ruler of the continent of Pora, named Rendal, known for his impressive wealth and Middle Eastern origins. Representatives of the continent of Pora have traditionally encountered serious difficulties when attempting intercontinental travel within the game space. The wealthy ruler's determination to acquire the legendary artifact outweighed all possible difficulties associated with transporting the valuable acquisition. The further increase in the rate to 31 trillion caused genuine surprise in Ju Hyuk, who was closely following the progress of the trades. The unexpected increase in supply to 53 trillion gold coins was accompanied by a calm smile from the wealthy participant and general amazement from the observers. The experienced Serdian, observing the development of the auction, predicted the auction would end at the 50 trillion mark and likely hostile actions after its conclusion. The accuracy of the prediction was confirmed by the appearance of an unknown terrorist who committed suicide under the slogan of glorifying absolute evil. Keeping his cool in a critical situation, Ju Hyuk immediately called on his loyal Johan to quickly resolve the incident. The tense atmosphere reminded Ju Hyuk of Serdian's insightful warning about the inevitable attempts by opponents to disrupt the auction. The opponent's complex strategy included banning the use of teleports for intercontinental players and organizing mass riots during trades. The hostile organization's apparent plan was to discredit Ju Hyuk by creating controlled chaos in the isolated space of the auction house. A close inspection of the bribed opponents allowed Johan to note their exceptional determination in their efforts to provoke large-scale unrest. Analyzing the actions of his opponents, the experienced Johan noted the absolute accuracy of Serdian's prediction, which completely coincided with the actual development of events. Alarmed by the colossal force of the explosion, Luxo expressed serious concern about the potential for significant damage to numerous auction participants. Ju Hyuk's calm explanation emphasized the exceptional status of the assembled participants, who had come from all over the world for the unique opportunity to acquire the Black Stone. The high level of development of the world-class rankers present ensured reliable protection against such attacks even with a minimal amount of equipped items. The intense interrogation of one of the detainees was suddenly interrupted by the unexpected suicide of the prisoner, whose body began to slowly dissolve into thin air. The lightning-fast reaction of the experienced Johan, who had foreseen similar behavior from the other prisoners, made it possible to prevent the mass self-destruction of the detainees. Johan's return was accompanied by a sincere apology to the Lord for his failure to identify the true perpetrators of the terrorist attack. Zhu Huke's positive assessment of the successful prevention of the second attack was based on an understanding of the exceptional resilience of the assembled participants to such provocations. The official statement of the authoritative captain of the Justice Union categorically denied the involvement of the main participants in organizing the terrorist attack. The presence of the influential captain at the event was explained by his insightful foresight into possible provocative actions on the part of his opponents. The captain's strong support for the continuation of the auction confirmed the continued friendly attitude towards Zhu Huke despite the incident. Zhu Huke's irritation was caused by the impossibility of precisely identifying the specific union behind the organization of the large-scale provocative action. The negative mood was intensified by the realization of the possibility of independently using the unique black stone without the need to sell it publicly. The altruistic decision to sell the artifact was based on the understanding of the possibility of its effective use for the development of civilization and the achievement of peace. The unexpected admission of the presence of additional black stones was accompanied by a firm intention to suspend sales until the organizers of the riots were identified. The sensational announcement about the number of black stones available sparked active discussion among numerous participants in the prestigious auction event. The calm explanation of the situation included information about the ongoing isolation in Korean society and growing pressure from unknown opponents. A clear position regarding future sales excluded the possibility of the Divine Star and Helen alliances acquiring the remaining stones even after the customers were revealed. The simple explanation of the reasons for the refusal as personal animosity led observers to the logical conclusion about the possible involvement of large unions in organizing the unrest. A careful analysis of the situation led many participants to understand the possibility of a profitable collaboration with Zhu Huke. After establishing a connection between the terrorist attack and the suspected alliances, the final stage of the event included a polite request that all participants, except the winning bidder, be removed to allow for confidential negotiations to conclude the deal. Randall's knowledge of Full House status meant that it was impossible to conduct an official exchange transaction to conclude such a significant trade. Understanding the limitations of the trading system led to the preparation of the full amount of 50 trillion gold coins for direct cash transactions. Zhu Huke was surprised by the absence of the traditional procedure of checking the goods by the buyer's trusted representatives, familiar to him from numerous film plots. Randall's calm explanation underscored his confidence in his interlocutor's exceptional leadership qualities and his desire to demonstrate the corresponding respect. The buyer's noble behavior made Zhu Huke feel ashamed for his fleeting thoughts about the possibility of dishonestly completing the deal after receiving the money. The transfer of the valuable artifact was accompanied by reflections on the need to maintain moral principles, even in the face of the imposed role of absolute evil. A deep understanding of the consequences of possible deception determined the inevitability of the transformation of the entire world community into irreconcilable opponents of the dishonest seller. Genuine interest in the plans for using the unique artifact prompted Zhu Huke to inquire about the new owner's intentions regarding the acquired treasure. Randall's initial statement about the decorative use of the stone surprised his interlocutor, who attributed the strange decision to the typical quirks of wealthy people. Subsequent clarification revealed the humorous nature of the initial response and the existence of a serious plan to utilize the unique properties of the acquired artifact. Randall's sensitivity to social issues included an understanding of the difficulties of people who had lost their livelihood opportunities in Olympus due to various disasters. An additional concern was the issue of access to education for children unable to attend the academy, which is mandatory for all citizens. The noble desire to provide support to those in need was manifested in the desire to ensure that all children had the opportunity to receive an academic education. The limited financial capacity to solve social problems was compensated by the potential to use the unlimited energy of the acquired black stone. Randall's aristocratic background determined his desire to take on increased responsibility for the well-being of society as compensation for his privileged position. Zhu Huke's satisfaction with the outcome of the deal was based on the transfer of a valuable artifact to a person with high moral principles and noble intentions. The information Kang Mu-hwan received about the successful sale of the Blackstone was supplemented by shocking information about the seller's possession of two more similar artifacts. The leader's heightened interest in the fate of the dispatched organizers of the riots reflected his concern about the possible consequences of the provocative operation. Of particular importance was the careful concealment of all traces of involvement in the organization of the incident, which was successfully carried out by the executors of the special operation. The assistant's confident statement about the impossibility of establishing contact with the guild, even after the most thorough investigation, calmed the worried leader. Kang Mu-hwan's curiosity about the source of the unique artifacts was heightened by the possibility of additional black stones. The consideration of the possibility of overturning the death sentence was confronted with the need to preserve the family's reputation and maintain the authority of the influential union. Fears about the consequences of violating one's own decision were intensified by a negative attitude towards the enemy, who was recognized as the embodiment of absolute evil. The strategic importance of the Black Stones was determined by their potential use in creating portals to monsters of considerable value. The difficulty of making the optimal decision was determined by the scale of possible consequences for all parties involved in the conflict situation. The conclusion of the main events was followed by a meeting of Ju Hyuk's team to discuss the results and plan further actions. The satisfaction of successfully completing the deal was reflected in the joyful examination of the 50 trillion gold coins received, which opened up wide possibilities. Serdian's unexpected appearance was accompanied by a high assessment of the Lord's negotiating skills and a proposal for an immediate discussion of important strategic issues. Ju Hyuk's polite refusal to discuss it immediately was accompanied by an explanation of urgent matters and a promise of a detailed conversation later. The unexpected appearance of the quest, Return of the Absolute, was accompanied by information about the existence of the last rebellious elder among those who had previously rejected the hero's authority. The sudden appearance of mysterious lightning bolts erupting from the ground caused an immediate, wary reaction from the elders, who tried to determine the source of the possible threat. Rexor's dramatic appearance from the rooftop was accompanied by a formal address to the heir to the legendary mind technology that conquers the skies. The third elder and head of the Black Flower House made a strong statement, categorically refusing to acknowledge Ju Hyuk's authority without first proving his strength. A timely update to the system quest has made it clearer that the trust of the last rebellious elder, Rexor, must be gained. The detailed description of the quest revealed the recognition by the four elders of Ju Hyuk's exceptional qualities and the need for a demonstration of strength for the final test. The harsh test conditions included a significant weakening of all stats, restrictions on combat skills, and a critical reduction in the effectiveness of mind techniques. Rexor's mocking behavior was accompanied by a story about the three elders secretly observing the auction, and the subsequent recognition of Ju Hyuk's authority by two of them. The solemn explanation revealed the sacred duty of the elders to evaluate the deep essence of a candidate for the title of True Lord. A detailed explanation of the evaluation criteria included four main qualities: charisma, wisdom, ambition, and determination, with Rexor specializing in testing strength. While acknowledging Ju Hyuk's display of outstanding personal qualities in front of the other elders, Rexor noted that his physical strength was insufficient to merit recognition. An indignant Johann sharply pointed out the inadmissibility of such a brazen appeal to the legitimate absolute ruler on the part of the disobedient elder. Logical reasoning highlighted the contradiction between the claimed observation of the Lord's actions and the disrespectful attitude towards his obvious power. The calm disregard of the elder's objections was followed by an appeal to Johann, reminding him of his own request for patience in waiting. Rexor's provocative proposal included the possibility of Ju Hyuk being replaced in the upcoming fight by Johann himself, showing a clear disregard for the challenger's abilities. Ju Hyuk's decisive intervention prevented the brewing conflict between the supporters, calling on everyone present to think clearly about the situation. The confident declaration of the unity of the titles of the successor of the technique of reason and the absolute heavenly devil was accompanied by a categorical ban on conflicts between the elders. Ju Hyuk's firm stance on the need to overcome the test on his own ruled out any possibility of his supporters interfering in the upcoming fight. The address to Rexor contained an admission of preliminary conjectures about his identity, accompanied by surprise at the unexpectedly dramatic manner of the elder's appearance. Confirmation of Ju Hyuk's assumptions was accompanied by Rexor's mocking explanation of his reluctance to wait any longer for the potential ruler to grow stronger. His resolute acceptance of the terms of the duel demonstrated Ju Hyuk's willingness to prove his superiority by force, as required by the rebellious elder. Zeta's concern about the Overlord's chances was expressed in his appeal to Johann, who possessed a similar specialization in the art of assassination to Rexor. The sudden weakening of the Overlord's powerful energy aura after Rexor's appearance raised serious doubts in the experienced observer Johann. The current situation left the loyal Johann with only one option: to have unconditional faith in the Lord's abilities, following the received order of non-interference. A careful analysis of the situation allowed Ju Hyuk to understand the difficulty of confronting a first-class assassin under the automatic weakening effect. The memory of Edar and Johann joining naturally after their demonstration of personal growth strengthened their confidence in the validity of the current test. Logical reasoning about the principles of the game system led to the conclusion that there was a real possibility of winning the upcoming difficult test. Ju Hyuk's serious attitude towards the upcoming fight was expressed by his adoption of an appropriate fighting stance, demonstrating his complete readiness for battle. Rexor's hope for a worthy confrontation was met with a calm remark about being too talkative for a professional killer and a hint about the limited time. The rapid start of the test of the opponent's professionalism was followed by a successful attack from Rexor, which left a noticeable mark on the cheek of the unwavering Ju Hyuk. Careful observation of the enemy's actions allowed us to appreciate the exceptional skill of a first-class killer, demonstrating incredible speed and silence. A serious assessment of the situation made Ju Hyuk aware of the potential danger of confronting a professional adversary determined to kill. Confidence and control of the situation was shaken by the unexpected appearance of an enemy overhead, accompanied by a powerful attack from above. The Elder's panicked reaction to the Overlord's apparent defeat was calmed by Johann's confident call for them to watch the duel more closely. Ju Hyuk's incredible display of strength, stopping his opponent's sword with his bare hands, was followed by a mocking question about his sudden loss of confidence. The immediate punishment for the carelessness shown was expressed in the demonstrative destruction of the enemy's sword by the bare hands of the powerful ruler. The imperious demand to stop underestimating was accompanied by a powerful attack on the opponent and a serious warning about the absence of leniency in further confrontation. Ju Hyuk's calm explanation revealed the special properties of the glove he was using, which was capable of significantly increasing the pain of the target. Johann was genuinely impressed by the Overlord's ability to achieve a decisive victory even without the use of the legendary heaven-conquering mind technique. Ju Hyuk's detailed explanation revealed his ability to assess the situation from the first scratch he received, demonstrating superiority even in a weakened state. A careful analysis of the damage received confirmed that the base power remained at a significant level of 99 units even with the weakening effect. An additional factor in the success was the timely decision to use special artifacts from the personal arsenal after a long period of abstinence. Johann's emotional reminder emphasized their leader's exceptional status as the successor to the legendary technique and absolute of the Heavenly Devil. The defeated Rexor's determined attempt to rise to his feet demonstrated the seasoned warrior's unyielding character even after a crushing defeat. The winner's calm question about possible objections was accompanied by confidence in the fulfillment of all the conditions set for recognition of superiority. The respectful acknowledgement of defeat was accompanied by admiration for the perfectly calculated counterattack and gratitude for sparing the life of the defeated enemy. Rexor's sincere repentance was expressed in the recognition of unforgivable arrogance before the legitimate heir and a readiness to accept any punishment for the disloyalty shown. Johann's understanding of Rexor's true motives was combined with concern about the smiling Overlord's possible harsh reaction to his disobedience. The final conclusion of the conflict was accompanied by a wise recognition of the duel as proof of Rexor's sincere devotion to the ideals of the Heavenly Devil. The ruler closely observed the actions of his warrior Rexor and decided to show understanding for his desire to show strength rather than impose severe punishment for such behavior. Thanks to the ruler's wise decision, Rexor received the honorary position of Elder of the Heavenly Devil and became one of the most trusted assistants in managing all important affairs of the state. The stern warrior, unexpectedly for all those gathered, showed his sincere feelings and burst into tears right during the important ceremony recognizing the power of the ruler Ju Hyuk. The devoted warrior Rexor fell to his knees before his master and, holding onto the hem of his robe, began to loudly beg forgiveness for his unworthy behavior and swear eternal loyalty. The new Heavenly Devil Elder sincerely admitted his mistakes and expressed deep gratitude to the ruler for his kindness and ability to forgive even the grave misdeeds of his subjects. The elders looked on in surprise at the unusual behavior of the always stern Rexor, while the ruler Ju Hyuk rejoiced at the successful completion of an important task to restore absolute power. Advisor Serdian resolutely approached the ruler and asked for time to complete their interrupted conversation. his whole appearance demonstrating the particular importance of the issue under discussion. Having carefully assessed the recent events in the kingdom, the wise advisor Serdian decided that now was the most opportune time to discuss his important proposal. Inspired by the arrival of a massive sum of 50 trillion gold coins, the experienced advisor Serdian presented a bold plan to create a new capital and organize the relocation of the entire population. The elders gathered at the council and the ruler Zhu Hyuk himself were astonished by such an unexpected proposal, since the issue of moving the capital had never been raised at meetings before. All the inhabitants of the settlement came to the important meeting, except for a few elders, who at that time were carrying out urgent tasks far beyond the protected area. The wise advisor Serdian opened the meeting and immediately addressed the main question that was troubling everyone present. Why was it necessary to abandon a settled place and move the capital? The advisor explained the simple reasons for the move. The land no longer yielded crops, the settlement lacked important buildings, and maintaining the farm required more money than building a new city. The people immediately asked advisor Serdian about the location of the new capital, and he without hesitation named an amazing place called Nain, telling about its wonderful advantages. Nature has reliably protected this place with high mountains with steep slopes, through which even the largest enemy army with all its military equipment would not be able to pass. A large, full-flowing river flows through the entire territory of Nain and provides residents with clean water all year round, completely solving the issue of water supply at any time of year. The favorable location of the mountains and the river creates an impregnable fortress, where even a small detachment of defenders can stop the advance of a huge enemy army numbering 1,000,000 warriors. Ruler Zhu Hyuk listened carefully to his advisor's proposal and acknowledged the correctness of his arguments, remembering that Serdian never made frivolous proposals. An experienced advisor spoke about the possibility of creating a powerful magic circle in a new location, which previously seemed like an impossible dream, but would require significant financial investment. According to Serdian's advisor's calculations, 10 trillion gold coins were required to begin construction, and such a huge sum forced the ruler Zhu Hyuk to think seriously. Recalling Randall's recent investment of 50 trillion, the ruler realized that his doubts about a smaller sum spoke to the limitations of his own vision of the future. The advisor acknowledged the large size of the required investment, but considered such expenses necessary to protect against a possible invasion by imperial troops and to create a reliable defense of the state. The success of the construction will be ensured by the recently appointed 8th and 11th elders of the council, whose knowledge and experience will significantly speed up the completion of all necessary work. The lands of Nine were considered an ideal place to live, long dreamed of by many rulers. But no one had dared to start moving, so now everyone was waiting for the wise decision of the overlord. The wise ruler understood his responsibility to the people and considered the costs of the new capital reasonable, comparing them with the enormous expenditures of other countries on the defense of their territories. The ruler approved advisor Serdian's proposal, fully trusting the abilities of the 8th and 11th elders to successfully complete the important project and create the foundation for future prosperity. Following the announcement of the ruler's decision, all elders expressed their support, and the magic system reported the successful start of the capital's transfer and the growth of trust between the council members. Zhu Hyuk understood the importance of the construction project, but parting with 10 trillion gold coins was the largest monetary expenditure of his entire life. Sometime after the construction work in Nain began, the ruler Zhu Hyuk personally went to check the implementation of all the planned works and the quality of the work done. Advisor Serdian joyfully reported on the successful implementation of all plans and emphasized the special importance of this first major step on the path to the great achievements of the ruler. The ruler thanked his loyal advisor for the detailed report and expressed complete confidence in his ability to properly organize work on the complex construction project. Having complete confidence in Serdian's experience in managing the construction, the ruler decided to focus on his own important affairs and not interfere with the process until the work was fully completed. The ruler's main goal was to receive a well-deserved reward for the successful completion of an important task called Return of the Absolute, which was fully completed. Having opened the magic system window, the ruler saw a message about the completion of the calculation of the reward due to him, which consisted of 2 different parts with special conditions. After a difficult battle with Rexer, the ruler hoped to receive a worthy reward for completing a high-class quest, perhaps even including a rare black magic stone. The first part of the reward gave the ability to freely move the sacred altar, which at first did not seem very important, but turned out to be very useful for moving to a new location. The second part of the reward required an additional condition to be met: to sacrifice a valuable black stone, which would disappear immediately after it was used to receive the reward. The ruler was deeply upset by having to hand over the precious black stone, worth several trillion gold coins, just to receive the reward he was entitled to. Despite his obvious dissatisfaction with the terms, the ruler understood the need to complete the main scenario and decided to agree to the requirements in order to receive the reward he deserved. After receiving the reward, the ruler was determined to find the one who had come up with such an unfair condition and tried to harm him by taking away the valuable magical item. Immediately after receiving the award, the ruler's profession was forced to change, and his new class received the unusual name Absolute Evil, with special abilities. The ruler pondered this unusual phenomenon for a long time and tried to recall cases of class demotions, but he could not find a single similar example in his memory. The elders around the ruler felt an incomprehensible fear from the dark demonic energy emanating from him, but Ju Hyuk himself felt completely calm. Along with the new class, the ruler received an amazing specialization and many special benefits that were given only to the chosen bearers of this rare title. The ruler realized that the loss of one black stone was fully justified by receiving the title of Absolute Evil, which brought him one step closer to fulfilling the main scenario. Among the benefits he received, the ruler discovered two new combat skills, which he immediately wanted to test in a real battle to assess their strength and capabilities. Noticing two worried elders nearby, the ruler was delighted by the opportunity and asked them to help him test the new abilities of his unusual class. Returning home after training, the ruler saw important news from Olympus about the completion of the formation of all 7 holy seas with the selection of worthy rulers. The majestic imperial castle, located on the ancient continent of Sentine, was designated the main residence for all the elected rulers of the holy seas. The ruler realized the connection between the emergence of the absolute evil from the continent of Sentine and the concentration of the main scenario around these mysterious lands with a deep history. After a long absence from an important meeting, the ruler's sister finally returned, and he decided to ask her about the past events and her impressions. Among the 7 elected rulers, 5 were from Korea, making the use of an automatic translator unnecessary during important negotiations and discussions. The sister told her brother with surprise about an incredibly strong man of the 130 level among the chosen rulers, who asked to keep information about his strength a secret. Hearing about such a high level, the ruler remembered his teacher's story about a mysterious, unofficial warrior whose strength exceeded the 100th level and wanted to know his true capabilities. After telling the story of the powerful rulers, the sister reminded her brother of an old enemy named Kong Mu Seok, with whom he had a serious fight. According to the sister, this dangerous enemy harbored a strong grudge against the ruler and was now preparing some kind of insidious plan to carry out his revenge. The ruler took this news calmly, realizing that his longtime adversary was simply angry because of a serious defeat in their previous brutal battle. Continuing with the news, the sister reported that all the rulers of the Holy Seas had received a common important task that they must carry out together. The ruler was delighted with this news, believing that completing a difficult task together would help the rulers get to know each other better and build strong friendships. Given the current situation, the ruler advised his sister to use the time spent working with other rulers to gain useful experience and new knowledge. The ruler noted an important advantage of working together: the opportunity to learn the characteristics and weaknesses of each ruler of the Holy See while being close to them. The ruler's sister happily accepted her new role as a secret observer, considering such an important task a fun and interesting adventure in her life. The girl didn't even suspect that her brother had entrusted her with a serious and responsible task that no one else could handle better than her own sister. In a conversation with her brother, the girl suddenly remembered some important preparations that he had mentioned in their previous conversation. The ruler nodded thoughtfully in response to his sister's question, and said that he had just been about to talk to her about these important preparations. Looking closely at his sister, the ruler asked her to free up the next day for a joint trip to an important place on a special matter. It turned out that the brother was planning to formalize the purchase of a new spacious apartment, registering it in the name of his younger sister as a gift. The next day, the brother and sister came to the real estate agency and told the friendly employee about their desire to buy a new house. An attentive, bespectacled employee politely asked the young men to describe their wishes and approximate budget so that they could select the most suitable options. The young man confidently named the prestigious residential complex Hills, where they wanted to purchase a new, spacious apartment for comfortable living. The employee looked at the young visitors in surprise and described the excellent infrastructure of the chosen complex, suggesting their interest in long-term rental. In a calm voice, the young man explained that they planned to pay for the apartment entirely in gold coins and clarified the possibility of this method of payment. Despite the surprise, the employee confirmed the possibility of payment in gold and asked to wait a few minutes to agree on the terms of the transaction with the apartment owner. After preparing all the documents, the employee drew up a contract in the younger sister's name and promised to contact them on the day of the planned move. The ruler spent 5 billion of the 50 trillion he received on buying a nice apartment, avoiding overly luxurious options to remain cautious. Looking at his sister's happy face, the ruler was delighted with his decision to register the apartment in her name, which turned out to be more important to the girl than the cost of the property itself. The ruler understood that people might associate the purchase of the apartment with his sister's new status as a saint, so he decided to become even stronger to protect the family from possible problems. Having connected to the magical system of Olympus, the ruler immediately met his boss, Rufendal, and told him about his plans for the near future. The chief suggested going to the dangerous Girgartu cave, intended for warriors of level 50, which caused the ruler some doubts about the correctness of this choice. The experienced Rufendal spoke of the grave danger inside the cave, where tens of thousands of poisonous creatures, huge centipedes, snakes, and ants, instantly attack those who enter. The ruler calmly confirmed his knowledge of the cave's dangers, which greatly surprised Rufendal, who considered the presence of an experienced fire mage necessary for such an expedition. The young sorceress Saesong decided to stay close to the powerful ruler during a dangerous campaign, hoping for his protection from numerous enemies. The ruler asked the girl with a smile about her lack of confidence in her own strength, and the surprised Rufendal realized that he had no intention of protecting his companions. The experienced sorceress Saesong, who had reached the 50th level of power, explained to the others that it was not a matter of doubting their ability to defend themselves from enemies. The ruler knew of the young sorceress's rapidly growing power, which had already surpassed Luna herself from the Holy See, and had a large army of loyal followers. The ruler reminded everyone of the serious work of the elected rulers of the Holy Seas, who are carrying out an important joint task to strengthen their union. The brave travelers entered a dark dungeon where experienced mages were already fighting, using fire magic against hordes of giant poisonous insects. Pleased with the success of his mages, the leader of the small union suggested that the warriors rest while his people collected valuable resources after defeating their enemies. One of the experienced magicians suddenly noticed a rare red stone, which they had been searching for a long time in this dangerous dungeon to complete an important task. The senior mage was delighted to find a rare red stone, the sale of which would help his group survive for a whole month without serious financial problems. An experienced leader spoke about his past at the Divine Life Union, which he had to leave due to the company's complex policies, which seemed like the end of his career. Loyal subordinates followed their leader, and together they built a successful business, donating half of their income to the Divine Star Union for the use of hunting lands. The alarmed mages informed their leader of the approach of a powerful Full Chow warrior, which caused great concern in the experienced leader. The scouts added that a huge eagle was flying next to the approaching warrior, and his companion turned out to be a powerful necromancer with dark powers. Among the approaching travelers, the mages recognized the well-known bearer of the title Absolute Evil, which caused even greater concern among the defenders of the dungeon. The experienced leader Markan could not understand the reason for the appearance of such a powerful warrior in their lands and did not know how to act correctly in such a situation. The powerful ruler calmly explained to the alarmed Markan that he would not harm his people unless they began hostile actions first. Continuing to calm the frightened magicians, the ruler suggested that they calmly go about their business, ignoring his presence. The ruler once again confirmed the absence of hostile intentions on the part of his group and expressed his desire to simply move on with his important business. Reassured by the ruler's words, Markan offered the help of his fire mages to protect against dangerous creatures if there were no such wizards in the group of travelers. To everyone's surprise, the ruler's enormous pet, named Coco, joyfully pounced on the poisonous ants and began eating them with gusto. The ruler watched his pet's strange behavior with surprise, while the other travelers stood to the side in confusion, not knowing how to react. Alarmed, the mages warned their leader of the danger of the pet's uncontrolled attack on the poisonous ants, which could lead to serious problems. The experienced leader Markin quickly assessed the danger of the situation and ordered his men to immediately pack their things for an urgent retreat from the danger zone. Late in the evening, the girl discussed with the warrior Kang Mu Seok the video that appeared online of the complete destruction of the ancient dungeon after the recent events. The impatient girl was interested in Kang Mu Seok's plans for revenge, as he was ashamed of his defeat as a future representative of the Divine Star. The girl recalled the successful appointment of her opponent to the post of the first ruler of the Holy See, which caused her great irritation. Realizing the possibility of the enemy receiving support from the sons of the heavenly ruler, the girl persistently asked her ally to hurry with revenge. Kang Mu Seok politely thanked her for the advice, hiding his hatred for the arrogant girl who had only gotten a place at the academy thanks to the support of influential patrons. Interrupting her gloomy thoughts, the girl recalled rumors about the appearance among the rulers of the Holy Seas of some unknown person of no noble origin. The experienced warrior Kang Mu Seok immediately guessed that the conversation was about the mysterious owner of the seventh throne among the rulers of the sacred lands. The angry girl considered the appointment of a commoner, Luna, to the high post of ruler of the Holy See unacceptable and intended to correct this injustice. Kang Mu Seok advised waiting until the important scenario was completed and gathering more information, understanding the impossibility of open conflict between allies in the fight against absolute evil. Rising resolutely from her seat, the girl firmly declared her refusal to silently observe the illegal possession of her rightful place. The girl added a cruel remark that the accidental death of an unknown impostor was unlikely to attract the attention of important people. The experienced leader Markin tried to warn the travelers about the dangers of the pet's uncontrolled hunting, which could disrupt the natural cycle of rebirth of creatures. Shocked observers watched as Coco's enormous pet not only killed poisonous ants, but also ate them, after which it let out a mighty royal roar. The astonished people witnessed an unusual sight. The frightened ants began to quickly scatter in different directions from the formidable predator. Puzzled mages discussed the strange ability to repel ants and the cruelty of the owner nicknamed Absolute Evil towards his own pet. Markin watched in horror as his pet was punished, unaware of the use of minimal force, while the sorceress Sei Song scolded the bird for missing the opportunity to join the army of the dead. After the punishment, the saddened pet Coco pointed his owner in the direction of the depths of the cave, where he sensed the presence of something unusual. The ruler was surprised at the possibility of missing something important during a thorough examination of the underground premises. Cautiously approaching the travelers, the experienced guide Markin politely asked permission to share important information about this place. Markin, who had been closely observing the group's actions, told them about a dead end in the western part of the cave, where the unusual pet had pointed. An experienced guide explained to the travelers the existence of different zones in the dungeon and suggested that the indicated dead end could be an entrance to another area. The ruler looked at Markin with respect, understanding his deep knowledge of all the features of the dungeon as an experienced leader of the local union. Having appreciated the guide's experience, the ruler invited Markin to join their group as a knowledgeable advisor, promising to give him half of the reward he received. The humble leader declined the generous offer, wanting to earn his reward honestly and delighted at the opportunity to join a powerful group distracting dangerous enemies. The united group of travelers began moving towards the indicated dead end, while the experienced guide Markin confidently reported on the approach to an important place. Markin explained the need to block the constantly respawning monsters immediately upon entering a new zone, advising the ruler to prepare for battle in advance. The impatient ruler, without listening to the important explanations, entered the dungeon and received a dire warning from the system about the death penalty for invading sacred lands. The strict system added that the only way to leave the forbidden place would be to sacrifice the life of the violator of the sacred rules. A shocked Markin watched in horror as the huge swarm of poisonous ants gathered, realizing that they had not fled but had deliberately gathered in one place. Alarmed assistants reported that all exits were surrounded by dense rows of poisonous ants, posing a serious threat to the group. Unexpectedly for everyone, Coco's huge pet bravely rushed into the thick of the enemies, loudly indignant at the disrespect of simple insects for the true king. Observing his pet's actions, the ruler realized that Coco was once again displaying her indomitable fighting spirit. In the midst of battle, the mighty pet gained a new amazing ability called All-Encompassing Beak to fight enemies. The acquired ability allowed the pet to deliver incredibly fast and accurate strikes on selected targets among a multitude of poisonous ants. After defeating all enemies, the hungry pet received a new skill, Feast Table. to collect magic stones and restore its strength. Joyfully flapping his wings, Coco did not have time to enjoy the spoils of red stones, which the dexterous Rufendal quickly collected and handed over to the ruler. The pleased ruler praised his diligent assistant, who promised to collect all the valuable red stones during their dangerous journey. The ruler turned around and noticed the displeased look of his pet, who clearly considered Rufendal's actions to be a real theft of well-deserved booty. Confident in his superiority, Rufendal explained his actions by his status as the first pet, who had the right to hand over the Mind Stones directly to the master. An indignant Coco loudly expressed his disagreement with his rival's statement, considering himself worthy of the title of the ruler's first pet. The amazed Marcon could not believe the incredible luck of the travelers, who had collected more rare red stones in one go than his group had found in a whole month. After a complete victory over the enemies, the travelers discovered a previously invisible passage, hidden from ordinary explorers of the dungeon. Fulfilling the special condition of destroying all the ants with Coco's pet, opened the way for the travelers to access a secret part of the ancient dungeon. The magical system warned the travelers of the grave danger of the new passage and offered them a choice between risky exploration and a safe return without reward. The experienced leader Markin suggested that his people immediately leave the dangerous place, despite the loss of a possible reward for the research. The alarmed guide feared a new attack by even more deadly creatures from the depths of the dungeon. Approaching the ruler, the wise Marcon explained the necessity of their groups separating due to complete ignorance of the further dangers of the unknown territory. The ruler calmly accepted the experienced guide Marcon's decision to part ways, sincerely thanked him for his assistance, after which the groups said goodbye and left the dungeon. Pleased with the successful work, Marcon praised all his assistants for their excellent results and announced the end of the working day. The experienced leader strictly warned his people about the need to keep secret all the unusual events that occurred in the dungeon. The surprised Marcon suddenly noticed the appearance of one of the powerful rulers of the Holy See behind him. The arriving ruler noted with suspicion Marcon's unusual joy, as if he had seen something special in the depths of the dungeon. The caring sorceress Se Song approached the ruler, concerned about the condition of her pet Coco, who for the first time seemed unable to cope with the huge number of enemies. The attentive ruler reassured the sorceress, explaining that there was no real danger due to the strange behavior of the creatures surrounding the pet. Continuing his observation, the ruler noticed the unusual behavior of the ants, which looked more like frightened fugitives than dangerous enemies. Noticing the ants' attempts to attack Mariana, the ruler quickly picked the girl up and asked her to be careful while checking Rufendal's defenses. Confident in his powers, Rufendal reported the incredible strength of his magical defense, which he received thanks to special enhancements from the ruler. The attentive ruler noticed the confusion in the eyes of the young sorceress Mariana, who could not collect her thoughts in the current situation. Having collected his thoughts, the ruler asked the sorceress to prepare to use a special soul slavery technique to conduct an important magical experiment. After activating the powerful skill, the magic system loudly announced to everyone present the appearance of a mysterious evil space. Surprised by the sudden appearance of dark energy around him, a confused Rufendal turned to the ruler for an explanation of the changes taking place. Pleased with the effect produced, the ruler explained the peculiarity of the evil space skill, which allows one to fully unleash the powerful forces of absolute evil. The ruler added information about the temporary nature of the skill, which provides various improvements to nearby followers. Previous tests conducted with the elders showed a significant increase not only in Rexor's combat abilities, but also in the managerial talents of the wise Sirdian. The ruler understood the importance of this skill in the upcoming battle against the Holy Seas, but decided to first test its interaction with the powers of the Absolute Necromancer. The magic system reported that Mariana's abilities belonged to the forces of evil space and began distributing special abilities among the participants. The young sorceress received a significant increase of 20 points in all stats and an additional random effect of increasing the rank of any summoned undead. Realizing the need to test her new abilities, the sorceress Se Song received the ruler's permission to use her necromantic power. The first creature summoned was a mighty aquatic chimera, very different from its previous form as an insect-like behemoth. The unusual changes in the appearance and size of the summoned undead occurred due to Mariana's special abilities and the increase in the creature's rank. The surprised sorceress discovered a new ability to choose combat skills for her undead after receiving a request from a monster to destroy enemies. Having chosen the powerful spell Acid Volcano, even the ruler, confident in his abilities, was amazed by the incredible attack power of the summoned creature. Pleased with the result, the sorceress joyfully watched the successful application of the chosen skill, which exceeded all the expectations of those present. The ruler noted the impressive characteristics of the attack: a huge area of effect, high accuracy, excellent rate of fire, and strong penetrating effect. After praising the diligent Mariana, the ruler discovered an additional benefit of the skill: the distribution of acquired experience between the absolute evil and the team members. Pleased with the discovered capabilities, the ruler decided to enhance the ability's effect by adding a special evil incentive for his followers. After applying the enhancement, a special mark of absolute evil appeared on the sorceress, giving everyone in the evil space the powers of darkness and undead. Having received the recognition of an ally of absolute evil and new powers, the sorceress activated the enhanced skill Regional Slavery, an improved version of Soul Slavery. Thanks to the improvement, the sorceress gained the ability to control almost 10,000 creatures, with the small insects taking up half the usual space. The joyful sorceress informed the ruler of an amazing feature of the skill, which allowed her to control twice as many small creatures. The astonished ruler realized the incredible growth of the sorceress's power, now able to control an army of 20,000 undead creatures. The delighted sorceress immediately used her new abilities to summon a huge number of unusual creatures. Determined to live up to the majestic title of Absolute Necromancer, the sorceress sent her vast army of undead to sow fear among her enemies. The sorceress's cheerful nature prevented her from creating a suitably gloomy atmosphere, which was noticed by the ruler and Rufendal, who were observing her. After the evil space disappeared and the reward ceased to work, the upset sorceress asked the ruler about the nature of these amazing abilities. The ruler explained the limited duration of the acquired skill and the possibility of significantly strengthening it with the right approach to use. While the ruler and the sorceress discussed the rapid growth of her power, the attentive Rufendal silently watched their animated conversation. A frustrated Rufendal was worried about losing the title of first pet to the mischievous Coco and the loss of the opportunity to be the cutest creature next to the ruler. Seeking to maintain the ruler's favor, the resourceful Rufendal offered to explore the mysterious passage, attempting to strengthen his position as a loyal servant. After a short preparation, the brave travelers entered a mysterious hidden part of the dungeon, simply called the New Passage Dun. The secret passage's appearance was made possible by the mighty roar of Coco's pet, which caused all the insects to scatter in fear. The ruler noticed the rapid return of the frightened insects and assumed that there was something more dangerous than a huge army of enemies deep within the passage. The thoughtful ruler turned down the frightened sorceress Sei-song's request to hold her hand as they walked forward. In a trembling voice, the sorceress spoke of the unpleasant sensations she felt in this place, the piercing cold, and the constant feeling of being watched. The angry ruler suddenly ordered Rufendal to take the trembling sorceress by the hand to calm her down while she moved. The surprised assistant met the sorceress's displeased gaze, clearly expecting a different decision from her respected ruler. The proud sorceress calmly refused the offered help, declaring her ability to continue on her own. The attentive ruler noticed the sorceress's obvious displeasure, but decided to focus on continuing the important study of the mysterious passage. Finding himself in complete darkness, the ruler created a bright ball of light to illuminate the narrow underground corridor ahead of the travelers. A worried Rufendal understood the enormous power of even simple spells in the hands of a powerful ruler due to his incredibly high magical abilities. The ball of light created by the ruler turned out to be so bright that for a moment it blinded all the nearby travelers with its incredible radiance. Immediately after the bright flash, the alarmed ruler suddenly pushed the surprised Rufendal against the wall, ordering him to hide immediately. The confused assistant did not understand the reasons for the ruler's behavior until he felt the presence of some creature right above his head. The slow-moving Rufendal failed to react to the danger and found himself under the influence of a petrification spell from a huge snake named Kirk's Double. The ruler, who had successfully defended Mariana, reflected on the strange appearance of the ancient master of the dungeon, who had not come out to people for 80 years. The surprised ruler tried to understand the reasons for his unexpected meeting with the double of a powerful creature and the location of his dangerous original. Watching the battle closely, the ruler was surprised by the snake's complete disregard for the level 70 attacks from its powerful pet Coco. The ruler's enraged pet realized that he was being completely ignored by the huge snake, which was paying no attention to his presence. Insulted by the enemy's inattention, the pet furiously rushed at the huge snake, loudly demanding the immediate start of a worthy duel. Responding to the pet's challenge, The huge snake attempted to attack the brave Coco, but the enraged ruler rushed to defend his faithful friend. Having reacted deftly to the ruler's approach, the huge snake opened its terrible mouth wide and completely swallowed the brave warrior. The assistant's horror quickly turned to surprise when a bright light burst from the snake's mouth, and then its entire head was shattered by the ruler's powerful blow. Calmly assessing the strength of the defeated enemy, the ruler noted the enemy's sufficient power, although one blow with a special skill was enough for victory. Freed from the spell, Rufendal was once again amazed by the incredible strength of his master, feeling his faith in his abilities grow even stronger. After successfully completing the hunt for Kirk's double, the diligent Rufendal immediately rushed to collect the special scales of the defeated enemy that had fallen as a reward. The seasoned sorceress realized the fallen creature's true nature when she was unable to summon him as a new warrior for her undead army. The sorceress, dreaming of becoming stronger, thanked the ruler for saving her from the monster's attack, hiding her tender feelings from the stern ruler. After completing the dungeon clearing, the ruler received a system message about the appearance of a hidden quest upon revisiting the location within the next 36 hours. Having carefully examined the obtained scales, the ruler assumed that they would play an important role in the passage to the next gate and a meeting with the true master of the dungeon. Having assessed the importance of the upcoming task, the ruler suggested that his tired companions take a necessary rest before continuing the dangerous adventure. When he went out to the kitchen to have a snack, the ruler unexpectedly met his surprised sister, who did not expect him to appear in the real world. Having explained to his sister his desire to rest, the attentive brother immediately noticed her eyes reddened from tears, despite her attempts to hide her condition. The ruler demanded to know the reasons for the tears, suspecting a connection between the incident and the recent meeting of the Guardians of the Holy Seas. Concerned about his sister's condition, the ruler insistently asked to tell the whole truth about what happened at an important meeting. The upset girl spoke of the cruel words that forbade her to intervene in conversations due to her lack of noble birth. The arrogant rulers ordered the young girl to silently follow all instructions, considering her unworthy of being appointed to the high post of the seventh throne. The angry ruler demanded to know the name of his sister's offender, but she only knew that he belonged to the rulers of the Holy See. The lonely girl turned out to be the only stranger among the rulers who had known each other for a long time, including the ill-disposed Kang Mu-seok. Offended by the unfair treatment, the girl ardently defended her simple parents, not understanding the sinfulness of being born into a poor family. The indignant ruler realized that the offenders belonged to the new aristocracy of the Divine Star, who had illegally appropriated the right to humiliate people without wealth. Concealing his anger, the caring brother calmed his upset sister, explaining that only the cruel offenders were to blame for the unpleasant situation that had arisen. The ruler promised his sister to punish all offenders, mentally planning the complete destruction of arrogant enemies in the future. Returning to the virtual world, the attentive ruler first checked on the well-being of his faithful assistants Mariana and Rufendal. Alarmed aides reported the search for the ruler to a familiar leader of the Union, Markin, who claimed there were no urgent matters. An excited Markin warned them about a meeting with director Kang Mu-seok, who was waiting for them immediately after the Union left the dungeon. The arrogant director reminded the hunters of his mercy, which allowed them to use the hunting grounds in exchange for their past services to the Divine Star. The enraged director declared Markon's betrayal, daring to help a man sentenced to death in the strictly controlled hunting grounds. The cruel commander permanently closed access to all hunting grounds of the Divine Star Union to punish traitors who aided the enemy. Having lost support, Markin spoke about the forced dissolution of the Union and the placement of all his people in other organizations. The brave leader planned to start over, understanding the difficulty of the situation without the support of other unions and access to hunting grounds. The sympathetic ruler was surprised by the Divine Star's cruelty, suspecting the presence of a spy among the members of the disbanded Hunters' Union. Outraged by the new aristocracy's arbitrary appropriation of royal power, the ruler did not understand the accusations of treason against the Divine Star. The ruler assumed the personal initiative of the arrogant Kang Mu-seok, demonstrating to everyone his belonging to the new aristocracy. The unpleasant behavior of the famous gladiator, who treated ordinary people like animals, caused the ruler to doubt the necessity of the upcoming battle. Realizing the inevitability of the situation, the ruler offered Markon his assistance in the hunt, asking him to carefully take care of his own safety. The ruler understood the desperate situation of the experienced leader, who decided to ask for help in such a difficult situation. A frustrated father spoke about the need to pay for his daughter's education, after spending all his savings on creating and developing his unsuccessful union. The embarrassed manager spoke about the urgent matters that had accumulated and asked for at least one precious red or blue stone to solve the urgent problems. The kind ruler calmly agreed to the simple request, considering one red stone a small price to pay for the assistance provided by an experienced guide. In agreeing to help, the cautious ruler warned Markin about the possible